All right, let's see here. Are we ready to go? Okay, I got my live over there.
All right.
So I seem to be on the interwebs. I seem to be live. So we are good to go. Ladies, gentlemen, Michael, we are ready to get this train started today. I am glad to see many friends here already in the chat. Hello to Michael. Hello to Anka. Hello to Jesse. Hello to Oliver. Hello to Dale. And if I've missed any, I always hate to like call anyone out in the chat because I always feel like shit. I'm gonna like miss someone, and they're gonna feel some kind of way. So if I ever miss anyone on these, please know that it's not personal. I'm not making any purposeful oversights against anyone. Just sometimes it's figuring out what I can see when I'm looking around my multiple screens here, my panels. Do we have... Okay, this should be silent. Okay. Maybe should be no. Well, I saw Michael said theme music. Like there's no music going on behind me, right? I want to make sure that's right. The video should be silent. So if that ever changes, I can fix that. But don't want that doing anything like playing over the top of me here. Michael, thank you, brother. Before we even get into it, I gotta. Of course, I always love me some Michael, but I have to acknowledge and say thank you here to Michael. So thank you for the tip, brother. Appreciate you very much. It's been a very interesting week, and I won't get into the details other than to say that it's been a week. I've kind of actually had the channel on autopilot for the week, which is something I haven't done really since I started the channel. Because I had the channel now for a little more than a year, and like most YouTube content creators, you know, you hit that like refresh button like a monkey on crack, you know, constantly seeing if you have new comments, new subscribers, new views, etc., etc. But this last week, there's been a lot of other shit going on. I'm not going to get into that. I'm not trying to. That's not a cry for help or anything. It's just it's been a hell of a week. So I've had a lot of other shit going on. So it's kind of nice. It's kind of nice to sit down and get back to family, you know? I mean, that doesn't mean I haven't done anything with the channel. I know that I got a few more episodes recorded for God-Free Bible Study. So in terms of, and I know that I think we blew the Wednesday release last week for normal God-Free Bible Study, which I don't like to do, but like I said, it's been a week, so forgive me, people. But I got 2 videos already queued up that have long been recorded that need to be released for God-Free Bible Study. I have 2 more videos recorded that have to be edited for God-Free Bible Study, and my beautiful, gracious wife will be getting on that shortly. So it's not that I haven't been doing anything for the channel. I have a few more scripts written for some videos I'm very excited about. And I know that sounds, anytime you think about a new video that you want to do, in your head it's going to be amazing, right? It's like this is going to be my Oscar right here, or my Emmy, or whatever you get for being on the web, a Webby or something. You know, anytime you have a new script or something, you feel excited about that. But I do have a few things queued up that I'm about to record. I feel very, very excited about and very happy about. So I think those are going to be fun. And even though this isn't it's not a reflection on anything that I've done, but I was really kind of happy because I like I said, I've really, for the first time in the last year, I've had the channel on a bit of autopilot. I haven't done too much looking at it. And then on Monday, I had the video, or Friday, I guess it was Friday. I had the video that came out that was already scheduled to come out. It was already recorded and already scheduled. about Christian apologist botches Ricky Gervais's science argument. And that's actually done very well for me. I mean, it's gotten like 6,000 views so far, which for whatever it's worth for my channel is like, that's a good number of views. It's far short of like my maximum number of views on a video, but it's a very successful video. If I put out a video that gets 5,000 or 6,000 views, that's cool. So it's kind of nice that I could like not be entirely focused on the channel, and then I come back and like, wow, this has got a lot of views, and I have a lot of comments and a lot of good thoughts and interesting thoughts, etc. So it's kind of nice sometimes that if you get some things scheduled to come out beforehand, that you can kind of chill for a little bit and then watch as things happen. So that being said, I've been doing a little World Cup watching today. I don't think my audience is a huge, I don't know this for a fact. I don't think that we're huge sports fans across the board in my audience, although I don't know that. But I will say this. I'm not saying that I am necessarily deserving of a professional football or soccer contract. I'm not saying that I'm better than anyone on the French national team. But I will say this definitively, that today, me alone, sitting at the bar, drinking beer and watching the game, I scored as many goals against the Spaniards as the entire French men's national team. So does that make me as good as Mbappe? Does that mean that I deserve a contract somewhere on the par of Mbappe? I'll let you guys figure that one out. You can decide if I should be offered a contract by PSV or by another top European side. But I can tell you today, empirically, definitively, that I scored as many goals against the Spanish team as all 11 men on the French national squad. So I'm pretty sure that means that I'm at least as good as Mbappe, maybe a little below him. My fitness is probably a little less than him. My ball handling skills are probably not quite at the level of Mbappe, but I'm pretty sure I at least deserve a tryout, right? I deserve at least like a probationary contract or something. Just a few million euro just to get me on the pitch, right? So I'm waiting. I have my agent waiting, waiting for the call that I'm sure I'm going to get based upon the amazing performance that I pulled today compared to the French national team. But Anka says, "What a background!" Yeah, I always wonder, like some of these ones that are clearly AI shit. So the only images I ever steal, and yes, I guess you can say I'm totally stealing this, is from I steal shit from any place else that is clearly AI generated. Because I don't feel any compunction whatsoever. I don't feel any moral problem with stealing from AI shit. It's like you didn't make this stuff. So now that being said, they might still, I don't know, they might still try to, you see they have their watermark here or whatever. So we'll see. We'll see if they give me a content strike for their AI generated bullshit. But I thought this was a fun background for tonight. So we're going to do something a little different tonight. The call lines, so to speak, in internet terms, are open. Actually, I want to mention really quick here. So I see Jesse says, I have 150 of my short stories on the site, Flash Fiction. Adam, please delete my link if you don't want it there. I mean, first of all, I'm not sure where you put the link, Jesse, but I would certainly not delete your link. So by all means, I mean, generally speaking, I know I put the rule on skepticus.info that said, hey, don't promote all your shit. But I mean, first of all, you are a clear friend of the channel. You're a member. You have been here a long time. If you want to put a link to your short stories, your flash fiction stories, I am certainly not going to begrudge you that. When I said on twistytales.com. Okay, yeah. So yeah, by all means, everyone check that out. When I said on the skepticus.info rules that I don't want people promoting themselves, I mean, that's, of course, anything's open to interpretation. I really feel more like, everyone's like, hey, check out my stupid video about something that has nothing to do with the channel, or check out my channel that shows how all atheists are stupid or whatever. Like, for the most part, this isn't a place to come in and blatantly promote your own shit. But that being said, I certainly don't mind some friends of the channel saying, hey, look at my fiction. I am a writer myself, so I understand this. And I certainly would not begrudge you this, and I'm not going to take your link down at all. So we're doing something a little different tonight. A lot of times I'd like to go through comments. And a lot of times I like to take calls, although I'm going to leave the call link up. Anyone is free to call in. I know a lot of times Anka joins us, John joins us, etc. And I don't want to discourage anyone from calling in. I still pinned the call-in link on the channel. But, and if someone wants to call in debate shit, we can steer things off, because I think that usually makes for some interesting content, to be honest. So I'm not going to tell people not to call in. I don't think I'll ever have a live stream where I tell people not to call in. But we're going to do this a little... Oh, I'm sorry. I have 10 different things going on in my mind, but I want to mention this. Michael says, who else is on Discord? So I am going to commit to you guys this week. I have not spent enough time doing this, but I have some time coming up this week. And we are going to kind of, look at everything that's on Discord, under our Discord, and with the gracious help of Anka. And I'm going to prune or add, whatever topics we think we want here. I don't think we have many people on Discord yet, but I certainly have the link in the description of this video. And I want to promote this more, because I think it is something that we can use more for the channel, more for building community. I almost hate saying that word, because when you say community, sometimes it sounds kind of corny. So the way that some of the content creators use the word. But I do think that we have an opportunity there to use Discord in a more community way. And we're definitely going to push this more. And I'm going to do some more in the next week to kind of communicate with Anka, probably figure out what groups we need or don't need. So yeah, Anka says we have like 2 more people. We need more. Yeah, absolutely. So it's not exactly a crushing crowd of people right now in Discord. It's not like the barbarians are beating down the gates trying to get into the Discord. but these things take time, right? We'll figure this out. So that's going to happen, and I actually feel very very good about this right now. I just haven't been able to really dive into it. Anka, this is hilarious. We don't build community. We build a cult of Adam. And I'm just the asshole who will lean into that, like, yes, come to the cult of Adam. We need to lean into that hard. Like, I need to like get a bunch of really cheesy artwork about like me as a cult leader, with like, all kinds of new agey spiritual shit around me, like looking like I'm praying like with crystals and shit. Like, yes, we need a cult of Adam, and we need it to be as tongue-in-cheek and as delightfully cringy as possible, because we can't have a cult of Adam unless it is absolutely over the top and gross. It has to be obviously the most disgusting cult you could ever be a part of. We even need, not that I'm going to like spend time or money to set this up, but we need like a membership page with the first level of membership is like $10,000 a year. Not because I would ever want anyone to join even at the lowest membership level, but we should have like membership levels, you know, like Scientologist, right? Where like the first level is like $500, the second level is $5,000. The gold level will be like $50,000, you know, and it'd be like $1 million membership level or some bullshit like that. You know, it would have to be so obviously over the top as to be clearly a joke. But I could really do that. That would be fun. Oh, I like Grumpy's comment. I don't know, man. That was a Pentecostal checkmate. That's very true. Oh man. Oh, Grumpy, I love you, man. Pentecostals, man. I mean, I'm telling you, if you've been through Pentecostal, you need like merit badges. You need some kind of plaque on your wall. You know how like YouTube gives you like the silver thing if you have 100,000 followers? They need to, not YouTube, but somebody needs to give out achievement medals or something if you have survived Pentecostalism, because, and that's the only way I can put it, is surviving it. I mean, it really is surviving Pentecostalism. I won't go through it right now, but you guys might have remember hearing me tell my story in the past about my encounter with Pentecostalism in the mountains of eastern Kentucky when I was like 15 years old. But that's a whole other story. So anyway, what I want to do today, again, we can do calls, and I'm not going to tell anyone not to call in. You know, like I said, like Anka, John, or whoever they want to call in, you're welcome to call in. And of course, if we get believers that want to call in, debate stuff, they can call in. I'm not going to take the call in link off the screen. Yes, snake handlers. I was totally there for the snake handlers, but I'm actually not kind of soliciting. That's why I took the talking point off the screen today, because I'm, you know, not that the talking point really drives that many people to call in anyway, but I took the talking point off the screen because what I want to do today, if you guys looked at the thumbnail for today's live stream, I don't know how many of you guys did, because I know you guys love me so much that you probably just autonomically, you know, tune in at this time regardless of the thumbnail, right? Because I'm so amazing. But if you saw the thumbnail, there's actually a video today I thought it would be fun to do like a live reaction to. I know that reaction videos, you guys know I do reaction videos. It's not all I do on my channel, but I do reaction videos. And you can always argue, you know, how good are reaction videos? To some extent, it's an echo chamber, right? But I saw this video and I thought I would love to I didn't want to do a scripted video reacting to this and release it. I thought this would be fun just to kind of do this as a live. It won't be live like me reacting with the guy's content because his content isn't live. But I thought it would be fun. Hey, Daryl, blessings to you. I thought it would be fun to do this live as we talk. And I've watched this video once, so it's not like I'm doing it totally fresh. But I thought it'd be kind of cool to go through this. So this is what we're going to do. I'm going to pull up this video here from a content creator called Mike Winger. You guys might be familiar with what Mike Winger or not. He's another of the online Christian apologists. And he has this link, or this video here, something he came out with 5 days ago called The Problem with Pop Atheism. So, of course, let's talk about the problem with pop atheism, right? Like, yeah, this would be perfect. I thought about, you know, maybe just doing a formal reaction video to this where I record it and I edit it and all that. But first of all, his video is kind of long. It's an hour-long video, and quite frankly, to go through everything he's saying and then provide all of my verbose shit, because I like to hear the sound of my own voice, It'll probably take me many, many hours to get through his whole video. So I thought, rather than try to condense this into something that I feel would be a reasonable video for the site, because even though I do long form content, I don't usually like to do videos that go more than like an hour and 15 minutes. It seems to stretch the limits of people's attention span if I go much longer than that. But in the live streams, our live streams do go longer than an hour, right? In fact, they go much longer than an hour. So I thought, let's do this during a live stream, and we'll go through this, and we'll see how much his comments make sense to everyone. So let's pull this up. Let me make sure my drink is properly topped off. Today's unpaid sponsor is Svedka Mango Pineapple. Svedka is paying me $0 for today's live stream. So, Svedka, if you would like to fix this and help me out, I would be happy to hear you. Otherwise, I will continue to just put up your brand for free online. I see we have John's. Hey, John, you there?
Yep.
Let me get you a little louder in here. I can't hear you. Let's see. Say again, brother. You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, got you a little loud there too. Okay, figuring out. I'm just fucking around with my audio levels here a little bit. So I don't know if you were listening there, John. I was saying I'm going to go through this video from Mike Winger. It's going to be long, and I'm going to stop it many times and comment on it. But if you want to hang with us and comment, or did you have anything you wanted to jump in with before? I know you've had a lot of questions lately about what you're going through with the Bible. So if you wanted to preempt any of this by saying, hey, I wanted to go through something first, I want to give you that opportunity.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering who this guy was. Never heard of him.
Okay. Well, so Mike Winger, that's a good question. It's good. Maybe it's a good segue here, because the funny thing is, Mike Winger has been a presence on YouTube. I don't know how long he's been on YouTube. I mean, since I've been doing this, he's always, had an apologist channel, but that doesn't mean much because I've only been doing this for a year. But if you search, I'm not going to say Google, but if you search on YouTube for Mike Winger, this is his main channel that will come up, Mike Winger. You see he's got 1 million subscribers, so he's, popular in this space. He's popular by all means, because a lot of times I end up talking at channels that have far fewer viewers than him or subscribers. And
is this what you're doing as background for him?
I'm sorry, say again.
Is this what you're giving for background for him? Because this is what he does.
Yeah. I'm just kind of explaining, since you asked, like who Mike Winger is. I'm explaining, so he's got 1,200 videos. He's got 1 million subscribers, and he's been doing this for I don't know how I don't know when his earliest video is, but it's probably years ago. 2, 3, 4, 5. So he's been doing it 6, 7, 8, 9. You have to sit here and wait for them to load, I guess, but 10. So he's been doing apologist content on YouTube for a long time. He's certainly not new. I guess his first video is from 14 years ago, but that's not really fair to say. You could say he's been doing content for 14 years, but since he really got into doing apologetics heavily, it's probably been about 10, 11 years or so.
So he's a Christian.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Christian apologist dude. Okay. The funny thing is, before we get into this video, and I don't think this qualifies as poisoning the well, but I think it's fair to point out that several months ago, and I subscribe to a bunch of these channels, not because I love my Christian apologist content, but because it's kind of like opposition research. It's like if you're a Republican candidate, you're probably going to follow up on what the Democrats are doing, or vice versa, right? So, yeah. so of course I subscribed to his content, and a few months ago he said, like, hey, I'm going to take this sabbatical. uh, I've been burning the candle at both ends, and I need a break. I need to go. I need to take a break from this. Which, of course, I don't know anything about the guy's life, but I'm like, sure, whatever. Like, that's cool. I get it. But the weird thing is, I'll pull up here on screen. You can see this. I have this link here from churchleaders.com where he's like, I'm tired. Discernment podcaster Mike Winger taking 3-month sabbatical and writing a book. So he put out a video talking about how he's taking a sabbatical and he really needs to get off of YouTube for a while and all this shit. And he says he's going to do a book, and he says his sabbatical is going to be at least 3 months. And you can see the date on this is May 26th, 2026. And then I couldn't help but notice that I'm starting to see some of these things show up in my feed from this channel called Thinking Biblically. And of course, when you look at the thumbnails, look at everything Thinking Biblically is. It's Mike Winger. Now, to be fair, it's not pre-recorded content. These are all live streams that he's doing. But he started them all a month ago. And it's kind of weird because he made this big deal about telling everyone, hey, I did a 3-month sabbatical starting in May. And, I'm going to go off and do these other things. And then within a week, he's got another channel called Thinking Biblically where he's doing live streams all the time. Now, to be clear, I don't care. This doesn't credit or discredit him in any way. You can tell everyone you're doing a sabbatical and then start a brand new YouTube channel the next day if you want. I mean, it doesn't mean you're dishonest or anything, but it's kind of weird. How he started off saying he's going to take this 3-month sabbatical, and then boom, look, here I have this channel that the first video of this is a month ago. And now he's, cranking out these live streams. Maybe this is part of his pivot to doing more of live stream content, which, whatever. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. But
even though they like to pivot,
right? And this, so I was going to mention this later in the live stream, but since you mentioned it, this is who Mike Winger is. For people who have more, I don't mean this in a pejorative way, John, but for people who have more experience in the apologist space, they're probably more familiar with Mike Winger because he's not a small name in that space. Like I said, like his other channel has 1 million followers and everything. So, but it's kind of weird how now he has these live streams, right? Not in a bad way. I don't mean it as an insult. It's just like, what happened to your sabbatical when you're going to write your book? Like I guess this is how he writes his book in his sabbatical, or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't want to focus on that too much because, like I said, the fact is I don't care. Even if he said I'm taking a sabbatical and then immediately didn't follow that and kept cranking out content the next day, that doesn't credit or discredit anything that he says. So it's just a weird side note. But this is who Mike Winger is, and he has a second channel now called Thinking Biblically. And I learned early on when I was doing this kind of response video kind of game that you should always give credit to whatever channel you're reacting to. Even if I don't like the person or even if I don't like their channel, you should always say, hey, if you want to check out the unfiltered shit, go to Thinking Biblically, or go to his main channel, which is at Mike Winger, and check out his stuff. So check him out. That being said, let's let me get my drink straight, and we're gonna go ahead and dive into his content, because the one I wanted to react to, he's doing these now like once a day or more. See, this one was 9 hours ago. This one was 1 day ago. So he's basically live streaming every day. And 5 days ago, he has this thing called The Problem with Pop Atheism, which of course is perfect red meat for me to dive into, right? So let's dive into the problem with pop atheism and see what Mike Winger has to say about us horrible pop atheists. Get my drink refreshed here.
See what he's got to say.
All right. So, like I said, this is a little new for me on my live stream because normally we go through comments and, normally I have kind of everything set up. But for the first time, we're going to watch this video. And of course, I'll be stopping it liberally to add my amazing, incredibly intelligent commentary. But this is me reacting to a video that he put up 5 days ago. So let's go ahead and listen to this, and I'll stop it as needed. And by the way, John or anyone else, if you want me to stop or comment on anything, by all means, shoot something in the chat if I can see it, or holler. But otherwise, I'll just kind of stop where I see fit and add my commentary here.
Oh, good.
We should be live now, ready to go for our Tuesday live stream. I'm Mike Winger, and this is the Tuesday live stream, a discussion of apologetics and theology.
Before we get into that, I just want to acknowledge we have another caller in here, so I want to see, Douglas, you with us?
Hello?
Hey, Douglas.
Hello?
What brings you to the show tonight?
Put it in my butt.
Okay, well, I guess we have Christian apologist content already. That's lovely. I know that there will always be trolls, but sometimes you can't help but wonder, and what did you accomplish with that? But okay. Anyway, I thought we might have someone who wanted to comment intelligently, and that's why I stopped quickly to check that person out. But moving on.
In fact, today we're focused more on the apologetic side of things. Let me tell you what we're about to do, and you can jump in with me. With your eyes open, your ears open, with your brains turned on, we are about to get apologetical, unapologetically. What we're going to do today is something I've been wanting to do for a while. I've been tackling lots of different issues on the Tuesday live stream, but today I want to tackle the issue of not just atheism in general, but specifically some of the more popular scoffing atheistic things that we see commonly. Those of us who...
I'm gonna pause this quickly and say that he just said scoffing atheist. So you'll see throughout the length of this video that for whatever reason he has glommed onto the word scoff. So just put that word scoff in your mind and kind of I would say drink every time he says scoff, but if I said that and you actually followed my instructions, you would be dead of alcohol poisoning by the end of this video. So I don't want you to die. So just write down either physically or mentally every time he says scoff.
Witness regularly
That
online.
would be Jack Daniels tonight. No
Okay.
thanks.
Good. Well, then
I'll be so
please, if you're doing Jack Daniels, please do not drink every time he says scoff, because this will be the last time we will get to enjoy your company, John.
I'd be flat out.
I like Benji in the chat says, "You people are slandering scoffers." That's perfect. All right, Benji, you'll see how we're slandering scoffers. Let's continue.
We know exactly what this is because, let's face it, the truth is, as Christians, we cannot win against the atheists. You can't. You can't win against them when the contest is who can scoff better or who can mock better. Mocking and scoffing is not a good way of finding truth. That's kind of the emphasis and focus I have today. I'm asking people to calmly and thoughtfully think through these issues. And what we're going to do...
So I'm going to mention here really quickly that I am on record as saying that debate me bro culture is counterproductive often. It's toxic often. And when he says scoffing and mocking, I do tend to hear that in my own ear as debate me bro culture. All right. So I want to be fair.
Back.
Go ahead, John.
I'll be back.
Okay. So I want to be fair to Mike Winger here and say that to the extent that he's referring to debate me bro culture, I get his point. If your idea of attacking any ideological position, whether it's Christianity, whether it's atheism, whether it's any other ideology, if your idea of attacking any ideological point is to scoff and mock people, then yeah, I get it. That's probably not it's probably not flattering to your position if that is the approach that you take. That being said, there's a huge difference between being this kind of angry, combative, debate me bro versus, okay, I don't like your point. I'm going to point out why I think it's bullshit and let's talk. And you'll see that as we go through this video.
We're going to take a case in point, which is
I have to give quick credit here. So, Anka says, "You think debate culture is counterproductive? Debate me about it." Exactly. It's like, oh yeah, you think that's counterproductive? Debate me, bro. I'll show you. Yes, exactly. So, I don't ever want to be this person. And I actually did a video, I don't know, 4 or 5 months ago, where I was responding to someone else talking about atheist debate me bro culture, and I was laughing about it because I can look at these things, I think, with good faith and with humor, and say, okay, at what point do I fall into debate me bro culture? I don't think that I normally do, but I'm sure that sometimes anyone with an atheist YouTube channel probably falls into certain stereotypes of atheist debate me bro culture, or just general debate me bro culture. So I want to say, before we get into the full body of Mike Winger's content here, that I hear this. This is correct. You know, if your idea of intellectual engagement is to scoff and mock, then yeah, maybe you need to think about your approach to things. Maybe you need to think about your intellectual integrity. So on the surface, I totally get what he's saying, and let's continue.
There's a guy named Ricky Gervais. Ricky Gervais is a very well-known comedian. He does a lot of different shows and movies and stuff like that. And he has a lot of videos online, a bunch of videos where he's mocking and refuting religion and belief in God in general.
So I had to say this because even though I've only had this channel now for a year, the longer that I do this, it is mind-boggling to me the extent to which Ricky Gervais, and no, he doesn't pronounce his name Ricky Gervais. He doesn't pronounce his name Ricky Gervais. He pronounces his name Ricky Gervais. I don't care how you pronounce your name, but we all know if you watch any of Ricky Gervais's content, he will say his name on a frequent basis. He pronounces his own name Ricky Gervais, but that's a side note. I mean, you guys saw it in the last video that I did a reaction to Brian Holdsworth, where Brian Holdsworth was calling him Ricky Gervais, and now Mike Winger is calling him Ricky Gervais, which isn't as bad. But it is amazing to me how much people can't be bothered to actually just say someone's name the way that they say it. I mean, I get it. Maybe you don't know. Maybe when you look at the name Gervais, it doesn't feel natural or common to you. But if I said to you that I am Adam of Nola and someone else did a reaction video to me calling me a damn, wouldn't that immediately give you some alarm bells? Like, why do you keep calling him a damn? Like, no one calls him a damn. He doesn't call himself a damn. His name is not pronounced a damn. But why is it that you keep calling him a damn? But in this case, whatever. Gervais, whatever you want to call him. But on a deeper note, it is amazing to me now. I didn't realize this before I got into this channel. But it is amazing to me now how much Ricky Gervais gets under the fucking skin of Christians. I mean, oh my God, does he get under the skin of Christians? I mean, anyone who has a platform, who is popular and has a platform and says anti-Christian things, on some level, of course, they will get under the skin of Christians, right? Because no one wants to hear their beloved mythology attacked by anyone. So I get it. Ricky Gervais is an atheist, and he's a popular dude. He's rich. He has, tons of success as a comedy writer, comedy producer, etc. And now he's kind of has like a side career as atheist commentator. And I get that bothers Christians on some level, but I have to admit, at this point in my young little atheist career, if you want to call it that, on YouTube here, I could not have predicted to you a year ago how much butthurt content I see week in and week out from Christian apologists about specifically shit that's said by Ricky Gervais. I mean, there are how many people out there in the world saying Christianity is stupid? I know in the grand scheme of things, there's far more people saying Christianity is good because Christianity is popular. But I'm saying that across the whole world, there's got to be, there's tens of thousands of people out there saying Christianity is stupid. In the popular sphere of celebrities, there's at least dozens of people that I could name off the top of my head that are known for pointedly saying critical things about Christianity. And yet, I feel like no one gets more attention, at least not in the current zeitgeist. No one gets more attention from butthurt Christians than Ricky Gervais. And I'm serious about this, people. I think that right now, for a lot of just average Christians surfing the web, looking for their spiritual happy content, I think that for a lot of them, Ricky Gervais is almost more problematic than Richard Dawkins. I think he's almost more problematic than Christopher Hitchens. Every time, well, let me rephrase this. I was going to say every time Ricky Gervais says something acerbic that Christians don't like, they have to pile onto it. But that doesn't even encompass it. Because a lot of the cycles that I see on YouTube, at least, with regard to angry people reacting in a butthurt way to Ricky Gervais's shit, a lot of times they're reacting to shit that he said years ago. It's not like Ricky Gervais just had a press conference where he put out a whole bunch of new anti-Christian content, right? It's not like he just got up on a platform and said, oh, by the way, let me tell you why Christianity is dumb. No, he's been doing this shit for fucking years, people. For years. And yet, I still see these butthurt Christian apologist reaction videos to him, to shit that he put out 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 years ago, where they are reacting to it as though he just came out yesterday with a press conference. I want to acknowledge here this comment, because Anka says he reminds me of George Carlin. I mean, that's a really great point, because I know my audience tends to skew older anyway, so I think most of you will absolutely know who George Carlin was. And if George Carlin was alive today, he would probably be one of the primary targets of Christian apologists. But because George Carlin is dead and Ricky Gervais is not, I think we get a lot more butthurt reaction videos from Christian apologists about Ricky Gervais than we would about George Carlin. I'm sure that if George Carlin was alive today, we would probably be having very similar discussions about George Carlin, right? But so let's get it back into the video. But I had to say, first of all, before we even got in, I'm going to stop 100 times in this video because I feel like there's so much for me to comment on. But I had to stop there and say it's insane to me how much Christians, not only do they feel like they have to react to him, but they don't realize, I think, what they're doing with him, because Christians, they're not the only people in the world that are guilty of this, but Christians as a class are so fucking oblivious to the Barbara Streisand effect. You guys know what I'm talking about with this? Like, if someone's saying something that you think denigrates your belief system, or you think is pissing you off, or you think you don't want people to hear, then maybe you shouldn't do a whole bunch of reaction videos to it on your platform that has 1 million fucking viewers, right? Maybe you should just allow this stupid person to say what he says and move on from it. But instead, they feel like they have to counteract what Ricky Gervais says, which I don't have numbers to back this up, but I feel like all it does is it bolsters his message more. So anyway, let's get into what Mike Winger here is saying.
But the interesting thing about Ricky Gervais is nothing he shares is original. It's all like a composite of every sort of scoffing atheistic claim that you may have heard over the past 30 years. It's all.
Notice again, here's the scoffing atheistic claim. So you'll see where, according to Mike Winger, basically everyone who doesn't have a really flattering thing to say about Christianity is scoffing. He's going to say scoffing so many fucking times in this video. But more importantly, the reason I stopped it here after just a few more seconds was because he says, Ricky Gervais doesn't have a single original thing to say. Yeah, no shit. I don't doubt that at all. Ricky Gervais did not invent atheism. Ricky Gervais did not invent these talking points that he's coming up with. I mean, Ricky Gervais is famous and rich, and he has a platform that I don't have, you guys don't have. So he may feel more visible to you as an apologist. But I don't doubt that Ricky Gervais has probably not articulated a single brand new original idea about atheism, maybe in his entire life. That's not a knock on Ricky Gervais. First of all, because show me the Christian apologist who has given you, in the last 10 years, a brand new argument for God that you've never heard before. Show me any Christian at all who has given you this reason to believe, or the reason that the Bible is good or whatever, that really made you stop and think and go, I haven't thought of that about that point before. I'm not saying it's impossible. And in the last year, I've met a few people, Christian people, who are pretty good thinkers, who probably could give me some interesting points to ponder on. But the simple fact is that on the Christian side, or the atheist side, or any other theological side, I mean, let's be honest, we're not reinventing the fucking wheel here. And I don't think there's anything wrong with admitting that. Like, you can go back and look at the hundreds of videos I put up on the web in the last year and find the video, even one video, where I come up with an idea that has never been articulated by an atheist before. I probably haven't. I mean, I'll admit that. I probably have not presented to you one idea in any one of my videos that has never been presented by an atheist before. But that doesn't change the fact that the ideas, I believe, are perfectly valid. Now, you could disagree with me. You can say, I think your ideas are bullshit. I don't think your reasoning is sound. Okay, fine, we can have that discussion. But the fact that I am bringing up to you arguments that have been articulated by other atheists before, or the fact that Ricky Gervais is bringing up to you arguments that have been articulated by many atheists before, doesn't denigrate the quality of the ideas themselves. And Mike Winger knows this. Whether he wants to admit it or not, he knows this. And you know why I know that he knows this? Because every fucking idea that he ever presents for Christianity in this video or in any other video that he's ever done has not come uniquely from his brain. Every single idea that he presents to you about Christianity is something that he's heard from someone else. It's something that has already been articulated as a putative point to bolster the idea of God. And to be clear, I'm not mad at Mike Winger for that. That's fine. I'm not, insulting him for the fact that he hasn't come up with brand new ideas for God, because most people in their lifetime are not going to come up with an idea for God that no one has thought of in the last 5,000 years. And for that matter, most atheists in their lifetime are not going to come up with a brand new novel idea that destroys God that no one has thought of in the last 5,000 years. No, that's probably not going to happen. So I know I went off on a tangent on this, but the fact that he brings up that Ricky Gervais doesn't have original ideas. Yeah, who cares? Who fucking cares? That literally has nothing to do with the quality or lack thereof of Ricky Gervais's arguments. I mean, if I sat here and read to you from a paper Aquinas's 5 ways, I mean, I think Aquinas's 5 ways are bullshit, but if I read them to you, just because I've read something that didn't come from my own mind, clearly came from a much more vetted speaker than me, that would do nothing to make Aquinas's 5 ways more or less valid. The idea behind Aquinas's 5 ways, in theory, should stand on their own. If I parrot them, now, of course, if I parroted them as my own original idea, then by all means attack me. If I bring up atheist ideas to you and I say, hey guys, I just came up with this unique idea that no one else has thought of about why Christianity is bullshit. And if I want to present it to you that way, and then you listen to it and you're like, yeah, that's the same shit that I've heard from Matt Dillahunty. That's the same shit that I've heard from Aaron Ra. That's the same shit that I've heard from Richard Dawkins. Then, of course, call me out on it. Call me out on making false claims about having original ideas when, in fact, they're not original at all. But if I don't claim that the ideas are original, but if I just tell you, here's my arguments for why God is bullshit, and your response is to say, well, these aren't original arguments, that does not refute the ideas at all. Anyway, moving on.
All kind of present in him. So he's obviously read those guys, he's watched those debates, and he's brought that information into his own makeup. And now he's bringing that on the road when he goes and he talks about those issues. So we're going to play video clips from Ricky Gervais, and then we're going to pause and try to think it through and try to rationally understand it. I try to labor to play everything he does, take everything he does and do it in context. I don't want to misrepresent him. I see no benefit in misrepresenting people. If I ever do that, it's certainly on.
He says he doesn't want to misrepresent people, but again, count how many times he says scoffing. Keep that in mind.
Accident, and I certainly would want to know about it. So this is Ricky Gervais, kind of the composite representative of modern scoffing atheism. Not all atheists are represented by this particular guy, but not all atheists are represented by anybody, right? This, however, is popular level atheism.
Notice this. His thumbnail and his title on this video is popular or pop atheism. Now, I understand that when you're making content online, we reach for terms. And I'm sure that I have done it. Everyone does it. Sometimes you reach for terms as a quick way to kind of define this new concept or an existing concept that you want to dive into on your video. But let's be frank. A lot of times when we reach for these terms, we are just grabbing terms that are easy, terms that feel good to us and they feed our base. But if we dive into them, they probably don't have a lot of value. So pop atheism or popular atheism. First of all, I'm not going to say that I've never denigrated an idea for being popular. Okay, I'm sure I've been guilty of this at times. But let's be frank. If an idea is popular, does that make it right or wrong? If an idea is unpopular, does that make it right or wrong. If we shorten this from popular down to pop, because even though I know that pop is derived from popular, the word or the subword of pop tends to have a different feel about it, right? It feels not just like popular. When you say pop, now it feels like bubblegum. It feels like, oh, no thought has gone into it. But what do you really mean by pop atheism or popular atheism? I mean, he never defines it in this video. I'll just give that to you right now. And I'm sure if I had him in a room with me right now, he could probably, I don't think he's a dumb guy. I'm sure he could give you a definition for what he thinks is popular atheism. But I have to, before we continue, I have to admit that I chafe at this definition, because if I said to you pop Christianity or popular Christianity, I would understand if a Christian, a devout Christian, would call me out on that and say, like, well, what do you mean by pop? What's wrong? You know, like, if everyone in the world believes that Jesus died for their sins, that would be popular, right? Does that make it wrong? No. The fact that everyone believes it doesn't make it wrong. The fact that everyone believes it doesn't make it right. So he's gonna, you know, just like he latches onto this scoff idea, he also latches onto this pop idea as though it somehow denigrates what Ricky Gervais says.
Atheism, you might call it, being that it actually has the strongest impact on people. Most people who are persuaded to be atheists, especially teenagers, especially junior high students, they're persuaded by this content.
Notice what he's doing here. So in this, he hasn't defined pop, but he's kind of sort of defined it. He's basically defining pop as being immature, as being not very well thought out, as being a product of someone who doesn't have much experience, because he's defining it as being, you know, someone who's been a teenager, who was an atheist when they were a teenager, when they were in high school, when they didn't know better. And to be fair, there are people out there who start off life in their kind of angry, I'm against the world phase. And they're like, I'm an atheist because it's cool. I'm an atheist because it's against the establishment. And then 10 years later, when they're 25 or 30 and they have, you know, 2 kids and one on the way, suddenly they're Christians. I mean, that dynamic absolutely exists. I don't deny that at all. But I've seen this time and time again online, where one of the very lame ways that they try to just in a blanket fashion denigrate atheism is to predefine it as being immature, juvenile, junior high, Reddit level, because you guys have heard that one a lot, right? You know, Reddit atheism. And I know that there was a whole thing with Reddit, like in the early 2000s, and atheism. But something being on Reddit does not make it right or wrong. Something being what you believed when you were in junior high doesn't make it right or wrong. Okay, so all of these are just really sad, transparent attempts, even though he's trying to make it sound like, oh, but I'm going to try to be fair and I'm going to try to have this, you know, intelligent conversation. But he's talked about scoffing multiple times. He's talked about pop level atheism. He's talked about junior high and immature people. Like, this is part of the whole poisoning of the well that he's going under. John, I want to acknowledge you. I got you. You called back in, so I unmuted you. I don't know if you wanted to jump in or you just want to hang along for the ride here.
It's just something you said at the beginning, like when I said something about the guy. It sounds similar to that. Is it what you're kind of talking about?
Yeah, I think so. All right, just a second, because I was watching the World Cup game and I had about 6 beers, so I have to early in the live stream head to the restroom. I will be right back.
Okay, because I'm enjoying your background. That's a nice background.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of actually better than the skate and then the space one. Sorry, but I like this one better. I wonder if that's what heaven looks like.
All right. Back to
Hey,
it.
is that what heaven? Is that what heaven looks like behind you?
I mean, of course it is, because heaven is beautiful. In heaven, God, what would not be perfect in heaven, right?
That is a nice picture, though.
There are other videos from this channel. Obviously, it's all AI slop behind me. And I know that'll piss some people off, but I mean, if you didn't know that looking at the background, then I don't know what to tell you. But I got this. This channel does a lot of stuff that are blatantly they're blatantly playing off of stereotypes of what people think heaven is. This one actually isn't quite so stereotypical, because you can see there's some pictures of humans there with a backpack, and then some of it looks like it could be maybe a real place on Earth, although this is all AI. But then some of the other ones that they do are clearly trying as hard as they can to be putative heaven environments.
Yeah, I thought it was cool.
All right, so let's get back into this. Although I want to look at what's this comment here. So, Lightspeed Tractor says, "Would love to say that you're entirely right about the fallacy. By the way, I'm just absolutely what the fuck is a verb? That's high school shit. Not Jesus Christ. That sounds not nice." I don't know exactly how to interpret that, but I wanted to highlight that because I thought that comment was funny. All right, moving on to more of Mike Winger's content here. So let's get into this.
New college students who get a hold of this stuff, they go, yeah, and then now they're leaning atheist, or at least for a season. Oftentimes it doesn't last. So here's what we'll do. We'll play the clips, we'll analyze them thoughtfully, and we'll try to get to your questions at the end of the live stream. So if you want to be asking me questions that I will respond to, put them in the live chat on YouTube. If you're watching on Facebook, I'm sorry, you'll have to go to YouTube if you want to get me these questions, but you're welcome to just watch.
I know this is obvious, but I'm just going to mention it anyway, that of course I'm playing the replay of his live stream. So of course you can't go directly to his live stream and get his questions, although I'm sure you could check out his other live streams and such and ask him questions.
And what will happen is throughout the course of this live stream, AJ Bernard, he's in the live chat. He's going to grab your questions and he's going to send them over to me telepathically with his magical skills, or through a messaging app. And I will answer those questions at the end of the stream. So let's just jump straight into it. This is the first video from Ricky Gervais, and it's a short clip. Listen thoughtfully and carefully to what he says.
Yes, listen thoughtfully and carefully. Don't listen like an atheist. Listen thoughtfully and carefully.
I think
Try to.
religion's greatest trick wasn't convincing some people that there was a God who was all-powerful. It was convincing everyone else that you couldn't ridicule the idea.
Okay, religion's greatest trick. Obviously, that's pretty clickbaity, right? What is religion's greatest trick? There's a few things I want to point out.
Okay, I just have to mention, he says that's so clickbaity. But clearly, I think it's clear, at least to me, that Ricky was playing off of a common Christian trope, which is, hey, Dade Murphy. I think that he was playing off of a common Christian trope, which is that the devil's greatest trick was to convince everyone that he didn't exist, right? I don't know if Mike Winger just literally didn't fucking understand that, or if he just chose to zoom past it. But you know, is that clickbaity? I mean, I guess you can say whatever you want about it, but I feel like he's almost being purposely obtuse here, because you have to realize as a Christian fucking apologist that he's playing off of an obvious Christian stereotype here. And maybe Mike doesn't understand that. I don't know. But if he's not, then dude, check yourself before you start, throwing around your fucking accusations about everyone being clickbaity when you don't even understand the reference. But let's continue.
And because I think this content that he's got here is pretty consistent, right? One issue I have is that we're treating religion as an entity. Religion is not an entity. Religion is not like this one thing that sort of is out there doing things and acting in the world. That's not what it is. Religion's a category, right? Now we started this. The Christians, I think, started this problem, especially back in the 60s and the 70s. There was this big Jesus movement, and they said, I'm not, religious, I'm spiritual, or I don't have religion, I have a relationship. And the truth is, you have religion. You have religion. Religion is not this big boogeyman that's out there influencing the world. So what is religion exactly? Religion is the belief in and worship of a superhuman controlling power, especially a personal god or gods. This is just dictionary, Google's dictionary that pops up when you search these terms. That's a clumsy definition, but still, you get the idea. It's not something that's acting in the world. It's just, religion's just, a category of things.
So I have to point out here that I do appreciate here. I don't want to make this sound like me just getting on a live stream and saying Mike Winger is dumb, Mike Winger is dumb, Mike Winger is dumb, because that's not fair. I do appreciate the fact that he is kind of calling out Christians for their bullshit about we don't have a religion, we have a relationship. No, that's bullshit. You have a religion. But where this gets cringy here is when he starts this with Ricky Gervais saying that, but religion is a category. Who fucking cares if it's a category? I mean, when atheists talk about religion, okay, if I say religion in general, we know what that means. No, it doesn't mean, of course, the term religion is obviously a generic term. Everyone knows it's a generic term. Even amongst religious people, the term religion is a generic term because religion can mean anything. I understand that. But just because it's a category doesn't change the fact that it is perfectly valid sometimes for someone like an atheist, like Ricky Gervais, to point out generic things about religion. Okay? Now, you can, as a Christian butthurt apologist, you can get on your butthurt horse and you can say, but that doesn't apply to my church or my denomination or my beliefs. And within reason, maybe that's true. But you can't usually, when an atheist bitches about religion, say that, that doesn't apply to religion at all. It's no different than if I sat here and started talking to you about government. Okay? Of course, the term government is just a big, broad, general term. And I will admit to you that if I feel like attacking specific aspects of faith, it is probably more effective for me on the whole to not talk about religion, because the term religion is so big and so broad and so generic as to be almost meaningless. And if I want to bring a specific critique against any particular religious practice, it probably behooves me to be more specific in my critique, because if I'm not more specific, then it does open the door to certain people who want to just give annoying defenses and say, well, that doesn't apply to me. You're just talking about a category. That doesn't apply to me, you know? So it's not that there's no truth in what Mike's retort is, but it's one thing to say, well, you're being really general and saying religion, but you can't then take that critique and then apply it or extend it to this idea that then your entire critique is null and void. Just because I'm speaking generically, if you want to defend yourself by saying, but that doesn't apply to my particular vein of Christianity, then fine. We can have that discussion. But that doesn't nullify my critique. It's so.
Does that sound?
Go ahead, John.
Does that sound like something that King Ramses said back when he said, "Go out and religion a scorpion, snake, and all that"? In that part, does that sound close to it?
I don't think so. I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that. I mean, I know that. First of all, when you say Ramses, we don't actually.
Yeah, well, according to the Moses movie that I watched.
We don't have a name of a pharaoh that Ramses spoke to. I'm sorry. Let me rephrase it. We don't have a name of the pharaoh that Moses spoke to. The entire narrative of Exodus has him speaking to the pharaoh. So any attempt to point this, and I'm sorry if I'm getting too specific on your quote, but I just want to be very clear about details here, okay? Because you're a friend, and I don't, I just want to make sure that even amongst friends, we have our arguments straight. So when you say Ramses, I would be very careful how you say that with regard to discussions about Exodus and Moses, because we don't have a name of a pharaoh tied to the Exodus at all. Now, I to be clear, I understand that people who try to tie these things to historical timelines will try to say to you, oh, I think it was this pharaoh or that pharaoh, but we don't actually know from the text which pharaoh it is. That being said,
I was just referring to what the religion, which you said a while ago.
What about it?
Like, well, I know it's over our heads on some of this stuff, but I was just kind of watching the movie, and the movie just said that Ramses told Moses to go out and let the scorpions, snakes. It's just that part, like that religion part. It's just over my.
No, that's fine, John. I'm being a little bit anal retentive with you, because, and I mean this with love, John, but sometimes, like with some of the things you say to me about the Bible, it doesn't seem like it seems like sometimes you have a mishmash of things going on in terms of things that you've had influences with.
Oh, I do.
I don't mean that as an insult, okay?
No, it's not an insult. I mean, I know what you mean.
So I bring this up because, for example, go search the book of Exodus for the word scorpion. You won't find it. The word scorpion does not exist in the book of Exodus. So
okay, so it's something they put in the movie for no reason.
That's my point. Yeah. So I'm just saying that I'm not saying I disagree with you. I'm saying that generally speaking, when you want to talk about, like, is that what this Pharaoh meant when he talked to Moses? Of course, here you could say whatever you want because you're amongst friends. Mm-hmm. I'm saying that if you say that amongst others, especially if you say that amongst people, of an opposite viewpoint, you might find yourself getting rhetorically cut down pretty quickly because you're being kind of fast and loose with information there. And I say that not because I'm some biblical scholar, because I'm not. But as soon as you say scorpion, I'm like, the word scorpion doesn't exist in Exodus. I don't even know if the word scorpion exists in the Old Testament, but I know it doesn't exist in the book of Exodus at all. So
that's why I have problem debating with people then, because of what I've watched and see that, okay, it supposedly matches the Bible, but it has nowhere near matching what the real Bible says.
Right. And this is where, I will tell you that, first of all, I have not been in a single biblical debate in my life. Not since I started this channel. Not since before I did the channel. I will say that now that I've been doing God-free Bible study, it just reinforces my idea that debating people. I mean, granted, if you're just when you say debate, if you mean like you're sitting around with your dad and you're having some beers and talking about stuff, fine, have that debate if you want. But it is very dangerous at times, and I mean dangerous in a light-hearted way. It's dangerous at times to debate people about the Bible. And I say this as someone who's like, I know more about the Bible right now than most lay persons that I know. I don't know more than most scholars at all. I don't know more than even a small-time scholar. But I know more than most lay people that I know. But still, it could be very sketchy ground to get into too many debates unless you really feel good about what you're talking about, because you're going to get people who have spent years studying this shit, and maybe you don't realize it when you start talking to them. Sometimes, even if they don't know the Bible in general, they might know some stupid little detail about the Bible that they've researched, to hell and back, because they feel like it's important. And then when they bring it up to you, you might feel like, I don't know what to do with that. Like, I'm not sure. Like, at this point in my life, I don't think I will ever be a biblical scholar. I don't think I will ever be respected in the YouTubeosphere as a biblical expert, and that's okay. But on certain topics, I have no problem engaging with people all day. Like, if someone wants to talk to me about biblical slavery, bring it. Fucking bring it. Not because I think I'm an expert on it, because I'm not. But I know enough about what the text actually says that I'm not worried at all about what I'm going to say about what the Bible has to say about slavery. That being said, a year ago, like before I started this channel, even though I had read the Bible 3 times before I started this channel, I would not have started that conversation with anyone, because I knew that there's so much shit in the Bible that people will try to throw at you. And if you don't know where they're coming from, it can lead you to look less knowledgeable than you are about the subject. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it sounds like one of my other family members says don't watch YouTube, and basically just don't watch anything, really.
I wouldn't say don't watch YouTube, and I'm not just saying that because I'm a YouTube content creator. I would say take all references in their proper context, right? Take them for what they are worth. Take them for, like, so, I'm a huge fan of Dan McClellan, for example, right? I would be the first one to tell you that even as someone who can't stand up to Dan McClellan's knowledge at all, there are certain things that I disagree with Dan McClellan on, all right? Not many, just a few things. But he, I believe, has shown his chops. He has shown his credentials, and he's done it enough times that when Dan McClellan says something, I tend to agree with it. And if I don't agree with it, I don't just think, oh, he's stupid, or I don't know what he doesn't know what he's talking about. I go, let me go look into this further, because of course, I'm never going to sit in a room with Dan McClellan and tell him that he's wrong, because that would just be a recipe for rhetorically getting my ass beat. But even if as friends, I mean, he's not a friend of mine, but even if he was a friend of mine, he came over one day in private and we talked, I would be very careful about the things that I question him on, because I know he's got creds. He has incredible, scholarly knowledge. He's done the homework. That doesn't mean he's always right. It just means that he deserves the benefit of the doubt. Like the same thing with Bart Ehrman. Bart Ehrman, again, like Dan, he's not always right. He's not always perfect, but in lieu of really strong evidence to the contrary, unless I can really make a case for why I would go against them, I would say let's just go along with what Bart Ehrman says. You know what I mean? Like he's earned that right. I kind of went off on a tangent there, but with regard to the people that you're talking to, I don't want to speak too much to your situation because you've kind of
hard to talk to them about the Bible.
Right. And from what you've told me about your situation, and you've told me very little, and I'm not prying, but from what you've told me about your situation, I think generally speaking, the more fruitful path in almost all times is not to debate anyone, but to keep asking questions of the people you're talking to, asking questions of yourself, asking questions of hacks like me, just keep asking questions because ultimately, first of all, it puts you in a default position of humility. Like when you start stating facts, it by default in your brain starts making you feel like an authority on something. And I know I'm saying that. I'm saying that after having just told you definitively, like scorpion does not exist in the Book of Exodus. So I probably sound like
I've been here. I've been humiliated so many times. I'm used to it.
Well, and that's honestly no, that's a good thing. I mean, that's a really good thing because being. It's funny how being humiliated and humility are nearly the same word, but we view them very differently, right? And really,
right?
They shouldn't be that different. Like if you point out to me something today in a Bible verse that just is completely, absolutely wrong, I would love to be corrected on it, and I'd love to admit that I'm wrong on it. But I'm gonna jump over here to Mary, John, because I want to get her input. Is that cool?
Yeah, I was waiting for her to come back in last time. I was waiting for her to come back in.
Mary, how are you?
I'll let her talk to you. I gotta go smoke a cigarette.
Okay, thanks, John. How are you, Mary? Can you hear me, Mary?
Oh, I'm not sure if you're talking to me or not.
Yes. Yes, I am. How are you doing?
Okay, wait a minute. I need to get off the Facebook.
Okay.
Yeah. Are you still there?
I am still here.
Okay. I was just curious. How old were you when you decided that Christianity was a bunch of bullshit? And what made you come to that conclusion?
So the funny thing is, I don't have, it may sound weird. I think a lot of people who've deconstructed, like they have like a date, like a year and a day and everything. I don't have I'm
not looking for that kind of,
Yeah, I think I was like 40 or 41. I can't remember the actual date when I finally said to myself, this doesn't make any sense to me anymore. Like I've been trying for so many years, but I can tell you pretty definitively what the mental construct was that actually finally made me flip the switch. And that was this. As a Christian for 40 years, and having been raised in a pretty liberal, open-minded Christian household, meaning, we believed in evolution, we believed in science, all this kind of stuff, right? And I think that's what probably kept me as a Christian for 40 years, because if I had been raised fundamentalist, I think I would have become an atheist when I was 16, all right? But the way that I was raised, I kept looking very pragmatically at Scripture. And as I've said multiple times on this channel, I read the Bible multiple times through when I was a Christian. And as problematic as it sounds, it didn't bother me too much because I had built in my mind this elaborate construct around the Bible. Like all of this scaffolding, I call it scaffolding. Like here's the Bible and it's old and it's rickety and it doesn't make any sense. It's disgusting. But here's all the scaffolding I constructed all around it to make sense of it. And I had this huge story in my head as to how all of the bullshit made sense. And it wasn't until I was like 41 when I went through so many exercises of the scaffolding, all these constructs, when I finally said, you know what really changed it for me was, it sounds silly and stupid and non-dramatic, but it was Occam's razor. Occam's razor, finally I said, all of this incredible construct that you built around the Bible and the religion and God, all of the scaffolding, it could make sense. Or the far simpler answer is just, it's not there.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give you an example of this. I've already explained to you, I looked at the Bible very pragmatically, and I was never a fundamentalist, literalist kind of person. But even as a pragmatic person, I would read the Bible and think, this is horrible. This it's immoral. It's, these things don't make sense. Here is the construct that I had built in my head. I didn't believe in a literal Adam and Eve. I had decided in my head that at some point in ancient prehistory, there were two people, a man and a woman, who were spiritually speaking, the first examples of what we would call humans. I know we can't define that genetically, right? But I would say, well, okay, the first people who got it, the light bulb came on, and here's Adam and Eve. And going forward from there, I thought to myself, well, people in prehistory were, our ancestors on some levels were very, very, very smart. But also on other levels, compared to modern humans, there's so much that they didn't know. And here was the analogy that I had drawn in my head. I know it's going to sound a little convoluted, but work with me, hang with me for a second. Imagine if you had a chimpanzee, and somehow, as an omnipotent deity, you teleported into the brain of the chimpanzee, and somehow you communicated to the chimpanzee ultimate truth. Okay, whatever you want to define as ultimate truth, but big, capital letters, ultimate truth. Like the deity came down and just boom into the brain of the chimpanzee was ultimate truth. Even after this omnipotent deity somehow imported ultimate truth into the brain of the chimpanzee, you still have the very practical problem of the fact that it's a chimpanzee. And so the people around it in its society are also chimpanzees, and they don't know how to understand things. Even the chimpanzee itself that you imported ultimate truth into is still constricted by all of the communicative constraints that a chimpanzee has. And I say this in full humility, knowing that a higher species might look at us as humans and say, well, we have incredible communicative constraints. But imagine that you're looking at a chimpanzee, and the chimpanzee knows everything, just intuitively gets it in its brain, but it's still a chimpanzee. So how would the chimpanzee, because the chimpanzee would probably be kind of excited, right? Like the omnipotent creator comes down and gives the chimpanzee ultimate knowledge. And the chimpanzee's all excited, woo, it's scratching its butt and everything, because like what chimpanzees do. But then it's trying to talk to other chimpanzees, and it's trying to record what it knows in some way. And therefore, over years and even in future generations, because the chimpanzee would have to, would not be able to write it all down. The end result, even if the chimpanzee had ultimate knowledge, would get so warped and so bastardized as it tried to record what was in its brain, this spark of inspiration that it had from the omnipotent creator. But because it's still a chimpanzee, trying to record this and communicate it to other chimpanzees around it would get so warped that ultimately what we would end up with is something like the Bible, which, you know, there's wisdom in the Bible. I will admit that all day long. There's wisdom in the Bible. You know, like there are cool things in the Bible. Like there are things in the Bible that make you think and make you go, that's good for me to think about. But ultimately the Bible's gross. But in my brain, I decided, well, this is what happens when the omnipotent creator tries to communicate ultimate truth to chimpanzees, or a species slightly above chimpanzees. And therefore you end up with this book that's really gross, but has nuggets of wisdom, nuggets of, you know, beauty in it here and there. And I held on to that belief for decades until I finally, when I got to be about, 40, I kept thinking about this and I was like, I think my chimpanzee analogy is not theoretically unworkable, but also there's a lot easier explanation for all this, which is that the chimpanzee was making shit up. I mean, maybe the chimpanzee wasn't consciously making shit up. Maybe the chimpanzee had an amazing dream one night. Maybe the chimpanzee ate some shrooms, and got really excited about what it thought it knew. But at the end of the day, like, what's an easier explanation? That the omnipotent God wrote all this illogical shit and created a system of immoral people and, all these other problems that I highlight on my channel, or it doesn't exist. I know I went off on a diatribe there. But
No, you're fine. I wondered too, do you ever feel like you've lost something by giving all of that up?
Ooh, that's a really good question. I say it's a really good question because I know a lot of people who are religious say that. They feel that or have been religious. I have to admit to you, for me personally, no. Not only do I not feel that way, but it actually feels like a tremendous burden off of my shoulders.
A liberation.
Bingo.
Yeah.
But I do have empathy for people who say, like, oh, I'm giving up so much. Like, because probably saying too much about myself here, but I'm not an antisocial person. I have a lot of friends and everything, but I'm not an overtly openly, so like I don't go out and try to meet people. Like so if you told me, all those people at the church that you never really felt that comfortable around anyway, now they're not going to be your friends, I'd be like, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it probably didn't hurt that as I got older, I started to get, more friends around me who were, for lack of a better term, counterculture. Mm-hmm. And I'm talking about, of course, queer people, but I'm also talking about, people associated with music genres that are not considered great Christian genres. I'm talking about people with interests and, I mean, not to get too personal on you, but I mean, like kink communities, I mean,
oh, sure.
I mean, what the hell's wrong with having some kinks? I mean, whether you have some or whether you have none, I don't care. But the point is that when you're deep involved in Christian communities, a lot of times, even though there's nothing in the Bible that talks about kink, a lot of times it's just kind of assumed that, no, you can't be in kink. Like, no, that's horrible. But then the more you start to be in these other communities and you realize these people aren't devils, queer people aren't devils, kinky people aren't devils, people that listen to death metal. I mean, I don't even like death metal, but the point is, you know, like just because you listen to death metal doesn't make you like I've met some really cool people that listen to death metal because it moves their, it makes them happy to listen to it. It's not my thing, but okay. And the more you traverse in those circles, the more you start to realize how much this entire cocoon of Christianity has been, I don't want to sound corny here, but it is like a chrysalis. You know, it's like it was fine for a while, but now I don't want to be in that anymore.
I understand. I do. And like I've told you before, I probably rejected this whole thing when I was a kid. And I grew up as a Catholic, and for a little kid, that was a lot of fun. This was pre-Vatican II. But then when I got to be in my teens, it was kind of like, enough of that shit.
But are there things that you miss?
No. Really, no.
Has it caused over the years, either now or you know at any point in the past, painful divisions for you with personal relationships?
Here and there, maybe. But after I got to a certain age, I learned to keep my mouth shut. I really wanted to have friends. If that makes any sense.
It does. So, and I don't want to infer from what you're saying. So I'll try to be as vague as I can. But were you in environments where you felt like your only choice was to like keep your mouth shut and be friends with those people, or to be alone?
I don't know if it was all that important to me. I have to tell you, when I was 18, I joined the Army. In those days, it was the Women's Army Corps. And I got away from, the environment that I grew up in. And I met a lot of people who had different beliefs. And I wasn't shy after that in making my beliefs known, because I had friends who loved me anyway, no matter what I believed. And I think from then I grew into an adult, and I knew who I need to be careful with and who I need to be careful with. And that's how I've lived my life.
That's an incredibly powerful statement, though, having friends who are going to accept you however you are, you know? Because I think that, unfortunately, there are too many people in this country, or in the world for that matter, that, they grow up in a indoctrinated system, and they find themselves in places where they have to make really hard choices, where I'm either going to continue to be around people and lie, or I'm going to be alone.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've heard me say this before, but when I was much younger, I was stationed in Las Vegas at Nellis Air Force Base, and my best friend at the time was this guy named Kevin, and he was an openly gay man. And this is at a time, to be clear, this is at a time when I wasn't like homophobic in a traditional sense, but I was definitely far more closed-minded in a lot of the ways that I thought. But Kevin was an openly gay man, and he came from a Jehovah's Witness family, and he came from Utah, and I witnessed firsthand what he had gone through at being ostracized from the Jehovah's Witness community. His family wouldn't talk to him. None of it. His mom, his dad, his sisters, his brothers. He came from a huge family. They wouldn't talk to him. And even though he lived a very carefree lifestyle, and honestly, a lot of it was carefree, is like, you could tell he was kind of like doing this as a way to shut things out. But it clearly fucked with his head really bad. And this is at a time, this is in 94 when I first met him. And this is before there was any real way to manage. there was no way understood to manage AIDS as a chronic illness, and he was. And I'm not saying it's sad. It's sad for me to even say this. He was very, very promiscuous. He was very HIV positive, and he just he'd taken this lifestyle of fuck it, whatever's going to happen. He didn't care. Like, I remember one of the last times I saw him was he had come back from the doctors, and he said they couldn't find T cells in him. You know how they had T cell counts back in the day? I'm sure they still do this today, but back in the day, you used to have T cell counts, and you'd hear people talk about your T cell count, and they said they couldn't find T cells in him.
Ooh.
Yeah, which was amazing because he was walking around like this buck young dude, like he was very healthy looking. But he said, I remember last time I saw him, he said they couldn't find a T cell in his blood, which was very scary. And I hope I lost touch with him, unfortunately, not due to any of this shit. It was just kind of life circumstances. I hope he got, I hope he, survived and got treatment and everything. And I hope he's living a long life. Although I also really, really fear he's dead, because this is 94, and they didn't really have, they started to have experimental treatments in the early 90s, but they didn't have really good, chronic treatment until like the late 90s, early 2000s at the earliest. So I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm really wrong, but unfortunately I lost touch with them. But anyway, I went down that long rabbit trail, not to bore you with my personal stories, but to say that, having people around you that love you regardless is so fucking powerful, compared to what anyone, and that's not about atheism versus Christianity. I mean, that's just about life. I mean, whether it's gay versus straight, whether it's, any dichotomy in life. I mean, whatever side of whatever fence you're on, you just, whether you're Russian and American or something, you just need people around you that just accept you for who you are. And otherwise it can be dangerous for your long-term health.
And over the years, if I've known people who are religious fanatics, as I call them, I just don't hang around with them.
Yeah. So, I've said this before on my channel, and I keep saying it again. Like, I don't. If someone's religious, of course, I don't have a problem with them in general. If someone's even fanatical, I don't necessarily have a problem with them. But I find that I don't have much in common with. It's hard for me to find people that are religiously fanatic that I have much in common with, unless they're very new agey kind of religious, fanatical.
Oh, that's okay. I'm fine with that, because they're not going to condemn me to hell.
Yeah.
But it's the people who are sure I'm going to hell because I haven't accepted Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior. And it's like, those people I have a problem with.
Yeah. Yeah. My uncle's going through some shit right now. And last time I talked to him this last week, I can joke with him this way. He's a gay man and he's going through some really bad cancer shit. And I was like, yeah, if you just get right with Jeebus, we can fix all this stuff. And the funny thing is, my uncle's religious, but not in a traditional conservative way, of course. But yeah, you gotta have people around. See, this is what really. I'm not gonna say it's the only thing that bothers me about religion, because if you've seen my channel, there's about 1,000 things that bother me about religion. But if religion worked, it would be a cohesive force. And I know that for people that are in religion, they'll say, well, it is cohesive. I go to my service every Sunday, and we talk to each other and we're friends and everything, but it's still exclusionary. It's cohesive as long as you're in the in group. And I can't abide by religion in those terms, because I can't believe that if there were an omnipotent God of the universe, that it would be an us versus them mentality.
Oh yeah.
You know, like a lot of Christians, they don't want to talk about like the Old Testament, the Hebrew Bible. But even if we don't, you know, we don't have to argue about genocide commands. We don't have to argue about commands in Leviticus. Even if we throw all that aside, the fact that the Hebrew Bible, which is, whether Christians want to admit it or not, is their Bible. It's the Bible of their God, Yahweh. It is a Bible. It is a text that explicitly, repeatedly says, these are my chosen people. And I understand back in ancient times why you had your religious text that said, hey, these are our people, and here's the text about our God that says, you know, we're his people. I mean, of course, in ancient context, that makes sense. But in modern context, it's like, why would you ever want to believe in any God in the entire universe who at any point in time looked at any group of people and said, you are my chosen people? Not the Egyptians, not the Canaanites, not the Greeks, but you. Of course, the general idea that people have is like, well, but you know, they feel good if they feel like they can somehow associate with the group of chosen people, right? But if you think about it on a meta level, even if you can associate with the chosen people, even if you have Hebrew roots, even if you were born a Jew or whatever, think about what that means. That you believe in a God who has chosen your people and said, the other people are not my people.
That is the basic tribalistic attitude. And that might have made sense a few thousand years ago, but it certainly doesn't make sense today.
Bingo.
Now, I'm curious too, before you decided to give up Christianity, had you studied any comparative religions to see the similarities and the differences?
I want to be humble when I say this, because had I studied as far as like going, formal studies, no. I don't have any education in this matter. From a layman's perspective, when I was a good bit younger, I'd spent a good amount of time kind of half-heartedly diving into Buddhism. And I say half-heartedly because, I never thought like, oh, I'm going to leave this, leave Christianity and become a Buddhist. But I had and to this day, I have a lot of respect for concepts of Buddhism. And I've come to understand now that, people have leveled the claim at me as being an anti-theist. And I don't know if I can refute that claim, because I think I probably am an anti-theist, but I'm not anti-religion. See, when they say anti-theist, they assume that means you hate all religion. And I don't know. I don't think I hate all religion at all. Now, granted, it doesn't mean I believe in all religion, but like, I don't have a problem with Wiccans. I don't have a problem with Shintoists. I don't have a problem with Taoists. I don't believe in their shit, but like, okay, whatever. Like, you haven't fucked with me at all. I don't have a problem with Buddhists. Although I know there are some factions of Buddhists. First of all, some factions of Buddhism actually get theistic in terms of actually worshiping the Buddha or worshiping other deities. And plus, I tend to think of Buddhism as being pretty pacifistic, although there are counterexamples to this in the world right now. But generally speaking, I don't have a problem with religion. I have a problem with theistic religions seem to be inherently bigoted. But I spent some time, on a very, I'm going to be very clear and say it's very surface layman's level looking into Buddhism. And I thought that was really cool. I never looked at any other theistic religion because not because I was raised Christian and therefore I had to be Christian, but there was always, even in my most Christian days, this certain tension in my mind that said, if you believe there is only one true God and it's Yahweh, okay, just for sake of argument, And then tomorrow you decide, no, it's Allah. And I know we can argue, are Allah and Yahweh different gods are the same? I mean, that's a whole different conversation. But let's just say, okay, most Christians will argue that Allah is a different God. But then how is it that you can claim that Yahweh is right, but Allah is wrong? You know what I mean? Like how do you, once you've gone down the one true God path, then the only thing that you have to distinguish between the one true God and the wrong true God is your holy texts from millennia ago. So I never seriously considered Judaism, Islam, Hinduism. I never seriously considered any of those. I mean, I did, think it, like I said, probably the one I thought the most about was Buddhism. Other non-theistic religions seemed to be, it's going to sound dismissive, but I'll say anyway, a lot of them seem to be kind of silly. Like I just said, I don't have a problem with Wiccanism because I don't. But also it feels silly to me personally, like to believe it. Like I don't have a problem if someone's Wiccan, but I'm like, okay, but I don't believe that shit. Like be Wiccan, that's cool, but I don't believe that, So I know it's like a long explanation to your simple question.
No, that's fine. That's fine. All right, that's about all I had for you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate, this is the second time I've had a chance to talk to you. I appreciate any time you call. I know a couple of other times you tried to call in and we couldn't get to you on time, but I always appreciate you calling in.
That was a computer glitchy thing kind of that was going on, so that was fine.
No worries.
All right. Carry on.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. Bye.
I always enjoy talking with her. She's always welcome to call in at any time. I appreciate her perspective on things. All right. So I enjoyed that. We will get back into Mike Winger. Unless someone else is going to call in, but we'll get back into Mike Winger. I've gotten all like 5 minutes into his hour-long video, so like I can do this shit all night long. Because like the Mike Winger stuff is like I can only even get 10 seconds into his shit before I have to stop and comment. But yes, Mary is very, very nice. I love her. I don't want to say too much because I've talked to her live twice, so I don't want to act like I'm her personal, like I know her personal life. But you know how like sometimes you just talk to people and they have a good vibe. They have a good vibe. You feel like. I feel like if I were to meet her in New Orleans or wherever she lives, she may have told me where she lives. I can't remember. I feel like I could sit down and have a coffee with her, a beer or something, or dinner, and have a nice conversation. I think it would be very enjoyable. Anyway. Moving on to the video.
Particular system of faith and worship, or a term we're not using it as, is a pursuit or interest to which someone ascribes supreme importance. That's more not the term we're referring to. So he goes, religion's greatest trick was convincing people that you can't ridicule it. That is incredibly revealing. Now, if you're an atheist and watching this, I ask you to just patiently hear me out. Just try to.
Okay, let's patiently hear him out.
At least understand my points, and maybe put a pause on the scoffing for a moment. If that's.
I have to put a pause on the scoffing. Of course, I know if Mike Winger were watching this right now, he would say that my entire live stream has been nothing but scoffing, right? Because if I'm not properly, reverently referring to what he said, he's going to call it scoffing. But let's continue.
You, if you don't scoff, you're not that kind of atheist, then you probably appreciate that too. You're probably irritated by that kind of scoffing as well. So I don't know what is supposed to be meant by this idea that you can't ridicule religion, or that religion puts out the idea that you can't ridicule religion. But
let me tell you what's meant by that. And since he seems to be so confused by Ricky Gervais's comment. And if you guys remember, I don't want to rewind the video, but Ricky Gervais said, like, your religion's greatest trick is to convince you that you couldn't ever ridicule it, right? I've wanted to do a video on this. I'll probably do one at some point in the future about I've had conversations with people about new atheism. And there's all kinds of videos to do on that, because that term, I get tired of that term. It gets thrown around too much amongst theists and atheists. The whole idea of new atheism. But I can tell you something to give you a little bit of insight, personal story on Adam of Nola. I was never really even aware of new atheism when it happened. I mean, I was aware of the God delusion. I was aware of this little bit of zeitgeist going on, but I don't think I ever even heard the term new atheism until like 2015. Okay, until it was already done and passed, right? But even though I didn't hear the term, I can tell you very clearly, in a very heartfelt way, what the new atheism idea meant to me. Because even though I didn't have a name for it, I was aware of the publishing movement that was new atheism. For me, what was incredibly refreshing and eye-opening about it was that when I was growing up, I was always taught that what you could never do was even imply that someone's religious ideas were wrong or silly or stupid or unfounded or whatever. There was this built-in assumption that if someone said, this is my religious idea, then suddenly on some level you had to respect it. Okay? Now, I know for some people may be hearing me say that and say, well, what's wrong with respecting other people's ideas, right? Because generally speaking, to disrespect other people's ideas sounds like you're being a dick. But here's the thing. I don't want to be the kind of person who, generally speaking, is deriding other people's ideas, because if your whole life is built on breaking other people down, that's not a very valuable or meaningful life. But I do want to be the person who feels confident telling you that what you've just told me doesn't make any fucking sense. If you tell me something that's stupid, I shouldn't have to nod at you and go, okay, yeah, like I shouldn't be afraid to tell you that it's stupid. Now, maybe if we're having a friendly, adult, intelligent conversation, maybe it's not productive for me to say to you, that's stupid, because that sounds combative, right? That doesn't sound very constructive. But if I can't even admit to you that what you've just communicated to me is ridiculous on any level, then that to me is a sad and dangerous outgrowth of dogma. I'll give you an example of this. All right. Christians hate when you bring this shit up, but I don't know why they hate when you bring this shit up, because it's in their own fucking Bible. If you came to me with your religion I've never heard of, and you said, here's my holy text, and in the holy text there's a story about a talking fucking donkey, I'd say that sounds stupid. It doesn't just sound like something I don't believe in, because I don't believe in alien abductions, but I don't think that alien abductions are necessarily stupid. I mean, in theory, an alien abduction could happen. It's not patently stupid to me to imply that you were abducted by an alien. I just don't believe it because it doesn't comport with any evidence that I've ever seen. But if you tell me that your donkey talked to you, I'd say that's stupid. I'd say you need to get some mental health professionals involved in your treatment. I'd say that maybe you should be medicated. I'd say that maybe you shouldn't be allowed to operate heavy equipment. I'd say that maybe you shouldn't be allowed to be a sole protector of small children if you actually believe that donkeys talk to you. But if you said that outside of the context of Christianity, everyone, including Christians, would agree with me. They would say, yeah, if you think that donkeys talk to you, maybe you shouldn't be allowed to care for children. Maybe you shouldn't be allowed to operate heavy machinery. But then when you say, oh, guess what? It's in the book of Numbers. Then everyone goes, oh, well, that's the Bible. That's the Word of God. No, then that's not stupid. That's the Word of God. And this is what Ricky, I don't want to speak for Ricky Gervais. He's never talked to me. He's rich. He's famous. He doesn't need me to defend him. We all know that. But I feel confident saying that this is what Ricky Gervais is talking about. That I think for a lot of us, especially of a certain age, and I think I'm about Ricky Gervais's age, honestly. I think that even though he grew up across an ocean from me, I think that we have a common experience of growing up in this environment where even if you're not religious, there was this idea that, but you have to respect everyone's beliefs. You have to respect everyone's religion. And now that I'm almost 53, a few days away, I would say to you, I can respect the fact that you have beliefs. I can respect the fact that you have religious ideas in your head. But if you try to communicate ridiculous ideas to me, and then you don't think that I'm going to look incredulous when you communicate them to me, then don't talk to me. Because if you can't talk to me as an adult, as a sane adult, then don't get pissed off when I point out that the shit that you're saying to me as an insane adult sounds fucking insane. And I really think that that's what Ricky Gervais is talking about here. When I was growing up, if you said to someone, if I told you that my sister got pregnant this year when I was a kid, and oh, by the way, it's not because she was screwing out, it's not because she was having premarital sex, it's not because she was having unprotected sex, but it's because God, the Spirit of God, came down and impregnated her. Everybody, even the Christians around me, would have said, that's bullshit. They would have said, of course your sister did not get impregnated by the Holy Spirit. They would have said, of course your sister was having premarital sex with somebody, and that's why she got pregnant. Of course, and if she insisted on it, if she kept insisting that no, she was a virgin and yet she was pregnant, eventually they would have gotten more adamant about telling her how stupid she was. They would have told her that she's, mentally ill. They would have institutionalized her. They would have medicated her. They would have done something, right? I mean, granted, you guys don't know who my sister is, but she did not get pregnant when we were younger. But the point is, if you put this context outside of religion, it sounds ridiculous because it is ridiculous. The idea that a virgin got pregnant is empirically ridiculous. The idea that a man was bodily resurrected sounds ridiculous because it is ridiculous. And if you want to tell me that you believe in God, I don't think that's ridiculous. I mean, I don't agree with you, obviously. But to be fair, I don't think it's ridiculous that you believe in God. Believe in God if that's what you believe in. That's fine. If you want to believe that Jesus was the physical incarnation of the Son of Man, the Son of God, again, I don't believe in, I don't agree with you, but if you believe in that, that's fine. It's an article of faith. But if you want to tell me that Jesus rose from the dead and you can't give me a single bit of empirical evidence to back this up, other than the stories in your own holy text from 2,000 years ago, and then you think I should believe in it, guess what? It's a demonstrably stupid idea. And when I was growing up, I was always taught that, and of course you can't say it's stupid. Even if you don't believe in it, you can't say it's stupid because that's somehow disrespectful to someone else's beliefs. I was actually raised in a pretty liberal Christian tradition. And I bring this up because even amongst religions that we didn't believe in, right? Some modern conservative Christians will be happy to tell you that other religious miracle beliefs are stupid. They wouldn't feel any problem telling you that Hinduism is stupid or Islam is stupid. But when I was in the tradition that I was raised in, if I had a Muslim kid or a Muslim family in my school, I didn't, but if I had a Muslim family in my school who then told me one day that Muhammad, split the moon, I would have thought that's dumb. But when I was a kid, I didn't feel like I could say that to anyone. I didn't feel like I could say it to the person making the claim. I didn't even feel like I had the right to say it to other people in confidence, because I had this idea growing up that if this is your sincere religious belief, then you shouldn't ever ridicule it, no matter how stupid it sounds. I felt, or I think I was taught, that you can discard someone else's religious beliefs as not your own. You can say, those aren't my religious beliefs. That's not my God. But I do feel like I was taught growing up that you couldn't ever actually claim that any religious beliefs, no matter how fantastical, were ever stupid or ridiculous. And now that I'm 53 years old almost, I don't think it's fruitful to go out and tell every religious person around you that all of their beliefs are stupid. That's not helpful. But I do absolutely feel that it's perfectly warranted that when someone tells you a belief that has no basis in reality, even if you don't feel comfortable telling them this to their face, it's perfectly reasonable to believe in your head and to tell any of your friends that, wow, that was some stupid shit right there I just heard. If someone tells me that the earth is 6,000 years old, that is a demonstrably stupid fact. It is disproven on so many empirical levels that, I'm not even going to sit here and go through them right now. It is disproven over and over and over and over and over again. It's demonstrably stupid. I did a whole video on this like 6 months ago called Demonstrably Stupid, talking about ideas that aren't just outside of my realm of thinking, but some ideas are demonstrably stupid. If you think that the earth is 6,000 years old, if you think that evolution didn't even happen, we can quibble over little details of evolution, because guess what? Scientists quibble over little details of evolution. But if you believe that evolution simply never happened, you are communicating ideas that are demonstrably stupid. And this is what Ricky Gervais is talking about. I think it is. I haven't talked with him personally. We haven't had our weekly tea and crumpets when we compare ideas. But I'm pretty certain that this is what Ricky Gervais is talking about. That you can talk about your stupid shit in your religion, but you shouldn't have some special shield around you where we can't aggressively question what you're saying merely because you have slapped a label of religion on it. And that is what Ricky Gervais is talking about here. I know I've gone off on a tangent here on these few words from Mike Winger, but I don't I can tell you what Ricky Gervais is talking about. And the fact that he is acting so oblivious to this. And of course, if he were to see this live stream of mine, he would say, oh, this whole live stream is me scoffing. I'm just scoffing. That's become his default word to write off anyone who doesn't agree with him. I'm scoffing. But yeah, I'm scoffing at your stupid religious ideas. I'm scoffing at the idea that you think that you can prove that a man was resurrected. I'm scoffing at the fact that you think that a donkey was talking in the book of Numbers. And I could go through other examples. And the funny thing is, Christians don't like it when you bring up this example from Numbers. Some Christians will roll their eyes like, oh, we're going to talk about the talking donkey now. Yeah, we're going to talk about the talking donkey because it is a established, concrete layer of your religious text. You may not want to own it. You may not want to own up to the fact and look in the eye the fact that this is embarrassing as fuck. But just because you don't want to admit it doesn't change the fact that it's right there in the damn text. And it's not just the talking donkey that's stupid. If you guys watch my God-free Bible study where I went through this in the book of Numbers, the whole story is nonsensical. Even if we accept that there's talking donkeys in the world, none of the story makes sense because there was no indication before that point in the story that the donkey ever talked. And then at the point when the donkey starts talking to Balaam, suddenly Balaam's not surprised at all that the donkey's talking to him. And according to the text, with no explanation, donkeys can see angels, but humans can't, and we don't know why. Like, there's nothing about the text that makes any bit of sense at all. But we're not supposed to admit in polite company that this is fucking stupid. So this is what Ricky Gervais is talking about, Mike Winger. This is exactly what Ricky Gervais is talking about.
Think that is revealing because this kind of atheism, pop atheism, I'll call it, this type of atheism needs ridicule. Ridicule.
He'll call it pop atheism, but he's never actually going to define pop atheism, as we've already talked about, because he doesn't have a definition. His idea of pop atheism is apparently any atheism that brings up ideas that he is uncomfortable with.
Is the alpha and omega of modern pop atheism. It has to have ridicule because ridicule is a rhetorical technique of manipulating people into agreeing with you or disagreeing with someone else more likely.
So I want to bring up here. He's on some of the things he says, like he skirts with wisdom and then he sharts all over it. So of course, for any group of people, for any ideological sect, if your only way of engaging with your opponents is to use ridicule, then that does not speak well for you. I will totally admit that. So as an atheist, I will admit that there are atheists out there who only want to engage with Christians by telling them that they're stupid, by ridiculing everything about them. And if that is the only way that you can engage with Christians, I will freely admit that that's gross. Okay? But he is creating this grotesque straw man here. Because while it's true that only engaging through ridicule is gross, that is not what Ricky Gervais said. Ricky Gervais said that religion's greatest trick was to, I forget the exact quote, but he said religion's greatest trick was to essentially make it so that you couldn't ridicule the religion itself. So there's a difference between saying, can I ever ridicule the religion versus can I only communicate through ridicule? Those are two entirely separate things. If the only way that I can ever engage with you is to constantly, relentlessly ridicule your position, then admittedly, that reflects very poorly on me. But if you can't handle any form of ridicule against your religion, then that doesn't reflect poorly on me. That reflects poorly on your religion And quite frankly, it probably reflects poorly on you. I said this when I was a Christian, and I'll say it again. I've always thought that if your God has anything going for him, any God who is worth worshiping is a God who can stand up to fucking questions. Any God who's worth worshiping is a God who can stand up to fucking ridicule. If ridicule is that damaging to your God, then your God sucks ass. Period. The God that I can't imagine following a God at any point in this, at this point in my life, I can't imagine ever following a God again. But if I were to ever worship anyone or anything, it could only ever be a God or an entity or whatever who aggressively encourages you to question everything about them. The only God that would even be possibly worth worshiping is a God who says, yes, question everything. Try every other religion. Pray to every other God. Do everything else. Test me on every level. And then, when you've realized that I am actually God, the one true God, then come back and worship me. That would be the only God that's worth worshiping. And that is absolutely not the God that we see in any potential strain of Christianity.
Political parties do this all the time. Like if you watch in America here, you watch the debates on, say, gun control between the two sides. They never represent each other, thoughtfully or carefully. They never, rarely do they go, let me accurately understand you. Let me think.
He bitches about they never represent each other carefully, but he spent already so much time talking about scoffing atheists. And before we move on with this, I want to mention this really quick. I'm not saying that Ricky Gervais is the most amazing person in the world. He's a comedian. He's going to be snarky. He's going to say some things that are probably snotty and offensive at times. Okay, I get that. But I got to be honest with you. Whenever I hear Ricky Gervais talking, he doesn't come across to me at all as some kind of combative, shitty interlocutor. I'm not saying that he's the most fair person you could ever talk to. I don't know. But he doesn't strike me at all as someone who's just pissed off and wants to undermine every Christian. He always comes across to me as pretty damn genuine. And I've seen this time and time again across so much of Christian apologist content, whether it's on YouTube or anywhere else, where they will take people that I honestly think come across to me as pretty genuine. And then, of course, apologists will just try to knock them down, not on the merits, not on the rhetorical aspects of what they're saying, but they will try to knock them down as though they're being shitty and unfair. I've seen this, of course, with Ricky Gervais, because Christian apologists can't stand this horrible demon that is Ricky Gervais. I've seen it with Dan McClellan. I did a reaction video a few months ago where Glenn Scrivener did an absolute hit job on Dan McClellan. Not that I thought that Glenn Scrivener was a great person before, but it made me lose any respect that I previously had for Glenn Scrivener because he just completely refused to engage with any of Dan McClellan's points. And he just made it sound like Dan McClellan was a charlatan who peddled in nothing but logical fallacies. And it was so disingenuous and it was so intellectually bankrupt. I've seen this time and time again with Bart Ehrman. I don't know what Bart Ehrman is like in personal life. I've never met him. Maybe he's a douchebag. Okay, maybe if he was sitting here in my living room tonight, maybe I think he's an asshole. But he really, every time I've seen Bart Ehrman, whether it's doing his own content on his videos or whether it's in adversarial debates, he always seems to be, to me, obviously this is just my personal opinion, he always seems to be pretty even keeled. You know, like he doesn't feel like he has an axe to grind to me. Now, that doesn't mean you have to agree with all of his scholarly takes. I mean, there are plenty of scholars, Christian and otherwise, who disagree with some of his takes. And even then, when he talks about those other scholars who disagree with him, I feel like he seems pretty reasonable in the way that he takes on these critiques. But if you listen to people like Mike Winger and Mike Jones and, you know, Glenn Scrivener, they talk about Ricky Gervais and Dan McClellan and Bart Ehrman. They talk about these people like they're just demonic. Like they don't have any personally redeeming qualities about them. And I want to be careful how I say this because I don't know those people personally. I don't know Ricky Gervais. I don't know Dan McClellan. I don't know Bart Ehrman. But it does make you wonder sometimes when someone just wants to attack someone on a personal level and you can't see any of this cause for animus. It makes you think that maybe the person spitting the bile is actually the one with the problem here.
Think through this argument. Let me represent you correctly. Like, this is never the goal. The goal is just to manipulate the audience into following one side by ridiculing the other. That's oftentimes what happens. But anti-God groups do this all the time. Atheism does this quite a lot, this ridicule thing. If you watch, like me, I love watching debates, okay? Shoot me if you, well, don't shoot me, please. But if you go watch these debates, you know, like you go see Christopher Hitchens, people love Christopher Hitchens. Atheists love this guy. He's like a superhero to them, right? Because he was nonstop mockery, ridicule, sarcasm, and scoffing. And that would be...
No, he was not. And so this is one of the things that really made me want to do this reaction video. You know, when he starts talking about Christopher Hitchens. Now, to be clear, Christopher Hitchens was famously a holder of a very acid tongue. Okay, he could throw some shit at you. And I'm not trying to say that Christopher Hitchens was this lovely, jovial guy who would, you know, shake your hand and smile at you. But here's the point. And I talked earlier about New Atheism, and I talked about how what I took from New Atheism is that it was incredibly refreshing for someone to hear someone in a public sphere boldly saying, this is gross, this is illogical, this is immoral, when no one else would say it because it had the cover of religion on it. Like this umbrella of religion. Like, oh, if it has religion stamped on it, then we can't actually say what it is. And Christopher Hitchens, admittedly, was one of those people who didn't care about your fucking religion umbrella. He didn't care if it didn't make you feel good for him to point out the moral and ethical inconsistencies in your own religion. Now, does that mean that Christopher Hitchens was just rude and acerbic and horrible at all times? I mean, I guess that's a matter of opinion, right? But here's the deal. When Christians want to debate someone who wants to advocate for abortion, are they congenial? Are they, you know, very respectful of all the opinions of the pro-choice side? Or are they kind of assholes in their conversation? And I'm not even mad at them for this, because I get it. If you are convicted that every clump of cells in a woman's uterus that has ever been snuffed out is a murder, if you have taken that logical leap, then I don't expect you to be conciliatory. I expect you to be somewhat snarky. I expect you to be somewhat acerbic in your commentary, because in your mind, you were advocating against murder. So I'm not trying to get into a pro-life, pro-choice debate here, but my point is, there is a time and a place to be congenial towards your interlocutors. But if you can't handle anyone speaking truth to you, even in ways that make you uncomfortable, then that doesn't necessarily mean that they're being somehow untoward to you. It just means that they are not going to bend over backwards to make you feel good about yourself. So the Christopher Hitchens thing to me really kind of strikes the nerve, not because he's a personal hero, not because he was always right, because he wasn't, but Christopher Hitchens wasn't going to deal with your bullshit. He wasn't going to sit here and tell you that genital mutilation was fine just because it's a covenant with God. He wasn't going to tell you that religious wars are fine as long as, they're not as bad as non-religious wars. He wasn't going to buy into all of the standard Christian apologist bullshit, and he would call you out on it. So you can call him juvenile, you can lay any accusations against him that you want. But I think it really says more about you when you think that that's a great talking point about how atheists are being so horrible in these discussions.
Across the debate, if he had a question he was asked he didn't know how to answer, his retort would be to mock or to scoff or to ridicule.
I would love to see, and I'm sure I have not seen every Christopher Hitchens debate. So if I'm wrong on this, please put a link in the chat, or please send me an email on this. But the next time I see of course he's dead now, but the next time I see a recording of Christopher Hitchens talking to someone in a live debate when he did not have an answer, that he did not know an answer, would be the first time that I see it. Because you don't have to agree with his conclusions, but the idea that he didn't have an answer and therefore he just got snotty with people in reply is just your juvenile way of misdirecting from the fact that you didn't like his answer. All right. You can say what you want about Christopher Hitchens, and trust me, the man had some faults. The man had some serious faults. I don't doubt that at all. And at times he could be acerbic to the point of undermining his point. I do get that. But I would love for you being YouTube, to show me a link where it is even reasonable to assume that he didn't know the answer to something. Now, he may have given you an answer that you don't like. He may have given you an answer that doesn't make Christians feel happy and warm and fuzzy. But where is the link to Christopher Hitchens being in a debate that he didn't know the answer to something? I would love to see that. Sources, please share these sources with me, because I don't know where, and I could be wrong. I would be, like if I'm correct, if I'm incorrect, if there's a debate or two where it's clear that someone asked him a question and he was scrambling because he didn't know the answer, I will get on the next live stream and I'll say to you guys, here's, a great example that's been given to me that refutes what I was saying in the previous live stream. I will own that shit all day long. But he's not going to provide a shred of evidence. He's not going to provide a single source to actually back up anything that he's saying here.
This is a problem. Proverbs 14:6 puts it this way. It says, a scoffer seeks wisdom and does not find it. Think about this. A scoffer seeks wisdom and does not find it. But knowledge is easy to him who understands. See, scoffing in and of itself, ridicule, is not a way of finding truth.
Absolutely. Ridicule is not a way of finding truth. Couldn't agree with you more. But what you are wonderfully glossing over here is the fact that ridicule can be, at times, a wonderful way of exposing the fact that your opponent doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. Now, to be clear, I said this earlier and I'll say it again. If your entire style of a rhetoric is to just ridicule your opponent, that doesn't speak well to you. I get that. But also keep in mind that when you're talking bullshit, sometimes the only logical response to give you is to ridicule your bullshit.
Let me say that again, because I think it's profound and important. Ridicule is not a method of finding truth. And as long...
You know what's also not a method of finding truth? Christianity or reading the Bible. That's not a method of finding truth. It's a matter of ensconcing yourself further in your own indoctrination.
As long as you think it is, you will seek wisdom and not find it, like Proverbs says. Think about it this way. Let's say that you're the atheist and you've taken the time out of your day to actually listen to this video, which I'm grateful for. Here's my question for you, hypothetical atheist person. If there was a religion that was true, you'd probably scoffing at that one too, wouldn't you? I mean, think about this. Just consider it for a second. If there was a true religion out there and you encountered this religion, would you not take advantage of the opportunity to scoff and mock and ridicule it?
So here, he has no basis upon which to say this. But I also know where he's coming from when he says this, because to a Christian, one of the slimiest terms you can ever employ, because it means nothing or it means everything to everyone at the same time, is truth. Okay? So when you say, if there was a religion that was true, would you scoff at it? I mean, what are we calling true? You mean if I could prove that your supernatural deity, your magic sky daddy exists? Well, given that I know the Bible very well, and given that I know what your own religion teaches, I can honestly say that if you told me tomorrow that Yahweh exists and somehow I could prove it, you know, somehow I could do a lab test that would show, look, Yahweh's here. He's right here. Yeah, I probably would not follow your religion, because your religion is based upon death. Your religion is morally and ethically bankrupt. And by your religion, what I'm really saying is that your God is morally and ethically bankrupt. So even if I could prove, or someone could prove to me, that Yahweh exists, would I then follow your religion? Probably not, because I don't want to follow a moral fucking monster. But when we say true, is that what you mean? Am I just proving that your God exists? Because if I prove that your God exists, does that imply that all of your Bible is true too? I mean, we could argue maybe Yahweh exists, but the Bible is not true because it's written by people, which we know it's written by people. But Christians don't want to admit this shit. They want to think that it's all inspired by God. So if I knew that Yahweh existed and Jesus existed, but what's written in the Bible is not directly from Yahweh, maybe I could follow that God. But keep in mind, too, that this is still the God that, according to your religion, the omnipotent creator God of the universe, who can't forgive me unless you kill an innocent. Your God, your supposedly omnipotent God, is, according to your theology, incapable of forgiving me unless you kill an innocent person. And you want me to bow down to that shit. How much fucking sense does that make? Now, you know, if we take Yahweh out of the picture, if we take Christianity out of the picture, if we just said, look, here's how I know there's a God in the universe, and you could actually, and I don't mean scientific claims. I mean, you know, if you could show me something that actually illustrated to me, I don't know exactly how you do this, but, you know, an omnipotent creator God can figure this out. If you could illustrate to me that the moral, disgusting asshole of Yahweh, but some other real God existed. And, in order to follow him, I had to just, do right in my life, and I had to do good things. Okay. I mean, if I know the God's there, and if I know this is what I got to do, sure. But that's not what he's talking about. When he says this shit, he's expecting you to accept every illogical factor of his bullshit religion, up to and including, because of course, I'm sure he's a Trinitarian. I mean, the whole hypostatic union violates the basic laws of logic. You can't be a God and a man 100% at the same time. It violates logic. It's like saying 1 equals 2. No, it doesn't. No, it does not. So how am I supposed to believe in your God? Because if I'm supposed to believe that your God-man is fully God and fully human, which violates the basic laws of logic, then by that same logic, I should just believe anything and everything at the same time. I should have no more connection to the physical reality of the universe at all. If I can believe that 1 equals 2, then that means I am completely disconnected from reality as we know it, which means you might as well put me in a fucking straitjacket and medicate me until I die. Now, if there was some other religion, I don't know what it would be, but some other religion that wasn't fucking illogical and completely unethical and immoral, and you could say, here, I've proven to you this God exists. Okay, then maybe I'd worship that God. I probably would worship that God if I thought like, wow, this is a really great God. This is a really great God. It doesn't want to murder children and animals and old people, and doesn't want to indiscriminately, kill and discriminate against women and hate gay people. Like, okay. But no, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I would worship your monstrous fucking God, who by your own holy texts is demonstrably, endemically unethical and immoral. I will not bow down to your monster. No matter what you prove, I will never bow down to your monster. You can prove the monster is true. Just because you prove the monster is true doesn't mean I'm going to worship the monster. Highlight this here. Demented Engineer says, ridicule is a valuable tool. Once the opponent demonstrates bad faith, they are fair game to ridicule. Absolutely true. So I know I've said this already and I sound like a broken record, but I'll say it again. If your only rhetorical device is ridicule, or if you're only, but if you continually just fall back on ridicule because you can't make a better rhetorical point, then of course that's poor form. If you can't actually engage with my points other than to ridicule me, there's a name for that. It's called ad hominem, and that's not cool. But to assume that ridicule by itself is somehow unfair or invalid means that you're trying to insulate yourself against any sort of fair critique. Because if your ideas, if your God, if your purported history, if your miracle claims are demonstrably false and or stupid, then yes, I will ridicule them. And I won't feel bad about it at all. Why should I? And Jesse says, overall, I'm pretty patient. I just dislike name calling and put downs, maybe because I was bullied when I was a kid. I totally feel that. I was bullied a lot as a kid, Jesse. And I know that in my live stream, when it's just me spouting at the universe or spouting at you guys in the live stream, yeah, sometimes I'll say curse words about Christians or God or whatever. But also, I think you guys would agree with me that when I've had people live on the show, I try to make a very conscious effort not to devolve into that, because that is it speaks much more about you than it does about your interlocutor. And for those of you who have been around for a few shows, you might remember the individual who told me that I called him a retard, and yet he was fucking wrong. And I told him he was fucking wrong, and then he came back and tried to prove me wrong. But when he tried to prove me wrong, all he did was prove me right. So I do agree. I do agree with you 100%, Jesse. It's one thing to say, okay, these ideas, even with Mike Winger, okay, I'm sitting here making fun of, his video or whatever. But of course, if I had Mike Winger on my show, I'm not going to sit here and say you're a fucking idiot, Mike Winger, or you're horrible. But when you are bringing up these, I'm sorry, just juvenile ideas in your live stream, I don't feel bad at all about pointing them out for what they are. Yes, Jesse, that was Matt or Matthew. Yep. He was an interesting individual. he was very interesting. I'll tell you. He was a special kind of person. I think everyone in the live stream is probably familiar with those, but if you haven't seen that, go back and check out a couple of the clips that I've done, or the live stream replays, because oh boy, was that interesting. Oh, he swore that the book of Enoch was in the King James Version of the Bible, and I told him immediately, that's not true. You are incorrect. He swore that, oh gosh, all the things he swore, like he told me that he wasn't a flat earther, which is actually demonstrably false from his channel. He swore that scientists claim that they know that the age of the earth based on carbon dating, which is absolutely false. Yeah, he went on and on. And then finally, the last time I talked with him, we were trying to have a decent conversation. And then at one point he said that I had, in a previous live stream, called him a retard. And I said, no, I didn't. I said, that's absolutely wrong. And then he doubled down, and he tripled down, and he quadrupled down. He actually got back into the comments and tried to prove me wrong by giving the timestamp from the live stream when I said it. So I played it during the live stream, and he was wrong. Oh. So Jesse, it's funny you say, I want to see Matt again on the show. It was a real hoot. I mean, I haven't seen him on the thing tonight. He was a member for a little bit because I think he wanted to see the things I hadn't published. He claimed that there were only 10 commandments from Moses, even though there's 613. He claimed that there were, I think, 6 commandments from Jesus, even though there's like more than 100 from Jesus. Just everything he said was it wasn't just wrong, it was demonstrably wrong. It was like, it's one thing if you want to argue with me about was Jesus resurrected, right? Because we can argue about that all day. And I will admit to you that even though I won't agree with you that Jesus was resurrected, I can't disprove it. I can't show you some evidence that says Jesus was never resurrected. But he didn't want to do that. He wanted to argue about things that are clear, demonstrable, obvious, empirical facts, And then he wanted to argue about them. And I'm like, there is a certain, as a host of a live stream, there's a certain part of it that's like, well, you could have him on every week. And, it could be like the Adam and Matt show where Matt just talks endlessly and I just point out over and over and over again how everything he says is wrong. For every person I had in the comments who said he was fun, I had another person in the comments who said he was tiring and they wanted me to get him off the line. So it goes either way. I mean, you can take it either way. I mean, sometimes it's fun to hear the stupid. Sometimes it's fun to hear people just kind of rambling with stupid shit. But then at a certain point, it's like, okay, that's enough of this. Like, let's move on. But I'm not going to say that Matt will never be on the show again. I don't know. I'm not saying I would never let him call in again, but it got pretty bad. And after he accused me of slurring him, I told him he would not come on ever again unless he apologized. He did actually get into the comments at one point, and he actually apologized to me for that. I don't know if you guys saw that, because he finally realized that he had misrepresented me. But at a certain point, I'm like, if you're just going to slur me on my own show and then admit 5 days later in the comments that you were wrong, I don't know. It gets a little tiring to me. Anyway, but yes, he did apologize. I have to give him full credit. There are two things he admitted he was wrong on. I think I had him on the show 3 times. He called in. The first time he called in, one of the things he kind of flamed out on is the whole Enoch being in the King James Version thing. And I wouldn't let him off that because I'm like, it's not in the King James Version. It's not in the Apocrypha. It's not anywhere in the King James Version. The book of Enoch is referenced by several places from the Hebrew Bible, but the book of Enoch does not exist in any canonical version of the Hebrew Bible other than the Ethiopian Orthodox version of the Bible. Even the actual Hebrew Bible, the Jewish tradition, does not acknowledge the book of Enoch as being part of the Bible. He wouldn't let go of it until then. After I hung up on him, he came back like a day or two later in the comments. He's like, okay, I looked it up. I think he finally felt like he had to admit it because, like, okay, yeah, I looked up the King James Version and it's not in there. But then he also proceeded to tell me that he was right about everything else during that call, which was hilariously wrong. And then after that third time he called, like I said, he told me that I slurred him, and I said, "You're full of shit." And then he tried to prove me wrong on my own live stream, and I pulled it up live. It's like, wow, it's like you're just begging to be proven wrong. Anyway, I'm going to move on. I'm going to hit the restroom really quick, and then we're going to get into more of Mike Winger here, because we have so much more to go through with Mike Winger. It's like the gift that keeps on giving. But, all right. I'm going to put on the preaching music. I'm going to head back. I'll be back in just a few minutes. All right, y'all feeling those Jesus vibes? Y'all feeling like coming to the altar? Y'all gonna come down to testify? Y'all gonna give your personal testimonial? I will say this, and this is gonna sound arrogant. Hey, Daniel, hope to see you back soon. I know it's going to sound arrogant, but I'll say it anyway. I started doing recorded content on this channel more than a year ago. I started doing live streams on this channel three and a half months ago, something like that. Since I've been doing the live streams, I've had some interesting conversations with people. I have to admit, most of the conversations haven't been what I would call interesting. Some of them are interesting for different reasons, right? Like the chats with Matt are interesting from a certain point of view. But the only person I think that I have talked to on here that, well, I can't say only, but the only one that stands out in my mind is someone I've talked to on here that I respect his intellectual opinion, and he's a believer, on the opposite side of the fence from me, is Tavo. Remember Tavo Sanabri? He's got his own channel, and I was on his channel he's really cool. He's a believer. He's very open-minded. He's very liberal in terms of his beliefs, but he's a believer, and I think we had a good conversation, and I would love to talk with him again at any point, either on his channel or mine. But for the most part, when you are doing these live conversations, most of them are either people that agree with you, which is great. I love people that agree with me because, hey, I'm awesome. or it's people that have patently bad takes. Like, wow. Like, I can't believe you thought you were going to call in and make that point in a live conversation, and like I said, this is going to sound arrogant. Like, I would love to have more meaningful conversations with believers. Not because I think they're going to sway me, and not because I think I'm going to sway them, but with people that we can have real intellectual conversations with, where it's not about arguing about, did Moses only give us 10 commandments? Because that's just demonstrably stupid. But if there are more people like Tavo out there, I would be happy to conversate with him at any point, because I don't know if all the viewers are interested in that. I think viewers sometimes like to hear the battles going on. Some viewers do. But I would be more interested in having real intellectual conversations with anyone who's just not who can just have an adult conversation. You know what I mean? Speaking of adult conversations, you back with us, John?
Yeah. Yes, since you brought up a certain question, how do you do that?
How do I do what?
The repent deal?
The repent
you go to the
deal?
Yeah, you go to the person and you're supposed to repent. What are you repenting?
Well, I mean, to repent is basically just to ask for forgiveness. That's all it is.
Well, so what if you didn't sin that whole entire year? What are you repenting?
Well, okay, so I don't know if this is where you're going with this, but like I've talked about this in some of the videos before that in fact, I did a video, I think on Christmas Eve I recorded it, about what is sin. Like after having been a Christian for 40 years, you'd think I would know exactly what sin is, but still, maybe part of the reason I'm not a Christian anymore is because even after 40 years, I never truly knew what sin was or what I was supposed to repent for. Now I know what the canonical answer is to this. What the doctrinal answer is. The doctrinal answer is that you're sinful because you live. Like your fucking being is sinful. The mere fact that you're alive means that you're sinful. I mean, that's the Christian doctrine according to original sin. And then you get into I think you can get into a lot of weird discussions about this, because if you even ask a Christian what is sin? You'll get a bunch of different answers. Okay, so some answers of sin are a difference from God, being apart from God. So anything that's in any way, less than or different than or less than God is somehow sin, right? Of course, when I was growing up, like as a kid, sin, I think that the colloquial idea of sin is like, I did a bad thing. I did something wrong today. And while I'm not always the best person I could be, I mean, I didn't do anything wrong today, John. I didn't murder anyone. I didn't steal anything. I didn't cheat anyone. I didn't do anything shitty today. So you could ask, well, then what should I repent for if I haven't specifically done a bad thing today? Some people, like when I was a Christian, one of the definitions of sin that I actually landed on, that I spent a long time holding on to, was, you probably heard the whole idea of where the word sin comes from. Have you heard that before?
Not much. I'm just trying to figure out where sin came from.
So the word
I
sin,
understand it comes from the
word sin itself
like
comes
Adam and Eve
from
did.
Greek, and it comes from archery, and it means to miss the mark. So in theory, if you want to take this definition of sin, you could say, well, I'm at the archery course, and I just kept shooting, and I didn't shoot badly, but I just didn't hit bullseyes every time, right? So in other words, you could take one definition of sin to be less than perfect. Like, I have fallen short of perfection. And when I was a Christian, I loved that definition because it resolved a lot of the conflict that I had in my mind. Because I would think to myself, well, I didn't do a bad thing today. I didn't do a bad thing this month. I didn't hurt anyone. I didn't cheat anyone. I didn't steal or murder, or, I didn't commit adultery. I didn't do any bad thing. So what am I supposed to feel bad about as, sinning? Well, if you think of sin as just being less than perfect, well, we're all less than perfect. Every single day when I wake up, I could have done something a little better. I could have been a better person today. I could have, filed that report a little better. I could have made that video a little better. I could always be a little better, right? So if you want to think that that is sin, that works. The problem is that this falls into what's known as the etymological fallacy. So, are you familiar with that term?
Not really, because I'm still figuring out what's considered sin.
So the etymological fallacy is when someone's trying to explain a concept to you or make an argument to you, and they'll say, well, here's where this word came from 1,000 years ago or 2,000 years ago, right? Mm-hmm. Like with sin, they'll say, well, but the word comes from archery, from Greek. It just means to miss the mark. Well, that might be the etymology of the word, because etymology is just the study of where words come from, right? So that might be the etymology of the word, but just because that's the etymological root of the word doesn't mean that's the actual meaning of the word, because there are many words in language at any point in time that might have a very different meaning back in the distant past, but today, the way that we use the word is not analogous to the etymological root. So even though you might look at the word sin and say, oh, it came from Greek, archery, it means to miss the mark. Well, it only means that if that's the way that you use the word today. Even if that's where the word came from, that doesn't mean that it's accurate to say that's what the word means today. So with regard to... Go ahead.
So in a way, when they say you're a sinner, doesn't mean you're an actual sinner.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. I think that to make that statement is to commit an etymological fallacy, because the fact is that, first of all, in modern parlance, when we say sin, we don't usually mean that you just fell somewhere left short of perfect. That's not how we normally use the word. And to be fair, even if you look at the context in which the ancient Greeks and ancient Hebrews used the word when they were writing those texts, they didn't actually use the word in a way that implied that it meant that you're just less than perfect. They usually used the word in a way that implied something pretty close to what we mean today, which is that you did a bad thing. That's the way they thought of sin. And that's the way they used the word usually. And don't just take my word on it. Like Dan McClellan has a couple of videos on this that are pretty good. And he's, of course, 1,000 times more, knowledgeable about this than I am. But the point is that if you were to fall back on the etymological fallacy like I used to, because it made me feel good to say, well, I guess it just means I'm less than perfect. I can accept that. I am less than perfect. But that's not the way that we use the term today. And quite frankly, it's not even the way that they used the term colloquially when they were writing the text. When they were writing the text, they meant more of a true sin, like you did a bad thing.
Okay, so I'm just a greenhorn at being an electrician, and I don't get them all right. I don't get some of the stuff right. Or did I say it right? So I'm missing the mark by not being a perfect electrician.
Right, but that's not really the way that they use sin in the Bible.
Well, I was just using that kind of like an analogy.
Right. I mean, that is analogous to the etymological root of where the word sin comes from, but it's disingenuous to assume that you can apply that to religion, because religion for millennia has never used the term in that way.
Okay. So
on a practical level, I know I've been talking about a lot of generic concepts. Let's break it down to something a little more practical, okay? If you want to look at things from a theological, like Christian lens, for example, there are, I think, two reasonable ways to define sin. One is just you have gone against God's commands. Now, even that gets squishy because, okay, which God? Which commands? Can I eat shellfish? No, that's not a problem anymore. You can eat shellfish, right? But one clear idea of sin was that you did not follow God's commands, all right? Even if we assume that, okay, you followed all of God's commands, there's a second, more esoteric Christian concept, which is to be distant from God. Okay, so
right.
I'm not advocating for this, but I'm just talking you through the different ways that Christians would look at this, because most Christians will discard the commandment violation piece because they don't want to follow the commandments themselves. So instead, they will say, "Well,
so if I followed God's rules, then I need to go steal a couple of sticks of bubble gum."
Steal a couple sticks of bubble gum.
Well, according to his laws, then you kill, steal, all that crazy crap.
Well, steal. Yeah, so stealing would violate the commandments.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then there is a broader sense in which, honestly, most Christians look at this, right? So let's imagine, and I'm just playing devil's advocate, and by devil's advocate, I'm saying Christian advocate here. So let's play Christian advocate here. Even under the auspices of following God's commands, you probably haven't really violated many of God's commands today, right? But a lot of Christians would say, well, did you spend any time reading God's word? Did you pray to God? Did you meditate on God? Did you think godly thoughts? Were you in the spirit, right? And if your answer is no, then I think a lot of Christians would kind of come back with this generic idea that, well, then you are essentially separated from God, and that by itself is a type of sinful nature. So maybe you sat at home today and you didn't do a bad thing per se, like you didn't cheat or steal, you didn't do something horrible, but you sat at home and you played video games all day, right? Some Christians would tell you that on some level that's a sinful nature because you're not involved in God's kingdom in that way, you're not engaging in God's word, you're sitting there playing video games all day, doing your own worldly things, it might even tell you that this is like a worldly idol. You know, like they would mold that into a story about how you were being sinful because you sat at home and played video games all day.
Okay.
I'm not saying I agree with that, but I'm just saying I know that's what the story would be.
Yeah. So by being a sinner, it's just missing the mark.
Well, but again, I want to be very clear on that. I brought that up because this is one way that some Christians will state it to you about missing the mark, but I also believe very strongly that if you believe that sin just means missing the mark because of the root of the word sin, you are committing an etymological fallacy.
Okay.
Does that make sense
That's
to
what I was
you?
gonna- In a way, yeah, but in a way, no. I mean, it's just like saying, yeah, Jesus was a perfect person. He didn't commit any sin. So how did they say that he was a perfect person?
So
if he was the-
let me give you an example of an etymological fallacy. Okay.
Okay.
The word decimate comes from Rome, from Roman legions, and as an act of terror, as an act of telling everyone to get your shit in line, they would, if they decimated someone, or if they decimated, like a lot of times they would do it as an internal form of punishment, right? So like if a legion had done something wrong, like they had, let's say a whole legion had deserted, right? They didn't want to kill the whole legion because they wanted those guys to come back and fight, but they wanted to teach them a lesson as well and keep them in line. So they would go. The word decimate actually, deci means 10. So they would go through and kill 1/10 of the people. So you can imagine how terroristic it is if you're in a legion that has 100 people and 10 guys randomly get chosen to be killed, right? But in modern parlance, we often say, if we say that someone was decimated, it sounds like you wiped them out. It's much more common in modern parlance to say that if they were decimated, it's like you killed almost everyone, or, everyone or almost everyone. So you could argue, well, no, the decimate really only means to kill 1/10 of the people, but that would be committing an etymological fallacy, because yes, that is where the word comes from, but that's not the way the word is used in regular parlance. So just because it comes from that source doesn't mean, I'll give you another example here. We all know that if you say that someone is gay, in modern terms, that not every time, but usually it means that you're homosexual on some level, right? Queer on some level. But we also know that the root word, where the word gay comes from, doesn't have anything to do with same-sex attraction. In fact, it has much more to do with being happy. So
Yes.
what if I said to you that, my pastor said to me, I can't be gay, but I know that what he really means is I can't be happy because I've looked up the root of the word gay and I realize it means happy. Well, that actually is, again, committing an etymological fallacy, because let's be honest, if my pastor tells me I can't be gay, we know what he means. He doesn't mean I can't be happy. He means I can't have sex with other men. That's what he means. So even if I know what the root of the word gay is, or where the word comes from, it is an etymological fallacy for me to assert to you that my pastor only cares if I'm happy or not because he said I can't be gay. We know that's wrong. That's not what the pastor meant. Words evolve all the time. And the only way to truly understand a word, well, there's no true understanding of any word, but the only way to get a reasonable understanding of a word is to understand in what context does the writer and the reader understand the meaning.
Okay, so try to put gay in two different types of sentences. And like you just said there, the words mean something.
Well, yeah. So example one is, there was a party at my house and the festivities were gay and joyful. And then the other example would be there was an orgy at my house and the sexual activities were gay. I mean, if I say it, if then the second sentence, you're not thinking that the orgy was just very joyful. You're thinking, oh, there's a lot of same-sex people getting naked.
So that makes more sense when you put it that way. Because I've only known the word as one way, and that's just being happy.
Well, oh, come on, John. You've heard people say that gay. You've heard people say gay
No, I mean-
in regard to queer people before.
Well, what I mean by is I've read the dictionary word, what the word actually really means, like you said earlier. But as in, yes, hearing other people as being gay, I just look at them as another person.
Right. No.
So I don't really look at them as gay.
Right. But there's a difference between, like, you could say, this is how I look at people, but also it's fair and reasonable to say, even if this is the way I look at things, if you understand the societal context of it, it would be willfully ignorant to deny that societal context. In other words, going back to my example, the pastor, right? I can say to myself, well, every time I've heard someone say gay, like it always means happy and joyful. But I know that if my pastor tells me I can't be gay, I know he's not talking about me not being happy and joyful. I know what he's talking about. He's talking about I can't have same-sex relationships, right? So
Right.
I could stick my head in the sand and say, well, no, gay actually means happy. So that, the pastor told me I can't be happy, so I know that's what he taught me. But we know that's false, because we know what the pastor meant when he said it. So this is what I mean by the etymological fallacy. You can look at where a word came from, and sometimes that can provide us with some helpful understanding into the meaning. But also sometimes it can lead us to misguided understandings if we cling too tightly to the etymological root of the word.
Okay.
Because, I mean, if it sounds like being circuitous, you just have to remember the common concept here, which is that language is a code between two or more people. That's all it is. Words are codes between two or more people, meant to relay meaning. But what that meaning is entirely dependent on the two or more people that are involved in the communication. So no matter what I say a word means, if the people involved in the communication think it means something different, then for the purposes of their communication, it means something different, period. Like a perfect example of this is like in common colloquial speech, bad, right? Well, what does bad mean? Bad is not good.
Bad.
Bad, don't do bad things. Bad is bad, awful. But we also know that in colloquial speech, like Michael Jackson taught us, bad could be a good thing. Like, oh, you bad as hell. Oh, that dude's bad. I mean, people don't really talk like that much anymore. But the point is, at any point in time, any word can take on any meaning as long as the receiver and the sender and the receiver agree on what the meaning is. As long as that relays meaning between the sender and the receiver, it doesn't matter what your Oxford Dictionary says.
Okay, so kind of like the Enigma machine, because it kind of did that.
Well, I mean, the
I remember-
Enigma machine
if I remember
was a coding machine. So, I mean, that's not really what I'm trying to talk about, because the Enigma machine didn't give you commonly understood words. The Enigma machine truly encrypted things. It created an encrypted word, an encrypted message that regular people could not read. And the only people who could read it is if they put it back to the Enigma machine and decrypted it, right? So
Right.
that's not really the same as what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is that language,
Okay.
all words are completely dependent upon the understood and semantic meaning between the sender and the receiver.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It's my gears are just so rusted. I don't know where I'm going with half of these questions.
Well,
But I do
let me
understand
give you an
some of it.
example that comes from someone I reference here often on the channel. Like Dan McClellan talks about this with the Bible. And he talks about how, religious zealots will try to tell you that this is the meaning of this verse. This is the meaning of this passage. This is the meaning of this word. Sometimes they'll even tell you this is the meaning of this word because they have determined this is the meaning of this word. But the simple fact is that for any text, not just the Bible, for any text at all, the meaning of that text is always negotiated, whether you realize it or not. Usually it's negotiated subconsciously, like, just by default when you read something. But the meaning is always negotiated between the sender and the receiver. And if it's, now granted, sometimes the meaning doesn't properly get...
With letters and numbers, because our phones couldn't do it right.
Right. Yeah. Although I would also, that's also a form of like low grade encryption sometimes too. Like sometimes you just end up creating these shorthand things because, but yeah. But ultimately, every word, even concrete words, like if I say to you dog, we all think we know what dog means. Dog seems like a really...
You're such a dog.
Well, right,
No.
but according to Snoop Dogg, dog means something very different. Dog is like your bro. Dog is like a cool dude. You're like, so even something that feels as obvious and as concrete to you as the word dog, which, when I say to you dog, immediately you think of a canine, a pet, but
Yeah.
there is no such thing as any word in any language that has inherent meaning. Every single word in every single language can and is sometimes reinterpreted based upon the different meanings that are imposed upon that word by the sender and or the receiver.
And that's where the gay word is being used two different ways.
Well, yeah, I mean, gay doesn't exist. The word doesn't exist in the Bible, but yes, that's a perfect example where now, I would argue that like 200 years ago, if you said gay, almost everyone thought happy, joyful, kind of, I'm gay and light and, happy. Nowadays, almost everyone thinks homosexual. There was a time probably 50, 60, 70 years ago where there was kind of like a middle ground where, depending upon the context, you didn't know. Even today, you don't necessarily know. Even today, you have to decipher it based upon the context, right? Going back to the example I gave, if I said, hey, even though it may sound funny for me to say this because it's not normal verbiage, but if I said, hey, we had a party at our house and, it was festive and it was happy and it was gay, I don't think anyone by default assumes when they hear that I was having a homosexual orgy at the house, right? Because in the context that I used it, even though people don't usually use gay anymore to say happy or joyful, in the context that I use it, it becomes pretty obvious that, he's saying gay is happy and joyful. But again, if I said, well, if I had 10 dudes over the house and we got naked in the bedroom and it was gay as hell, no one thinks I'm talking about happy and joyful. Everyone thinks like, it was homo as hell, because of the context of the conversation.
Right. So that'd be like my old example would be, I know what a poke is.
Right. Yeah. I mean,
Do you know not everybody knows what a poke is.
I mean, and this is where I say, like, you can go a little ridiculous with this, but it is technically true that there is not a single word, not just in the English language, but in any language, that has inherent meaning to it. A word is just it's a collection of phonemes. It's one to many phonemes, which we then represent with a collection of letters depending upon your language. But the phonemes themselves don't have inherent meaning. You know, like the word, like the phoneme gay, that's one phoneme. There's no inherent meaning to gay. You know, like there's nothing in nature that says every time you hear this phoneme, it means happy and joyous, or every time you hear this phoneme, it means homosexual relations. There is nothing about that phoneme that means anything at all. It's just a phoneme. That's all it is. We imply the meaning to every single word, no matter how simple or obvious it sounds. Even when the word it seems as obvious as the word dog. You know, dog is only 3 letters. It's one phoneme, one syllable. We think, well, I should be careful how I say phonemes. It's one syllable. It's multiple phonemes. But the point is that as simple as dog is, you can still have multiple meanings for dog. And the meaning for dog can change over time. The meaning for dog can change according to every society that you're in. You know, it could, in theory, change from one neighborhood to the next.
Okay, can you give me a word out of the Bible that people having trouble with?
Well, I mean, it's hard because I don't speak Hebrew or Aramaic or Koine Greek, to be fair. So I can tell you some of the.
Well, I mean, like out of the NIS, or which one that was.
I mean, I can tell you words from the Bible that Christians interpret in different ways. You know, like when you hear serpent, Christians hear that and they think Satan. But it's not.
Sometimes I hear snake.
Right.
I hear snake when I hear serpent.
But and also some of these. That's why I say I'm being. Well, you know, yeah. A demented engineer says sin. You know, sin is a good one. You know, just like you brought up, like when you say sin, everyone has a different definition of sin. Even Christians have a different definition of sin. You know, or salvation. You can ask.
Is there another meaning for that too?
For salvation?
Yeah, is there another meaning for it?
Yeah, well, I don't know if there's multiple meanings for salvation in the Bible. There's multiple meanings for how you get to salvation. I'll say that. You know.
Okay. Well, I know you said serpent, and I know to me, serpent sounds like a snake, but other people think it's the doe. How do they get the doe?
Right. Now, to be fair, that's so. We're getting off in the weeds here, okay? But it's hard for me to think of a good example from the Bible, because when I say that serpent can be interpreted as Satan, according to some Christians, it's not because any Christian actually thinks that the word serpent somehow means Satan. It's because they have decided that in terms of what's the word I'm looking for? They've decided that metaphorically, the serpent is Satan. But no one actually. I don't think anyone who actually reads the Bible thinks that the word serpent actually means Satan all the time. They've just come to think that serpent represents Satan. And I know that they'll sound like I'm saying the same thing, but they're not really the same thing. I know it's getting way off in the weeds. I also have to recognize here, there's a comment here in the chat. Kelsey Cluster says, I guess you are the only stream left. So I don't know if that's true, but I mean, I'll take that. I guess maybe it's like, shit. It's like you're the last. You remember back in the day, John, when TV would, like, most of the TV channels would turn off at midnight or whatever, and there'd be like one channel left. It's like, this is the shit I'm going to watch because it's the only one that's still on.
So, oh yeah, I remember those.
So
I mean, get the annoying
to be clear, if anyone's tuning in right now because I'm the only stream left, then I'll take it. You know, like, I'll take it.
Correct. Actually, I've kind of looked. There's other ones out there, but I don't know who they are.
Speaking of that, John, I don't want to cut you off. I was going to get back to the Mike Winger stuff unless you wanted to talk more about something there specifically.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question about that because you brought it up, and I'm thinking, I've heard this word so many different times, but it's like, what is considered a sin? Why we got to go repent? That's all I wanted to ask.
Well, I'm going to probably muddy the waters even worse because, when you get through like Old Testament versus New Testament, there's atonement. There are things that require atonement, and
Yeah.
I would argue that on some level, the atonement stuff doesn't really feel like sin because the atonement stuff is stuff you can just make it when you need to atone for something. It means that like you need to like all the sacrifice stuff, right? It means that you have to, like for example, a lot of stuff you had to atone for was like ritualistic problems, like you touched, like you like. This is going to sound silly, but it's in the Bible. You had a nocturnal emission, okay? You had a wet dream. So you had a wet dream, and because you had a wet dream, then you, according to old, Judaic law, Old Testament law, Hebrew law, you had guilt. Even though you hadn't done anything wrong per se, you had guilt. And because you had this guilt, you had to atone by performing certain actions or doing certain sacrifices. There were, however, a number of other things that you could do wrong for which there was not an atonement. For example, if you killed someone, or let me be more specific, if you murdered someone, there is nowhere in the Bible that it tells you that if you murdered someone, then all you have to do is go sacrifice a goat or an ox or 100 oxen and you're off the hook. No, for certain crimes or sins, the only way to get right was to be punished. And atonement could not fix that for you. Atonement was really more of a way of righting ritualistic wrongs. So the atonement idea was like, there was something that had gone, there's something, you were dirty today you were unclean for today for some reason, or we had not followed the proper ritual when we were going to the temple, something like that. That was considered something that required atonement. This is actually, this kind of gets into a point that I like to talk about with Jesus sometimes, which is that the whole idea that Jesus had to die for your sins is, of course, I'm 1,000 different levels stupid and wrong, but it's also wrong because for sins, like things that you've done bad, you've done a horrible thing, like you were an adulterer, or you murdered, or you stole. There is no basis in the Old Testament that says, here's how you atone for those things. They don't give you standards for atonement. They tell you, here's the punishment that you have to endure as a result of you doing the bad thing. So the point is that even if you want to believe that Jesus was somehow a sacrifice that was required for our sins, then according to the Hebrew Bible, according to the Old Testament, the only sins that atonement even works for are the ritualistic sins. You didn't properly cleanse yourself before you walked in the temple today. That's something that you atone for. But if you look through, I won't sit here and try to go through it because it would take me a while and we'd go way off into the deep end. But I should probably do a video on this explaining, like, here's the things that you can atone for, and here's the things that you actually can't atone for, you have to pay for, or you have to be punished for. Because remember, atonement is like paying someone back. It's like saying, hey, I fucked you over today, John, and because I did a bad thing to you, I'm going to write you a check for $1,000 to make it square. That's atonement, right? But
Good to me.
But punishment is like, well, you know, I don't know. I hurt someone in your family today, and because I hurt someone in your family, there is no check I can write for you according to the rule of God that makes it right. So instead, I have to be beaten. I have to be taken out to the town square and, you know, whipped because I hurt someone in your family. That's talionic justice. And the Bible is very clear in multiple places, many places, about calling explicitly for talionic justice. But talionic justice is not a one-for-one equivalent with atonement. They're two different concepts. So every time a Christian wants to tell you about this bullshit about Jesus had to die for our sins, when a Christian says that, they normally imply that any sin that you did, Jesus died and made it right. But that's not consistent with the Hebrew Bible at all. According to the Hebrew Bible, there are many sins that you can't atone for at all. You only can be punished for. There is no sacrifice that you can make in the Hebrew Bible that gets you off the hook for murder, for example, just to give you an example.
You bring that video out, I would like to see that video.
Yeah, I'm thinking about that. Now that I'm talking to that would probably be a good video, because like
It would.
the whole idea that Jesus died for your sins, I mean, it's bullshit on so many levels. I mean, first of all, the simple fact that the omnipotent creator, God of the universe, required to sacrifice his only, you know, his innocent son in order to forgive me, like that. That's the antithesis of justice right there. But now that I think about it, there's probably another really good video to be made there, because the simple fact is that even if we assume that Jesus died for my sins and that somehow that makes sense, which it doesn't, but let's just assume
Then I shouldn't
that
be a sinner today.
but even if we assume that works, the fact is you can't just atone, because a sacrifice is an atonement. There is no distinction between the two. If you sacrifice something, if you atone for something, those are the two same concepts. Sacrificing and atoning are the same thing. There are many transgressions that are laid out explicitly in the Bible for which there is no atonement for. So the idea that Jesus somehow made everything right by being sacrificed for your sins isn't even remotely consistent with Hebrew theology at all.
Yeah, because if he really died for our sins, then they keep saying we're sinners, but we shouldn't have no sins at all from birth till now.
Well, there is a, I don't know what denominations embrace this, not many, but there's a small majority or small minority of Christians in some radical sects, some radical liberal sects that believe in you know, like that truly believe like, well, Jesus died for our sins, so like it's like the debt's paid, it's all done. Now, of course, the vast majority of Christians don't want to hear that. They don't want to buy that shit, because then that implies like, well, I guess, okay, we're all going to heaven then, right? You know, under that ideology, we're all going to go to heaven regardless. The atheists and the Hindus and the Buddhists and everyone, we're all going to go to heaven because Jesus paid for our sins.
Right. I agree. We would go to heaven if he died for our sins. Then there wouldn't be no more sins.
Right.
But then they keep telling we got sins. Oh, here we go. That's where I have my problems at.
You're going to keep having the problems because it doesn't make any fucking sense. It doesn't make any goddamn sense, man. And I know you're trying, John, but you can keep trying, and it's not going to make any more sense.
No, I'll just see everybody in hell like we're supposed to, I guess.
Okay, I'm going to get back. I'm not cutting you off, John, but I'm going to get back to this video, all right?
Oh, yeah, I'll go back to that, and I'll go play my game or something. I'm still listening, watching.
All right, cool, man.
Yep.
wouldn't that just naturally come off of you? It would sort of shield you against being able to take the claims of that religion seriously. It would guard you against having to reason through thoughtfully possible evidences or support they have for why they believe what they believe.
This is him still bitching about the fact that people ridicule Christianity. So he's like, damn, you can't ridicule it because you're not going to take it seriously. Yeah, we're going to ridicule it because you've presented demonstrably stupid ideas. But let's continue.
Believe. So I have a challenge for atheists. My challenge for atheists is this. When you're dealing with the topic of God's existence, Jesus' resurrection, the evidence for the Bible, that sort of thing, no sarcasm, no self-righteous posturing allowed. I think if you watch a debate between a Christian and an atheist, you will see that the vast majority of the stuff that comes off the atheist side is sarcasm and self-righteous posturing.
This is so fucking disingenuous right here. But now, I want to be very, very, very clear on this, okay? Am I saying that there are no atheists out there who are sarcastic or self-righteous posturing when they talk about the resurrection or anything else in Christianity? No, I'm not saying that at all. In fact, I'm sure at times that I am that way, okay? I'm not trying to claim to you for a second that there is no sarcasm or self-righteousness in atheism, but also, hello, pot. I'm the kettle. like, oh, you're black too. Like, do you really think that there is no sarcasm or self-righteousness in Christian apologetics? Okay. And to be clear, when he says this, because we've already seen this from what little we've watched of the video so far, that when he talks about sarcasm or self-righteous posturing, what he's talking about is you're saying things that aren't completely accepting of my worldview. You are saying things that don't affirm my beliefs as a Christian. And because they don't affirm the beliefs that I already have, I'm going to tell you that you are scoffing. I'm going to tell you that you're sarcastic. I'm going to tell you that you're self-righteous. And as we've already talked about, if you want to talk to me about, first of all, about literal shit, if you want to talk to me about why, I should care about what grown people do in their grown consenting adults do in their bedroom, then yes, I'm going to be self-righteous as I tell you that you're a bigoted piece of shit. And I don't care if that doesn't make you feel good. And even looking at a more theological level, like I was just talking about with John, if you want to tell me why the omnipotent God, creator God of the universe, has to kill his innocent son in order to forgive me, because he apparently couldn't forgive me without this blood sacrifice, yes, I'm going to be self-righteous as I talk to you about it, because it doesn't make any fucking sense. And if that makes you uncomfortable, I don't give a shit. If that means that I'm scoffing because I'm not accepting the clearly illogical basis of your fantasy about Jesus having to have died on the cross in order for an omnipotent creator God, in order to forgive me, if you can't understand why that makes no sense and why it's stupid, then yes, I'm sure I'm going to come across to you as scoffing and sarcastic and self-righteous. And you know what? I don't give a shit. I really don't give a shit. Because if I have to pretend to you, and not that Mike Winger and I are having any personal conversations, but if I have to pretend to you that this makes any sense whatsoever, then we can't have an adult conversation. If I have to start the conversation by acknowledging that your illogical position is somehow, on some ridiculous basis, not stupid, then I can't have an adult conversation with you. We can have an adult conversation about whether God exists. That's a big, broad, generic concept. And, very intelligent people in this world believe that there is a God. I don't have a problem with that. Even if you want to tell me that you believe that the God is Yahweh and that Jesus was his son, okay. But when you want to start talking to me about why this means that gay people are going to burn in hell, we can't have a conversation without me being at least somewhat scoffing and sarcastic and self-righteous, because you're being a bigoted piece of shit. And I don't care if that bothers you. So keep going off about your sarcasm and your self-righteousness and your scoffing. Yeah. I like to mention engineer Mike Winger is a baby bottle there. He's really coming across in a very, very whining way here, and I think that this video from him does not present itself as an emotionally mature individual, if I'm being really frank.
And if you just take those two things away, that kind of mockery and scoffing, it has a very different effect on you. And you can maybe see clearly enough to at least weigh the evidence thoughtfully. So I know some will be offended.
So the obvious inference here is that if you just stop your horrible atheist scoffing, if you just stop being so sarcastic, you asshole atheist, then you'll be left with the evidence. And then the evidence will be clear to you that Jeebus saves us. Yeah.
By what I'm saying here, but I believe it's true, and I'm only saying it to be helpful. So here's another video. This video is just meant to demonstrate the type of scoffing and mockery that comes off of Ricky Gervais.
Notice he gets so caught up in this scoffing thing, and it's clear, if it's not already at this point in the video, that anyone who doesn't agree with his Christian perspective is, by definition, scoffing. If you have the nerve to critically dismantle any part of his Christian dogma, you are scoffing. And that means that you can't be taken seriously because you're just scoffing.
Because remember, his big important pillar is we need to ridicule religion. So here he goes.
This is guaranteed.
Right,
we know this
right,
is here.
right.
Let's make the most of this. Then it doesn't matter.
But you're
because
supposed
you won't
to
know.
sacrifice the mortal pleasures in order to
Because
show that
some
you're
weird
faithful.
guy a few thousand years ago said so.
Right.
Some little weird desert dweller who hated gays, women, right, and wanted power and was angry because he lived in the desert and could only beat himself stupid every night, wanted to make everyone pay.
Right.
And he wanted a piece of it, you know. It's so obvious the Bible's written by men
Yes,
seizing power.
yes.
It's like, it's ludicrous. I mean,
It really
it's
seems a waste.
laughable.
It's ludicrous. It's laughable. It's so obvious. Obviously, I disagree.
I know he says I disagree. I assume he means he disagrees that it's ludicrous and it's laughable. But I mean, think about what Ricky Gervais just said there. He said that this was written by ancient people in the desert, and apparently, and it's so obvious. This is what Ricky Gervais says, that it was written by men. And then right after that, Mike Winger pops in. It says, but obviously, I disagree with that. No, I don't think that Mike Winger is honestly disagreeing that it was written by men. And I don't think that he's totally disagreeing that it was written by ancient dudes in the desert. But, the fact that he just jumps in is like, well, obviously I disagree with that. Like, okay, Ricky Gervais just laughed about the fact that this book is obviously written by men. And all you can chime in afterwards is like, well, obviously I disagree with that. Okay, well, you think it was written by women? How many women do you think authored any... I mean, seriously, I know what the answer is. Oh, I think I know what the answer is to this. But does anyone honestly believe that there's a single fucking letter of the entire Hebrew Bible that was ever written by someone with a vagina? Do I have to explain this to you? And I'm not even trying to get into all of the, the misogyny shit, which there's a ton of misogyny in the Bible. But even if we put that aside, even if we assume that the Bible is a just beautiful, inspired book, okay, but it's all written by ancient Hebrew men. I mean, this is obviously clear. There were no women back then writing ancient religious texts. Okay.
But that's all it takes. It just takes from that side of things. I don't have to establish these claims. It's just like hearing each other say such horrible things about the Bible, about God, or about religion. It's
horrible things about the Bible. Ricky Gervais just said that it's obvious that the whole book was written by men. Is that a horrible? I mean, I don't think it speaks well for the Bible, but is that a horrible thing about the Bible? I mean, to be clear, Ricky Gervais is perfectly capable of saying some very nasty things about religion and the Bible. But if we went back, I'm not going to do it right now, but if we went back and rolled that back and listened to it again, yeah, Ricky's being dismissive. He's being flippant about it. I don't blame him, but is he really saying anything that horrible? Really? I mean, he's saying things that aren't flattering. I get that. Because guess what? There's a lot of shit about the Bible that's not flattering to anyone who has any ethics or morals about them. And if that makes you uncomfortable, then maybe you need to look at yourself and your own holy text and stop worrying about what comedians on YouTube are saying. Maybe you need to stop worrying about what Ricky Gervais says and whether or not it's so offensive to your religion. And maybe you need to start looking back at your own fucking religion and grow the hell up. Seriously. I mean, it's hilarious how he can get butthurt about anything here.
Such a reinforcing effect upon the others in the room, and it's a juvenile level of reinforcing. But that's the point. This kind of rhetorical scoffing and attacking. It's obvious to them. I understand. I studied the Bible for thousands and thousands and thousands of hours. I've studied the Bible. And obviously someone will think I have blinders on, but it shouldn't be that hard to open my eyes to see that it was just written to abuse people and control them. I'm like looking at it, I'm going, okay, Paul the Apostle, he could have tried to control people, but he didn't even try to. In fact, when it comes to the world, he says he
just said that Paul didn't try to control people. What the fuck? You don't think that Paul was trying to control people? Paul told people that it would be best for you not to marry or have sex. Just be celibate and, only marry if you need to deal with your carnal urges. You don't think that sounds controlling at all? You don't think there's anything controlling about that statement? I mean, everything about Paul's known testimonies, and I say known because there's the pseudo-epigraphal texts which are credited to Paul, but were mostly not written by Paul as far as we understand. But everything by Paul, and quite frankly, everything that's in the Gospels too, is written very much specifically from the perspective of the world is about to end. Yeah, thank you. 100th Monkey, 69 says, eunuch. And bingo, thank you. That's a perfect, thank you very much. It's like if you don't think that suggesting people become fucking eunuchs is controlling, then what do you call control? What do you call control? Cut off your fucking balls, but that's not control? No. Dude, I mean, to be clear, when I was a Christian for 40 years, I mean, I could read this shit in context and I would say, yeah, Paul had a pretty fucked up perspective. He thought Jesus was coming back in his lifetime, and that really warped a lot of things that he said. But still, to try to read the shit that Paul said and say that he wasn't trying to control people, what the fuck is wrong with you? Oh my God. Oh, but you know what? I'm sure I'm being too snarky. I'm just not being cool here because I haven't given Christianity. I'm just being a horrible atheist. I'm scoffing, right? That's what we keep saying, scoffing. I guess if I don't believe that Paul suggesting you cut off your fucking nuts is controlling, then I guess I'm being scoffing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to be such a scoffing person. What the fuck, man?
He has no right to control the world or tell the world what to do. That's interesting. He encourages people. He says he doesn't want to give them orders as in his place as an apostle. He just wants to encourage them to walk in love. That doesn't sound like, the kind of stuff I see coming out of control.
Yeah, he told them to walk in love. He also told the slave to go back to his master. So, yeah, that's not controlling at all. You want a slave to go back to his fucking master, and you don't think that's controlling. You want people to cut off their fucking nuts, and you don't think that's controlling. What the fuck does Mike Winger even think controlling means? What, in his world, what would it take to be controlling? I mean, I understand that it's an ancient holy text. So technically speaking, there's nothing in that text that's controlling me. Paul's not in my living room cutting my nuts off. So I guess if that's what you call controlling, then no, Paul is not controlling me. But if I am trying to actually adhere to Christian doctrine, it's absolutely controlling. Jesus told his followers to leave their families, abandon their families and follow him. You don't think that sounds controlling at all? What the fuck does Mike Winger think controlling even means? What would you have to put in the New Testament to somehow get him to admit that it's controlling? Holy fucking shit, man.
Groups and control religions like the Watchtower, you know, the Jehovah's Witness group. I don't see that. The Bible doesn't fit that at all. You know, I mean, Moses, he gave up his spot in Pharaoh's household to.
This is a lie. So he says Moses gave up his spot in Pharaoh's household to lead the Israelites out of Egypt. That's a fucking lie. Moses killed someone and fled. So don't tell me. I mean, I know your own goddamn scriptures. You know, I think he thinks that atheists just don't read your fucking book. I think he thinks that we've never read the Bible, because I've read the damn thing. I mean, not only have I read it 3 times cover to cover before I even started this channel, but now I'm reading it in front of you in God-Free Bible Study on episode by episode. And Moses did not give up his spot in Pharaoh's household. Moses felt the need to flee because he murdered somebody and he felt like he was in trouble, so he fled. So stop lying about your own holy text and grow the fuck up. Have some fucking honesty.
Go around in the wilderness. I mean, his illustration is, I think, of Moses in the desert, right? Well, Moses was in the desert because he didn't accept that right high place he had, and he decided to give it up to have a bunch of rabble follow him off into the desert. That
Moses never decided to give anything up. According to your own text, that's a lie. And by the way, even after Moses agreed to give these things up, if you want to take that narrative, God then tried to kill him. God tried to kill him, and his wife had to save him by cutting the tip of the dick off of their son. That's how God had to save them. Like, what a fucking hypocritical piece of shit.
See, this just doesn't fit the rhetorical scoffing that they have, but there's no thoughtful consideration of the scoffing claims.
Well, when your thoughtful consideration doesn't include you actually acknowledging what's in your Bible, in your holy text, you're right. I will not thoughtfully consider your made-up narrative about your Bible, because your made-up narrative is a piece of shit. It's bullshit. And I don't have to accept your fairy tale when I have the actual text in front of me that shows me that you're a liar.
That's the problem. It's just scoff after scoff. Now, it bothers me, but it doesn't hurt me. What it hurts is the person who...
He says, it bothers me, but it doesn't hurt me. But he's now said the word scoff about 48 separate times. So he's up in his feels a little bit. This whole scoff idea in his head, he's getting a little butthurt about it. He can tell you all day that it doesn't hurt him, and yet he keeps complaining that his horrible atheists are scoffing. We're scoffing. We're so horrible. How dare we scoff at him?
For it. It hurts the person who believes those sorts of scoffing things. So what should we do with religion? Obviously, there's lots of religious claims out there. We shouldn't scoff and ridicule them. We're not going to discover which one's right or wrong by mocking. What we should do is we should test those claims. Now, this is what I do. I try to test those claims. The specific claim he mentioned in that video was the existence of an all-powerful being, a God. So I think that we have philosophical arguments for God. You know, we have we'll get to this later. The what's the reason for something existing rather than nothing? As you really track that down.
So follow as he does this. He's talking about philosophical arguments for God, and what Ricky Gervais is talking about is evidence for God. Your argument, guess what, Mike Winger, is not evidence. Now, I'm not saying that in the realm of philosophy that there's anything wrong with making an argument for any position. You can make an argument for God. You can make an argument for aliens. In fact, I think that's a really good analogy here, because if we swap out God, we put aliens into this. As a science fanboy, admittedly, a sci-fi fanboy, I will tell you that I believe that somewhere in the grand universe, there's other intelligent life out there, or especially life in general, but probably almost certainly other intelligent life. I can't prove it, but I believe it. If you ask me why I believe it, I will give you an argument for why there is other life, is even intelligent life in the universe. It comes down to math. It comes down to the sheer probabilities. It comes down to the fact that there are trillions of fucking stars. It comes down to the fact that each one of these trillions of fucking stars on average has, multiple planets around it. And of all those planets around all these trillions of stars, the idea that none of them over billions and billions of years has evolved life anywhere else is, quite frankly, really hard for me to believe. But I will be the first one to tell you that even though I can make this argument in good faith, and I feel that I'm in very good territory making this argument, it's not evidence. Do I have evidence that there is other life in the universe? Even non-intelligent life? I mean, I don't have evidence right now that there's even other microbes in the universe. I'm almost certain that there are, but it's not evidence. And if I was talking to someone else who didn't believe in alien life anywhere in the universe, I would be fucking honest with them. I would say, look, here's my argument. Here's why I believe it is highly likely, extremely likely, that there is at least life in the universe, if not intelligent life. But I would never, ever, ever be so arrogant and so fucking full of myself as to tell them that here is evidence of intelligent life in the universe when I don't have a single fucking shred of evidence. And when you want to talk about all this shit he's about to go down with, why is there something from nothing, and the transcendental argument for God and all this shit, their arguments, every one of those ideas is an argument for why you believe that it is feasible for there to be a God in the universe. And to be fair, to be absolutely clear, I'm not mad at you if you find a particular argument to be persuasive. If you think that fine-tuning is a persuasive argument, I personally think it's a stupid argument, but I'm not mad at you for feeling that that's persuasive. If you think that the transcendental argument is persuasive, again, I don't agree with you, but okay. If that persuades you, then be persuaded. But don't put up your fucking argument and tell me that it's evidence. Those are two separate fucking words, and stop conflating the two. They're not even related. Argument and evidence are not the same thing. They're not even that fucking close to each other. Grow the hell up. Let's get into more of his evidence for God here.
That becomes a very powerful, I believe, reason to believe in God. We have the cosmological argument, which I think is really now. Here's the thing: some of you atheists or skeptics out there, you know this argument, the Kalam. Respond to it without mocking. Respond to it with just reason and logic alone.
Okay, respond to the Kalam cosmological argument without mocking. I mean, first of all, I will admit it's really, really, really hard for me to respond to it without mocking, because it is a logically incoherent argument, okay? So you want me to respond to it without scoffing or mocking. You want me to respond to it as though it makes intellectual sense, and it does not. But here, I will respond to it in a very clean, clear, non-mocking tone. The Kalam cosmological argument, like so many other arguments, not evidence, but arguments for God, is a very fancy philosophical term to gussy up your God of the gaps. That's all it is. It's God of the gaps. That's not me being scoffing. That's not me being sarcastic. It is God of the gaps. It is you assuming that because something has to have some greater cause, that then, even though you haven't proven that there has to be a greater cause. You haven't proven what that cause is. You are then assuming or asserting that that cause must be a God. And then in the case of Mike Winger, you're asserting that it must be your favorite God. And you want me to respond to that in what kind of respectful tone? I don't know how I can put that in any clearer terms. By the way, I have a video coming out this week on on tag. That's not the same as kalam, I guess. I'm thinking tag, but he's talking about kalam. But the point is, all of these arguments, like when you look at St. Aquinas's 5 ways, which honestly I think are like the same argument, slightly reworded 5 different ways, they're all God of the gaps arguments. Now, fine-tuning I don't think is God of the gaps. Fine-tuning is an argument based on a complete lack of knowledge of the anthropocentric principle. And he's going to get to that in a second. But I don't know how I can put this in a nicer way. I mean, to be clear, I'm not saying that you're stupid because you believe in fine-tuning. I'm not saying you're stupid because you believe in the kalam. Okay? I find those arguments to be incredibly unsatisfying. But if those arguments convince you, fine. Enjoy your kalam cosmological argument. But if you think that I am going to tell you in wonderfully edifying, intellectually flattering terms about why I don't think your kalam makes any sense, I can't do it because there's nothing about the kalam cosmological argument that rises to the level of being an actual intellectual piece of evidence on any level. And going back, I'm going to say this again because he's going down this whole path of arguments. He keeps talking about arguments here, but Ricky Gervais said evidence. You can't conflate those two terms unless you're a fucking liar. That's all there is to it. You're just being a fucking con man if you think that you can just haphazardly swap out argument with evidence. Arguments have a time and a place. There's nothing wrong with making an argument. Again, I'll use the alien example. I can make for you an argument about why I believe that there is other alien life in the universe. I cannot give you evidence for it because there is, at least not right now, any evidence whatsoever that there is any other life in the universe. I can make a very strong argument for it. But if you start thinking that you can haphazardly swap out arguments and evidence, that's not on me. That's on you. You need to do better.
And let's have a conversation. There's also the argument from fulfilled prophecy, one of my favorite, which I have videos on online, and you're welcome to answer those. I can hardly get...
Listen to what he just said. Listen. He's so pissed off that we are scoffing. Us horrible atheists are scoffing at him. But he's going to talk about the argument from fulfilled prophecy. Now, not everyone watching right now, I don't know, who's watching at the moment. But anyone who's a regular viewer of me knows that I've done pre-recorded videos on this. I've done live streams on this. I have an ongoing thing that I'm doing on my companion site, which is skepticus.info, and I show how every single one of these so-called fulfilled prophecies that Christians point to are fucking ridiculous. I mean, they're not just not fulfilled, they're embarrassingly not prophecies at all. I can't tell you how embarrassing this whole argument is. And yeah, and the 100th monkey says, "They'll damn scoffing atheists." Oh, you mean I did not give your fulfilled prophecy the proper respect that it deserves? Actually, I gave your fulfilled prophecy argument every bit of respect that it deserves, which is 0. And I'll tell you, honestly, on the philosophical piece, even though I told you I think that arguments like the kalam are not strong arguments at all. I have so much more respect for someone who just wants to argue for generic God's existence from the Kalam or from fine-tuning versus someone who then wants to tell me that I should put credence in their fulfilled prophecy bullshit, because the fulfilled prophecy thing to me just screams that you have no intellectual integrity whatsoever. You can't even bother to read your own supposed fulfilled prophecies in anything even approaching a neutral voice, in anything approaching intellectual honesty, and actually assess them with anything other than your God goggles on. And I think it's embarrassing. And I don't care if it sounds like I'm scoffing. I don't care if it sounds like I'm making fun of you, because you deserve to be made fun of at this point. Let me look at comments here. So, Demented Engineer says, how dare we deny his imaginary friend exists? We are scoffers. You horrible scoffers. How dare you scoff at my God? Like, dude, if you're going to bitch at me for, me being, he doesn't know who I am, but if you're going to bitch at generic atheist for scoffing, have the balls to put forward an intellectually sound argument. If you're going to pull up this fulfilled prophecy shit, you are exposing yourself as being intellectually bankrupt. And I have no compunction whatsoever at this point to treat anything that you say with any degree of intellectual respect, because you haven't earned a cent of it. You haven't earned one iota of intellectual respect when these are the arguments that you put forward. Like I said, to be fair, if we take Christianity out of it, if you just want to tell me about I think fine-tuning is an argument for God, I don't agree with you, but I'm not mad at someone making that assertion. Okay, I see how you can look at the universe and think this. I mean, I think that it's pretty easily understood as being wrong, but I also understand that there are some very, very intelligent people out there, even non-Christians, who think that things like the fine-tuning argument are strong arguments for God, for a God, some generic God out there. Doesn't say shit for Yahweh, but at least it says something about God in general, or a maker or something. Okay, fine. Even if I grant you that, then you pull up the fulfilled prophecy shit. I mean, there is no one other than a hardcore Christian apologist who would give you any credit for that whatsoever, because anyone who does not have his head shoved way up Yahweh's ass would actually think for a second that this makes any sense. I mean, I shouldn't even say Yahweh, because Jews don't see any fucking fulfilled prophecy in the Old Testament. And they totally believe in Yahweh. So if you don't have your head shoved way up Jesus's ass, there is no way that you can possibly, with any intellectual integrity, claim that the fulfilled prophecy argument somehow deserves anything less than scoffing. Yes, I am scoffing at you, Mike Winger, because you're acting like an intellectual toddler.
An atheist to respond to my videos on prophecy, which would be evidence that a supernatural creator being communicated to us through the Bible, which is pretty important. I've got 10 videos on prophecy in my Evidence for the Bible playlist on YouTube. I recommend checking it out. And if you want to tackle one of those videos, pick a prophecy and let's go head to head on it. Let's discuss it rationally. That seems like a good way to test if these beliefs are true.
This is like saying that I have 10 videos on Minecraft and therefore Minecraft is true. I have 10 videos on the Game of Thrones, and therefore atheists should debate me on these 10 videos on the Game of Thrones, because we all know that dragons are true. Oh my gosh. He's so fucking stupid.
We have a belief in God is properly basic. Alvin Plantinga talks about that, a well-known philosopher. The argument from design, the argument from the existence of personhood or free will. And God tells us to test things. So test all things, hold fast what is good. This is where the conversation should be. Not ridicule, but testing and saying, hey, is there really reason to believe in God? I think that's a great question to ask. And as I asked it in my own life, when I went through kind of like resetting my beliefs and going, can I really verify everything that I believe? I was well convinced by the evidence.
So I want to be very, very clear here, because I've been not very complimentary to Mike Winger here. And I don't think that you're stupid for believing in God. I don't think that you're stupid for being a Christian. And I don't have a problem with people having religious beliefs. In fact, I would even argue, it took me a while to come around to this, but I would argue that it's rational to believe in God. I'm not saying I believe in God, and it's not irrational to not believe in God, but it is rational if you want to believe in God. We could have reasonable conversations about big, broad God conversations, like the Kalam cosmological argument. But when you get into the Christian specific things, that's when it starts to, in my humble opinion, get really silly. Because the big, broad, there's a God somewhere arguments are, by definition, they're just going to be big, broad, touchy-feely, undefinable arguments. You're either going to believe them or you're not. They're either going to be convincing to you or they're not. But then when you get into the Christian specific stuff about his shit with the fulfilled prophecy, it's like these are demonstrably false. These are the kind of things that unless you have your head shoved right up Jesus's ass, you will laugh at. Anyone who is not a dyed-in-the-wool Christian apologist will laugh at these arguments. Even philosophers who are trying to be respectful to your overall God beliefs. So it's one thing if you want to talk to me on this general level about this is why I think that God exists. But when you can't restrain yourself from throwing in every illogical conclusion and then tossing it out there, like with no evidence, no discussion about these are all the great things. And if you don't believe these things, then you're scoffing. You're a scoffer. You're just a scoffer. Clearly, all you're doing at this point is you're poisoning the well. Because you're not trying to engage with any kind of argument. You're just trying to paint everyone who doesn't blindly accept your assertions as somehow being juvenile. That was the word that he used earlier, not me. You're trying to dismiss them as being juvenile and scoffing and unfair, and they're being debate me bros. And you're trying to present this as some sort of intellectual discussion, and yet your entire basis is based upon nothing but your butthurt Christian feels. And that's really sad. That's really damn sad.
So let's go to another clip where Ricky's going to talk about, in his mind, what causes religion. And this kind of scares me, to be honest. His plan on how you can fix the problem of belief in God. Now, this is not something only he says. I've heard lots of atheists and skeptics say this. Bill Nye has implied the same sort of thing. Listen carefully to this.
It's when you get them. I think there'd be more atheists and less faithful if you weren't allowed to teach anything. You weren't allowed to mention any gods or any beliefs or atheism, right, until they were 20. I think we'd see a different pattern.
He thinks we'd see a different pattern if we could do what? Let's just take him at his word. No one's allowed to even mention to humans. Humans cannot hear about God or beliefs or atheism until they're 20 years old. There's two issues with this. For one, it's just the issue of freedom. Here we have to, the only way to enforce this is to have a government that controls the thoughts and speech of all the people in its community so that they cannot speak about God until someone's 20 years or older. But there's something else here, and that's kind of the utter lack of self-awareness.
So before he gets into this utter lack of self-awareness, I'm going to jump in here and say that I do not necessarily agree with Ricky Gervais here. I mean, I do understand Ricky Gervais's sentiment totally. What Ricky Gervais is talking about is the simple fact that religion only exists and continues to thrive in this world because of indoctrination. Without indoctrination, I'm not going to say that religion would die, but without systemic generational indoctrination, religion would be a very niche kind of thing. Religion thrives because it is absolutely indoctrinated in so many people, usually from birth. And that's what Ricky's talking about. I get that. Now, to Mike's point, I think Ricky was just in the midst of some conversation with someone where he was trying to talk about, like, how would you fix this? And Ricky probably doesn't have very good answers to it. So I will freely admit that the idea that you couldn't talk to your kids about religion is opening up a whole other can of worms that we don't want to go down. Because as much as I hate religious indoctrination, the simple fact is the only way that you can stop parents from religiously indoctrinating their kids is if you went full-blown thought police on people, and that would not be cool whatsoever. I mean, I will give Ricky Gervais a little grace on this just because, first of all, Ricky Gervais is a comedian and he's not a world leader. And I understand that in the midst of trying to just talk through these issues casually with people, you probably throw out some weird stuff and don't think about all of the permutations. But it doesn't change the central fact that Ricky Gervais is talking about, which is that religion only exists at the scale it does and propagates at the scale it does because of indoctrination. Although, to be frank, even as an atheist who is disgusted so many times by the effects of religion in our society, I don't really know how you fix that, because religion and family values are so intricately intertwined. For most people, religious people, there is no distinction between their values and their religion. So trying to say that I can't tell my kids about my religion, aside from being scary and thought police-ish, it also would bring up very serious questions about, like, then how am I supposed to tell my kids about my values? I mean, if you're raising your kids, you are going to, of course, infiltrate into them your biases, right? If my family is a huge college sports family, and me and my wife and my grandparents, and everyone else, if we love the local college sports team like LSU, the Louisiana State University, the LSU Tigers, right? If I have kids, and every day, we have LSU sports on the TV, and we take them all the time to watch LSU games, and we wear LSU gear, and we cheer for LSU teams. Of course, my kids are probably going to grow up doing one of two things. Either they're going to hate LSU when they get older, because that's a very possible thing, right? Or they're going to grow up being huge LSU fans. They're going to grow up just like I taught them, consciously or subconsciously, to cheer for the home team and to do everything that they can to, it's going to be ingrained in them. So it is, if we're being realistic, and I don't think that Ricky Gervais was trying to put forth a valid societal proposal for public policy, okay? But if we're being realistic, no, you can't decide that parents will never talk to their kids about religion. Not only is that horribly totalitarian, but on top of that, it's completely impractical. For a Christian to ask them to imbue morals and ethics into their child, and then ask them to never mention what is in their brain the source of those morals and values, this ethics, is Pollyannish at best. It's not going to work. So I will completely grant Mike Winger this. I totally understand this. I mean, I think, again, to be fair, Ricky Gervais was just talking through this with someone, and he was lamenting the fact that religion propagates because of indoctrination, and he was talking, I think, off the cuff about how you would stop this. I don't think Ricky Gervais was proposing new laws to be put into effect in any country. But I will grant Mike Winger that part of what Ricky Gervais said sounded kind of scary. But let's see where Mike Winger takes this.
Where he doesn't realize that when you teach someone for 20 years that there's trees and flowers and birds and bees. There's planets and stars, and there's quasars and there's black holes and there's a universe. All these things are out here. Gravity and laws of physics. All this stuff is going on. But there's never a mention of God, which means whenever you answer the question, where did it come from? How did it get here? Why is it that way? You always have to answer nature. That is atheism. This is the lack of self-awareness on Ricky's part. It's like,
no, you're a fucking liar. Okay, just saying that, there are natural reasons for this. And then Mike's like, that is atheism. No, that's not atheism at all. Now, I understand that in your closeted little Christian worldview, you think that if I can't tell my kids because God did it, then you feel like that's atheism. But that is not atheism. And just because you don't have the intellectual or emotional maturity to understand what atheism really is, doesn't mean that we have to accept your narrow little bigoted view of what atheism is. Just because you tell your kids that there's natural phenomena all around us and all in every aspect of the universe that we've ever seen, and that in natural phenomena we have lifetimes of experience that teach us that we can find naturalistic explanations for naturalistic phenomena, does not mean that that's atheism. If you don't know what atheism is, then maybe you should look that shit up before you actually do a video on atheism. If you can't be, and this isn't the first time, or this isn't the last time in this video he'll do this, but if you can't be bothered to understand what terms are, maybe you shouldn't do whole live streams talking about those terms. Could you imagine me doing an entire live stream right now telling you about how stupid I think surgery is, and then halfway through the video it's clear to you that I don't know what the term surgery means, when I keep calling things surgery that are not surgery, when I'm trying to do a whole video where I attack the idea of surgery, and yet it becomes obvious as I'm talking that I don't know what surgery is. How much respect should I give him? Should I scoff at him? Or should I say, wow, even though you don't know what atheism is, I guess I should speak respectably about your ignorance? Okay, Mike, you just keep going with your ignorance. That's awesome.
he says, and I'll quote, if we weren't allowed to mention any God or any beliefs or atheism for 20 years. But that is atheism.
No, saying that naturalistic things have naturalistic causes is not atheism. And if you can't figure that out, I'm not responsible when you're bitching about me being scoffing.
Atheism is simply everything exists the way it is without God. That's teaching atheism. This is institutionalized atheism without even the admission that that's what it is. And that's what bothers me. Like, you can't actually...
See, he's sneaking this in because he wants you to believe that if you actually claim that naturalistic phenomenon have naturalistic causes, then somehow that's atheism. If you won't admit that, then he has to actually admit that, well, you can just teach science. And he doesn't want to admit that because he wants to claim, he wants to assert that basically at any point you have to always tie things in to a magic sky daddy.
Actually get on the fence on this issue. If you're going to sit down with students and you're going to teach them about the nature of reality and you pretend to be unbiased, but you do not allow discussion of there being a God, well, then that's atheism. That's just, and what's worse is that it's forced. That concerns me.
Atheism is not not banning the discussion of God. Those are two different conversations, but I don't think that he has the intellectual maturity to understand this point.
Me on a different level, because I don't want there to be anybody forcing religious indoctrination or religious de-indoctrination upon the populace. I think that this is a bad thing.
And again, I agree with him, although I think that Ricky was talking in a kind of off the cuff manner. I mean, I've said on this channel before that if I had a big red easy button on my desk that I could push, and I could make everyone an atheist or, you know, agnostic or whatever, I would never push the button, because that has to be a very personal choice. And I would never tell you that you can't talk about Christianity or theism in your life. I wish that more people would come to a realistic understanding. But nevertheless, I agree with him, to be fair, that despite the fact that I think that Ricky was being a little, you know, flippant in his terms, I agree with him. Yeah, we would not want to force people to never say Christian, you know, never say Yahweh, like beat people if they mention the word God and drag them to the concentration camps. Like, no, let's not do that.
So that's kind of weird. That's the plan for culture. But
I like this comment though. I have to give credit here. Demented Engineer says, institutionalized atheism bad, institutionalized Christianity good. BS. That's beautiful. I agree with that. And your follow-up comment here says, Christianity is forced, extortion is forced. He's a damned hypocrite. He is a hypocrite. You know, and I think you and I, of course, Demented Engineer, are on this exact same page. I only bring this up because, yes, if we take Ricky Gervais's comments from that last quote, just verbatim with no other context, yeah, they could be taken as being pretty gross. It sounds like thought police, and I don't deny that.
Find that a lot of atheists, not all, but pop atheists, absolutely, they're very confused on what atheism actually is. And so here's a quick video where he's going to talk about what atheism is.
Oh, I can't wait for him to tell me what atheism is. Oh, please educate me on what atheism is.
And then that gets changed or enhanced. And there shouldn't even be a word for atheism. It shouldn't exist. Shouldn't need it. There's not a word for not believing in fairies. You know? And if people didn't keep inventing these weird, impossible deities, we wouldn't have to go around denying them.
I feel like we're getting like a look behind the scenes, you know, like what's going on inside the mind of this particular individual. And I'm not here to attack Ricky Gervais. In fact,
oh, really? He's not here to attack Ricky Gervais at all. Okay.
it grieves my heart that he might see this and think it's a personal assault on him. I'm trying to deal with his ideas. I don't like attacking people, but I definitely want to attack ideas. If ideas are bad and dangerous or hurtful or harmful or just not true, and they're influencing people, then I certainly have a right to speak about it.
What a fucking liar. So, like, I understand the theory of the point, he's trying to make, like, oh, we don't want to attack people, let's attack ideas. But every time the word scoff comes out of his mouth, he's not really attacking ideas, he's attacking people. Because every time he says scoff, he's tone policing. He's attacking the fact that you don't give the proper respect and due to his Christian mindset. Because if he actually only cared about ideas, he would be attacking the empirical ideas that someone is presenting. But instead, he's tone policing. You can't talk repeatedly about scoff. Oh, he's scoffing. This scoffing atheist. Oh, pop atheist. I mean, every time he uses terms like this, he is tone policing, and he's not attacking ideas. He's attacking people. Which, to be clear, I don't care. Ricky Gervais is rich and famous. He doesn't need me to defend him. Attack Ricky Gervais all you want, but then to try to wrap yourself in this cloak, like, no, but I don't care about people. I'm just attacking ideas. Bullshit. Own your shit, man. Like, man the fuck up and admit that you don't like Ricky Gervais and you don't like people who talk like Ricky Gervais, and it has nothing to do with their ideas. It has everything to do with the fact that they threaten you and they threaten your little cocoon, and just own that shit.
Those things, and to try to do so graciously. But what does he say? He says, well, we're all born atheists. We're all born atheists. Like, well, what is atheism to you then? Atheism, to them, it's lack of belief. That's all it is. I just don't happen to believe in God. I'm an atheist. By that definition.
To be clear, I have problems with this idea that we're all born atheists. I think that is overly simplistic. You'll hear him mention this in a second, because like rocks are not atheists as far as I'm concerned. Like cows are not atheists as far as I'm concerned. Yes, they don't believe in God, but I don't think that I don't think it's fair to say that we're all born atheists. He's going to mention some of these things himself, but I will mention, I won't sit here and look it up in front of you because it might take some time, but please look up that Religion for Breakfast has a wonderful video that talks about the whole concept of whether or not we are all born atheists. And if you know anything about Religion for Breakfast content, first of all, it's not scoffing atheist content. It is academic, intellectually honest content. And this guy, I don't know what the guy's name is, but the guy who hosts Religion for Breakfast, you guys have probably seen his content, but he does a really good job. And he talks about this whole, it's like a 40-minute video or something, but he talks about, whether or not babies are born with some sense of God. But then he also talks about what babies are born with and what they developed. I'm not going to sit here and try to recount the whole video for you. I'm just going to say to you again, go look up Religion for, Are We Born Atheists? I'm not sure if that's what it's titled, but, Are People Born Atheists? Religion for Breakfast. And you're going to get far more information than I can give you about this. And you're going to get far more information than Mike Winger can give you about this. And it's going to be intellectually honest and balanced.
We're born atheists. By that definition, we're all atheists at birth, even though at birth we think nothing. Every person who's diagnosed brain dead in the hospital, they're also an atheist. Rock is an atheist. Atheism equals even ignorance about God. Just never thought about it before. This is a problem, right? But the reason for this, and I have a video on this online from a few years back called Babies Are Atheists, and it's about things atheists should never say. So I recommend you go look that up. I won't get into too much detail.
I'm sure that's a beautiful video. I haven't seen it, but I like Marduk says, I hate that Mike Winger guy. Well, Marduk, we're diving into Mike Winger tonight.
Today, because I want to cover a lot of claims. But the thing he says then at the end is he says, if people would stop creating these weird and quote impossible deities, then we wouldn't have to deny them. Which is, again, this is just scoffing. It's like
every time he doesn't know where to go with this sentence, he just fills in the word scoffing. I mean, I'm not saying this rhetorically because I don't know what the answer is, but if we were to go back, like maybe pull up the transcript to his live stream and see how many fucking times he says scoffing, it's just like a mantra with him in this video.
I deny your gods. Why? Well, if you wouldn't create them, I wouldn't have to deny them. That's kind of weird talk, to be honest. It doesn't mean much of anything in reality, but it stirs up the crowd, and
it does mean something in reality. So what it means in reality is this: that if you don't believe in Sasquatch, you can probably live your whole life without having to get in an argument with anyone about it. You probably don't have to worry about whether Sasquatch believers are trying to fuck up your local or state or federal laws. You probably don't have to worry about whether Sasquatch believers are pissed off about what grown people do in their bedrooms or whether grown people have medical procedures. Okay, so if this was just about believing in Sasquatch or not, then it wouldn't matter. But the simple fact is that when it comes to religion, it's not that simple. We can't sit here and say, well, I shouldn't even have to worry about this. I just don't believe in it. No, because the problem is that the people who do believe in it are injecting themselves on a daily basis into our lives. And if you don't believe that, look at the fucking United States, where a third of the people here do not believe that evolution is even a thing. Look at the fact that here in the United States, in certain states now, they are requiring you to read the Bible as part of your supposed elementary and high school, primary education. Like, how the fuck can you tell me that this has nothing to do? Like, dude, I would love to not worry about your religion at all. I would love to shut this channel down tomorrow and just tell a few of my good friends, well, if you're not feeling like you believe in religion, come over and have some beers and we'll talk about it. But the simple fact is that you, Mike Winger, and all of your tribe are injecting yourselves all over our fucking world, every place that it's not wanted or needed. And it's disgusting. So don't give me that shit. It's gross.
Convinces junior high kids. Impossible deities. That's a big claim. So God is an impossible deity?
It's not a big claim. I mean, literally, the idea of the Christian God is that he's omnipotent, omnipresent, omniscient, omnibenevolent, that he's outside of space and time. I mean, every aspect of what Christians define as their God is also, by definition, impossible. So don't get butthurt when someone actually names your God for what he is. He's impossible.
I want to hear the case for that. Is it because you think omnipotence is a paradox? I have a video on that too online. The omnipotence paradox, which is not a paradox. It's just switching the names, the meanings of words in the middle of sentences to try to make it look like there's a paradox.
Oh, well, he has a video, so never mind. I guess I'm wrong. There's nothing impossible about Yahweh because he made a video.
So let's do another one here on religious beliefs. This is how Ricky Gervais sees religious beliefs.
When it's young, it's a sponge. It has to be. It has to take in all the information. It has to trust its parents, its elders to survive. Without question, don't touch the fire. Why not? Don't go near the wolf. Don't touch that spider with a red bit. Don't touch that. Why not? Just don't. There is a God. What? There is a God. And if you're bad, you go to hell. Okay? And if that's constantly confirmed, like all the other things, wolves eat you, black widows kill you, fires burn you, if it's given that same level of credence and truth, you're never going to get over it. It's going to be a lot harder to undo that.
Okay, so this is a great picture of how he thinks you think as a Christian, as a believer in God. Your views of God started as a child. They were believed because of the sheer authority of parents, because your brain was a sponge. And then you continued to believe those things thoughtlessly in the future for no reason. That's the implication. And let's be fair, that's how a lot of atheists see Christians. And so when I as a Christian say, yeah, no, I believe for intelligent reasons, and they're like, yeah, sure, Mike, sure you do. And then the mocking and the scoffing's happening in here, even if it's not happening out here.
So I want to point out here how I think he's completely fucking oblivious to the contradiction that he's just brought up, or the weird synergy he's just brought up, depending on how you want to define this. So I will admit to you that with atheists, sometimes atheists get too much in their head. Like, well, I'm only an atheist because I've come to this because of logical reasons, because I've weighed all the evidence. And I, as an atheist, I will be free. I will freely admit to you that atheists can be a little annoying with this at times. They act like they don't have feelings. They act like they don't have any kind of, emotional response to things like religion. Oh, I am only an atheist because I sat down and logically reasoned out all the things. And I can freely admit to you that can be a bit of an annoyance here. But then the flip side is Mike Winger believes that he is a Christian because he sat down and carefully weighed all the evidence. Now, I want to be clear. I'm sure that as a Christian apologist, as a YouTube content creator, as an adult man who's probably spent a lot of time studying the Bible and looking at every aspect of his faith, I'm not saying that Mike Winger has never looked at his religion and his faith, his beliefs from a logical perspective. And I'm sure that in his mind he has come to logical conclusions. I'm not denying that at all. I'm sure that he has. But the point here is that just because he may have sat down and reasoned this thing out, which of course I can sit here as an atheist and argue with, well, were they the right reasons? Did you come to the right conclusion? We could argue about that all day. But just because he sat down and reasoned this out, he then seems to be implying that his ingrained from birth indoctrination had no impact on his empirical reasoning. As though he's only a Christian because he sat down like a fucking lawyer and looked at the case, the pros and the cons, and he decided, oh, clearly Christianity is the thing for me. And again, I'm not saying he didn't do that. Maybe he has, but also has some fucking self-awareness. Understand where you come from. I mean, I don't know Mike Winger's background, and I haven't Googled it or anything like that. I literally don't know. But do you want to guess what kind of household Mike Winger grew up in? Do you think he grew up in a Muslim household? Do you think he grew up in Saudi Arabia? Does he look Asian? Does he look African? Do you think he grew up with Hindu parents? Or do you think he's always been raised in a Christian environment? Do you think that he's always been pushed, whether he wants to admit it or not, towards a Christian conclusion? Now, again, to be clear, just because you were raised in a Christian environment doesn't mean that Christianity is wrong. You could be raised in an environment, and you could be lucky enough to be raised in an environment where that environment was right. So I'm not saying that he should denounce Christianity, but I am saying that he has no fucking self-awareness about this at all. He is talking about this shit like he sat down and made nothing but a clear, empirical, reasoned, intellectual analysis and decided with his own intellect that Christianity was right. And all of us atheists, we haven't done anything like that. How much sense does that make, Mike? How much sense?
So we believe based on authority, but the truth is, as Christians, I believe everything as a kid based on authority. That's kind of how you start believing things. But we confirm, right? Like, I still, as an adult, think that fire burns me, that wolves could eat me, that spiders might bite me and poison me. I still believe that. I still think black widows really are poisonous. Why? Because as an adult, I've confirmed those things. And so I've vetted my beliefs as a youngster. I'm capable of doing this, of thinking carefully about the stuff I learned when I was really little, and then deciding whether or not it is something worth carrying forward to my children. In fact, I'm responsible for doing this. So I'm personally convinced. I mean, God is confirmed, and not because my mom told me that there's a God. Like that.
I'm sure it had nothing to do with the fact that his mom told him that there was a God. I'm sure that he only came to this conclusion because he's such a logical, clearly reasoned individual that there's no way that his indoctrination could have had any impact on his life growing up. Clearly, he is only a Christian because it is the obvious intellectual answer that one must come to if you have looked at things from a clear, reasonable, and scientific basis. And of course, he couldn't possibly be influenced at all from any indoctrination in his life. Yeah.
It's not. It is the foolish version of Christianity, the dumb Christian that pop atheism continually tries to create and tries to draw for us so that they can feel secure in their own position. This is how you get fooled. It's not how you come to truth. So the atheist mantra then, I'll come to this in a minute, in about 5 minutes, but the atheist mantra is that there is no evidence. There is no evidence. There is no evidence. Have you heard that mantra as an atheist? Have you said that mantra as an atheist? I've got it in my comment sections on my videos. There is no evidence for God. There's no evidence for God. But then what happens is someone will thoughtfully present some evidence for God, some reason to believe in God, and then they'll just deny that it exists.
Notice what he just said. He's bitching about atheists saying that there is no evidence. And then he says that somebody will present a reason to believe in God. And then he's bitching that we don't take that as evidence. think about what he just said. To be clear, I am admitting that atheists, just like theists, are more emotional in their thinking than they would like to believe. I am like that. You are like that. We are all like that. Even if you think that you are a perfectly rational creature, you have more ingrained bias and emotion around the way that you think than you probably want to admit. But that being said, just because you can conjure up a reason to believe in God does not make it evidence. This happens all the time. It is the constant sleight of hand where he's bitching that atheists say, oh, there's no evidence for God, because guess what? There's no evidence for God. Now, if we're being frank, I would also tell him, if we wanted to have an honest conversation, I would say there's no evidence that refutes God. There's evidence that refutes Yahweh. There's a ton of evidence that refutes the Christian God. But I will freely admit, there is no evidence that refutes God in general, because God in general is an unfalsifiable proposition. So no, I cannot refute or disprove your God, and you cannot prove it either. But just because you can come up with a reason in your own mind to believe something does not in any way transfer to the idea of evidence. They're not the same fucking thing. You can have all kinds of reasons. I mean, if you don't believe what I'm talking about, let me just give you a simple analogy. I mean, I can have a buddy of mine who's accused of murder, right? And I can probably, if he's a good friend of mine, come up with 20 reasons why I don't think he committed the murder. Because we grew up together, because he doesn't seem like a murderer, because he always seems really nice, because I've never seen him commit a murder, because it doesn't seem consistent with his character. Because, you know, like I can come up with so many different reasons that are valid in my mind as to why he's not a murderer. None of those reasons in my mind come even minutely close to being evidence as to why he is or is not a murderer. No matter what I think of my buddy, no matter how much I think I have reasoned that he's not a murderer, none of it qualifies as something that I can go into a court and say, oh, I know he's not a murderer because here's the reason that I've come up with in my mind. And yet, Mike, like so many other Christians that you see on YouTube and everywhere else, is going to sit here and talk. He's going to scoff. He's scoffing. Yes, I'm going to use that word. He's scoffing at the idea that atheists say there's no evidence. And then when he tries to refute this claim, he will fluidly transfer the idea of evidence with his own internal reason. And I don't care if he has a reason for God. You can believe God. That's fine. Believe there's a God. But don't try to tell me that it's evidence, and don't try to talk down to other people when they tell you that there's no evidence for God. There's not a single fucking bit of evidence for God. You can have all the reasons in your head you want. That's okay. But that is not evidence.
Rarely will they engage the evidence and engage the argument thoughtfully. And you can see this as well in some of those debate videos. Look at the debates between atheists and Christians.
He's just bitching about rarely will they engage the evidence thoughtfully. And yet, as I pointed out, he just fluidly transferred the idea of the reason in his own head with evidence. But he's mad that we are not intelligently engaging the debate. Okay, dude. Good job.
Intelligent atheists, intelligent believers, and find that the atheist often will ignore the evidence the Christian puts forward and will attack things like the Bible's full of...
I have never in my life, online or in person, seen an atheist ever ignore a single bit of evidence that anyone ever put forward for God. And I can say that confidently because I've never seen any evidence for God. Every time someone puts up evidence for God, just like Mike is doing repeatedly in this video, it's his own argument. And an argument is not evidence. It's his own reason, which is just another word for his argument in his head. But he doesn't have a single piece of evidence for God. Now, to be fair, I get it. Christians look at trees and they say, look, that's God. They look at babies and they say, look, that's God. And you can believe that. That's okay. But don't tell me it's evidence. Don't be a dumbass. Have the fucking intellectual integrity to understand that what you are putting forward is not evidence on any reasonable level whatsoever. It is your own rationale. Own that shit and understand that you're just putting forward your own rationale. That's okay. I'm not mad at you for having an opinion. Have an opinion that you think God is there. Okay, but don't sit there and be a butthurt little Christian apologist saying that I'm scoffing at your shit because I don't accept your non-evidence that is nothing more than a reason that you have concocted in your head.
Atrocities and emotional arguments and mocking and scoffing and stuff. So you may say there's no evidence. There is no evidence. But think about, for instance, Antony Flew. Antony Flew was a very well-known atheist, probably the most famous atheist of the 20th century, and who passed away not too long ago. He had done debates. He debated William Lane Craig even. This guy was a well-known, well-published atheist, said there was no God, and had all the same kind of reasons you typically hear for that. But when DNA was discovered, and Antony Flew took some time to think about this and consider it, the micro machines that are inside of the body, he became a theist. He decided that there was a God. That's interesting. Now you're going to, I mean, I can see it in the comment section. It hasn't happened yet, but it will. Like, but he wasn't a Christian. Like, this is true. He was not a Christian. But that's not my point. My point is that here's a guy who actually said, I'm an atheist. I'm a convinced atheist, saw evidence of microbiology and said, yeah, that's design.
First of all, there is no reason to believe that DNA is evidence for God. Now, if you want to believe that, that's fine. But here's what I think is really funny. He's going to bring up this famous dude, Anthony, and say, look, he was an atheist and then he became a theist, although he admits he never became a Christian. But is he going to bring up every Christian who's ever deconstructed? Is he going to bring up every, and I don't just mean every Tom, Dick, and Harry, bring up every famous Christian who deconstructed? I mean, are we really going to lay this out in a intellectually valid, honest, balanced way? I mean, I know he's not going to, but if I mean, to be fair, to be really clear, neither approach in this idea proves or disproves anything. You know, if you showed me 1 million atheists who all became theists because of something, that doesn't make them right. Just like if I come up with 1 million theists who became atheists for reasons, that doesn't make them right. But he just wants to throw out this anecdotal shit, and then he's not going to at any level engage on how many Christians have deconverted. How many let's put it a different way. How many people grow up Christian in devout Christian households and go to college, especially like for the hard sciences, and over the course of their education in the hard sciences come out being agnostic or atheist or what have you? I mean, should we talk about all those people? Because I don't think Mike wants to talk about all those people. I don't think he wants to talk about all those people at all. All he wants to do is bring up, oh, look, there's one guy who, you know, a century ago saw DNA and thought, that looks like a designer. Good for you, Mike. You want a cookie? What the fuck does that get you? I mean, it proves nothing. It just makes you feel good. It just gives you the feels.
There's got to be a creator. There's got to be a creator. But I think that he had been so poisoned with scoffing and mocking against the Bible and God that
he had scoffed.
he was not able to come around to Christianity and consider it clearly because he had spent so much time scoffing at it. So let's talk about Ricky Gervais's views on the origin of religion.
Oh my.
I think the myths came up maybe, often as a stopgap to knowledge until we find out more. The Earth is flat, and no, we've proved now. Okay, the Earth's not flat, we were wrong. Okay, but that's not personal. You don't take that personally. It doesn't affect you. It doesn't affect your afterlife. And so they often want to hold on to that, right? But only because of the way they've been conditioned. We know it's fun to tell children there's a Santa Claus, and there's fairies at the bottom of the garden, and all these cute things. It's cute till they're 7 or 8. If they're 34, it's a bit embarrassing socially.
He is a comedian, and that's a great point. It is a bit embarrassing socially if you believe in fairies at the age of 34. Sorry for that one viewer out there who does believe in fairies, but here's the thing.
Before he gets into this, I have to point out, he's admitting, if you're 34 and you believe in fairies, that's a bit socially embarrassing. But I guess if you're 34 and you believe that a man was, bodily resurrected, who's the only person who was bodily resurrected, and by the way, he was also born of a virgin, but that's not embarrassing at all. No, it's I guess not. That's not embarrassing. Who cares? Hey, Anka, how you doing? You with us, Anka? Anka. It doesn't say you're muted, so okay, we'll see if Anka joins us. But I'm going to keep. Although I have to acknowledge here the secular scriptures says scoffing, showing contempt, mockery, or derision towards someone or something, making a dismissive sound, sneering or laughing in a way that shows you think an idea or person is silly. Thank you for that definition, secular scriptures. And here's the funny thing on that. I know I talked about this earlier. So the director has muted you? I didn't have you muted. I don't know. Try again, Anka. But like I said earlier, first of all, if you say stupid shit, I'm going to mock you. And not just on my live stream, but just in life. I don't think there's anything wrong with in going with what he just talked about with fairies. If you tell me that you believe in a flat earth, if you tell me that you believe that fairies are around, I'm not going to feel bad about mocking you. And if that doesn't make you feel a good way, then, I don't care. It doesn't make me feel bad. Anka, you with us?
Oh, I think, now I think I am. Maybe you unmuted me before I loaded in, so it's
I saw you, I couldn't see you, talking or anything, so then I had unmuted you at first, but then I muted and unmuted you again, so I don't know, whatever. But we have you. Ladies and gentlemen, the point of the whole evening is that we finally have Anka with us, so that we can...
Nice. So I wanted to say, Adam, you're giving great retorts here, but I have 2 points against your retorts.
Okay, please give them to me.
Have you considered nuh-uh?
I have not considered nuh-uh.
Yeah, that's your first mistake. And second, have you considered magic?
Magic.
Yeah.
I have to admit, I don't give nearly enough credit in my life to magic. And you can't actually just say magic. You have to do this. You have to go, magic. You have to do the whole hand thing. Have you considered magic?
Magic.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and you have to look at people deep in their eyes like you're some sorcerer master, and I am now talking to you with magic.
Yeah.
So I agree.
So you need to reflect on 2 of these points, and maybe you will find God in your life.
But what if I accept magic and then I realize nuh-uh?
Yeah, then you become Christian.
Well, no, but if I accept magic and then I say nuh-uh, then doesn't it make me an atheist again?
No. You will become Christian. That's how it works.
Okay.
That's 100% conversion rate.
Okay. Have you watched Mike Winger's content before?
I never seen this guy, or I just don't know who it is. But he seems like a really, really weird and lame apologist.
Well, it's kind of funny. I don't know if you were there when I started the stream, but he, and I don't bring this up as a dig. I don't care what his personal story is, why he did this, but literally 6 weeks ago, because this stream doesn't come from his main channel. He has this main channel that's got 1 million followers. Okay, so he's got a bunch of followers. And then 6 weeks ago, he comes up with this video, and I follow him just because I follow a bunch of apologists, right? And he's like, "Oh, just letting you guys know, I'm not going to be around for at least 3 months. I need a sabbatical. You know, I really need, you know, like my elders and consultants are telling me I need to take even more than 3 months. The bird in the candle at both ends." And then apparently, like right after he put out that video, like a week later, he starts this other channel where he starts live streaming, which I don't care. You know, it doesn't bother me either way, but it seems weird. It's like I thought, where's your sabbatical, dude? Like, is this your sabbatical? Is like you just start another channel and do live streaming, or it's odd.
Yeah, but it's like you can't stop grifting. You know, you need to continue grifting.
And if I'm being really honest here, like I know I've spent, of course, a bunch of time in this stream beating him up, probably, right? But he's probably, well, I don't know. As far as I know, he's kind of most famous for calling out a bunch of like asshole grifter Christians, believe it or not, like in his main channel. So as apologists go, you know, he's definitely not at the top of my hate list. But then I saw this live stream, and I saw he's been live streaming like every day, I guess. And I'm like, wow, this just feels very disingenuous to me. Like it, and of course I understand an apologist is not going to agree with atheism, right? I understand that. I don't expect him to do a live stream saying, "Hey, everyone, I want you to know atheism is great." But I get frustrated or annoyed sometimes because, while I don't expect apologists to bolster atheism, I still, for some of these people, maybe I expect too much, but sometimes I still kind of expect that you can put together a somewhat logical, intellectual discussion if you're going to tell me about why atheism is so stupid. You know what I mean?
You expect too much from them, and also usually like these people don't even know what atheism is. They still think that atheism is like denial or rejection of God.
So
and, like,
it's funny you say that because he's
morality
gonna get into more of that too. Can I get through more of his stuff here, because we might get into that
for
soon.
sure.
All right,
That's
cool.
your show. You don't need to ask me for.
Well,
permission
I
to do
know,
anything.
but by all means, I'm not going to mute you or anything. So feel free to jump in. But I'm going to get back to this because he gets into that too. It's kind of funny.
The comparison of fairies or Santa Claus or this flying spaghetti monster, comparing these things to God and to belief in God, assumes atheism is true at the outset. And so by assuming...
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. That's. I'm not even going to get into that in detail. Honestly, we've been going through so much of his shit. I'm just going to say that's a logically incoherent statement. But let's continue.
It's
By the
true.
way, do you
You can
agree
easily...
that atheism is like by default is true?
What's that?
Like, do you agree that atheism is true by default? Like, if someone doesn't believe in God, like his atheism is true because like that's about like what he believes in.
I don't entirely believe in that, so for a couple of reasons. We touched on this. I don't know if you were on the stream, but we touched on this a little bit earlier. Like, first of all, in all fairness, like I've heard atheists say like, "Oh, we're all born atheists," and I don't believe that, because to me, if you don't even know what God is, you don't know what religion is, I think it's kind of a cheap move to try to say, "Oh, well then you're an atheist." Like, under that logic, a rock is an atheist, a cow is an atheist.
Yeah. But that's kind of the point of this thing, because atheism is just not believing in God. So rock can't believe in anything. So rock,
to me,
by default, is atheist.
But to me, when you say that you don't believe in God, I am assuming that you have, first of all, the ability to understand what God is, which would eliminate a God, or excuse me, which would eliminate a rock or a baby. Also, I'm assuming that you have at least had some ability in your life to think even minimally about it, and realize like, oh, I don't believe in that shit. Like, reasonable people could argue about that. But I mentioned earlier in the stream that there's a video from Religion for Breakfast, who I think is an incredible
Religion for
content
breakfast
creator.
is nice, yeah.
Yeah, and he did a whole thing on this not too long ago about, you know, this whole idea that everyone's born an atheist. And of course, as Religion for Breakfast tends to do, he looked at it in a very academic light, and he talked about what babies do or do not know. And he talked about and I'm not even going to try to regurgitate it, first of all, because I'd probably have to watch it again to kind of encompass it in my brain. But it's very good, and it's much more intellectually honest than what I hear from really any theist or atheist on this matter. Because, you know, the atheists I just hear like, oh yes, everyone's an atheist until they're indoctrinated into God. And of course, theists kind of go the opposite direction, like, oh, we're all born knowing and loving God, which neither one of those truly, I think, are scientifically accurate. So if you look up Religion for Breakfast video, it's very, I had a lot of respect for it. I mean, I like all this stuff anyway. But I thought this particular video was very well done, and it covered, because if you're going to look at this from an intellectual level, you know, there are real questions about what do babies know or understand from an early level. Like, what are they? So this is the most recent one. So let me put this up on the screen just a second, so that because I've mentioned it enough times now, I feel like I have to at least put it up here so people can see it. So this, if you guys haven't subscribed already to Religion for Breakfast, I highly recommend you do so, because he's a really good content provider, content creator, and I think he's an atheist, but I think that's almost neither here nor there. He's very academic, but this most recent video of his is "Are Babies Born Atheists?" This came out 2 weeks ago, and it's 30-minute video. It's very good. I'm not going to try to recreate it for you, you know, in terms of dialogue, but go check it out. And you can see, actually, it's gotten a lot of views for him too, because, fairly good views for him. But check that out. That'll give you, I think, a much more reasonable and nuanced view about the whole question of are babies atheists. And I won't say too much more about it other than to say that kind of explains my position on it too, because I think that, not that I feel like I have to defend myself that much, but I think that the whole question of are babies born atheists becomes weaponized on both sides of the fence. You know, atheists kind of resolutely just demand that, oh, we're all born atheists, and, you know, it's all just indoctrinated into us. And of course, theists demand that, no, we're all born knowing and loving God, blah, blah, blah. And neither one is really fully true. There are interesting aspects of the psychological elements that we are born with as babies, you know, and anyway, check out that video.
Yeah, I understand what you're talking about, but I'm mostly talking about like technical truth, like technically true, because if you don't have the knowledge about something and you're not jumping to the conclusion straight away, you're probably going to say that you don't believe in it. Because, for example, imagine you never heard about like Batman and Superman, right?
Right.
And someone would ask you, who would you believe would win a fight, Batman or Superman? Like, a person gonna tell you, I believe Superman will win a fight. And you would say, I don't believe it, but like, I don't know. So you're technically like agnostic atheist on this particular question. It's the same with babies. They just don't have knowledge yet. So they are technically agnostic atheist. And they can't have knowledge about God because God is not real. So they can't be born with this knowledge.
So I'm not trying to move the discussion, but I have to highlight the quote here from Secular Scriptures because I love this. I'm pretty sure I got my early religious ideas from The Dark Crystal. I watched The Dark Crystal when I think it came out when I was 11 or 12. I probably watched that movie about 150 times. So if you guys have not seen The Dark Crystal, you may not understand what we're talking about. But yes, I totally understand this. I had to appreciate and acknowledge that comment. Also, I want to mention here, because Anonymous here says, Graham Oppie uses the term innocence to describe babies outside the atheist/theist dichotomy. I think that's very interesting. I have not heard that, but Graham Oppie is, he's an incredible mind, and he's very interesting to watch videos on. I don't think he has his own channel, but you can find him, like interviewed on a bunch of channels. He gets interviewed by atheists, but he gets interviewed by theists as well. And he, I need to find out if he actually has his own channel, because he's the kind of like scholar that will, like, if you listen to him talk for 10 minutes, you'll be confused, but then you'll want to keep listening to it over and over until you finally understand what he was talking about, because he's kind of like, he's like intelligent in an intimidating way. Like, he'll say things that make you go like, wait, what the fuck is he talking about? And you have to sit down and wrestle with it for a minute. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it happens sometimes.
Yeah.
That's what Jordan Peterson wants to be.
But fails at miserably.
Yeah.
Jordan Peterson, oh my God.
He sees himself in the mirror like this.
Oh, he's so fucking horrible. Oh, he's horrible. I have to admit, I have a deep, I didn't feel this way like a year ago, but I think a year ago I started to develop this. I never liked Jordan Peterson, but I definitely developed this kind of deep animosity toward him a year ago, to where I'm like, I can't, and I know he hasn't, I think he's sick or dying or something. He hasn't been doing much, but I think that he
was like really sick. Yeah,
it's so vapid, and it just appeals to these wannabe Theo bros, who think that they're deep and shit. And it's like, dude, you're not even listening to anything he's saying, because he's saying nothing, but you think he's saying deep shit.
He used to say a lot of like really good stuff back in the day, like but it's like basic good stuff, like clean your room and stuff like this. Like, of course it's good to clean your room. Like, yeah, it's good to like get your life together before you like go and try to fix other people's lives.
I think he honestly said more meaningful shit before he decided to carry this Christian banner. And once
he decided to carry this Christian banner after he got like really, really sick. So it might be like correlation between it.
Could be. Two. That's a good point. Because then once he started doing that, then everything he started saying just got more and more duplicitous, It's like, wow, you can't even be bothered to define or agree on anything you're talking about. And everything he would talk about in the last couple of years came across to me as very arrogant and pseudo-intellectual. Meaning, like, if you sat here and talked to me and you said, Adam, what's up with the Discord channel? And if I said, well, what do you mean by Discord? What do you mean by channel? Like, it sounds deep at first, but then after you listen to it for a few minutes, it's like you just won't agree on any word at all, and that's not deep.
No,
that's just being a
it doesn't
douchebag.
even sound that deep. It sounds as deep as like Facebook memes, like when like this Facebook deep memes. Like, this is so deep, I'm 14.
Right. Exactly. Yep.
So it's just like room temperature philosophy without actual philosophy.
Well, true, but I will say that even when he kind of, and I said it's just in the last couple of years, even when he kind of sort of got hammered down to some philosophy, it's like it got so vague that's like, what are you even trying to say? Alex O'Connor did a great video on him like a year ago, where he broke down a bunch of videos where Jordan Peterson was talking about, every time he would talk about God or higher meaning or values, and then you would compare the things that he'd said, you couldn't actually, like, there was no definition for anything he was saying. And it was so, if you listen to his words and you actually compared to what he said over multiple conversations or speeches, it was so vague that it could be applied to anything.
And it's so vague that it contradicts like what he's saying.
Right.
Sometimes in the next sentence.
Yeah, it's like if you have goals in life, you're a Christian. You have a God. You have a God because you have a goal in life. Because I want to take out the garbage tomorrow. That means I believe in God. Like what? Like that makes no sense. But he would literally make these incredibly intellectually bankrupt mental leaps.
No, but it does make sense because it's basically what all Christians do. Like they all do. Like, oh, if you have morals, you you actually believe in God. Like if you think that like having a family is good, you believe in God because it's like God values and stuff. Like they hijack all this stuff all the time.
Yeah. Oh, I agree. I totally agree.
So he's basically doing it the same, but also like really, really vague. So. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna start this video again. We'll go from there.
Paint the other side like they're fools and they're dumb, like they don't know what they're doing. They're not even thinking about things. But I don't have the reasons for fairies to believe in fairies or Santa that I do for believing in God. It's certainly not just because someone told me. No, I've got good evidential reasons. I have logical, thoughtful, philosophical, and science-based arguments for belief in God. And so what would be a better comparison than saying, I don't believe in fairies?
So once again, I'm going to point out that he talks about his, good, logical, scientifically based reasons for God. And every time that he talks about... Go ahead. Yeah, right. He can't. So every time that he talks about these things, he's usually talking about his arguments, like the tag argument or the kalam argument or something. Or he's talking about the same old shit that Christians are like, oh, the trees are beautiful, therefore God. And all of those come down to his idea of scientific, which, I've said this before. I'm going to say it again. I know I sound like a broken record. I don't care if those are your reasons to believe in God, but don't sit there and try to tell me that's evidence. There's a huge difference between the reasons that I use in my mind to validate something versus evidence. Evidence is external. I mean, evidence is still subjective because we can disagree on what is or is not good evidence, right? But evidence should be intersubjective. And evidence should be between, like other people should be able to look at your evidence and say, oh, I see what you're talking about. Whereas reasons are like, this is the conclusion that I've come to in my mind. I have looked at the trees and the flowers, which are beautiful, and that makes me feel like there is God, which is fine. Feel there's God. I don't care. But that's not evidence for shit. It's literally not evidence for shit. But for me saying that means I'm scoffing. I'm just a scoffer.
And also, have you considered look at the trees?
or nuh-uh.
No, it's not nuh-uh here. It's actually look at the trees. Because if you never looked at the trees, you just don't know that they were made by God.
Well, I will say something too, and it's gonna sound, maybe it sounds silly to some, but like I remember when I was a kid, the first thing that I ever wanted to be, like what do you want to be when you grow up, right? The first thing I ever wanted to be was a park ranger. That was my idea. And I remember I used to spend a lot of time in nature, and I thought it was beautiful, whether there's trees or rivers or whatever. And I'm saying this because I will publicly admit that there is incredible awe that you can feel in nature. And I think that while it's feelings, I mean, it's real. It's you feel, if you enjoy nature, if you like being out in the wilderness, whatever, you can feel a genuine sense of awe from everything around you, whether it's the sunrise, whether it's the trees, the animals, whatever. But none of that, and I think that you have to have a sense of, I think eventually you have a sense of emotional maturity, which makes you realize that while your sense of awe is not fake, it's also not evidence. You know what I mean?
Okay, That's a great retort, but have you considered then words don't mean words?
What did you call me?
I'm sorry. I'm never gonna call you this again. So I considered words don't mean words.
I agree. I don't think words really mean words. Well, which actually, John and I were kind of talking about that earlier because he was asking about things, and I was talking about the whole fact that, I mean, I'm going to sound contradictory here because when I'm reading the Bible, for example, I will argue all day that words mean words. You know, like don't tell me that this basic word on the page doesn't mean what it means. And yet I will also argue to you that every single word in any language is a contract between a sender and a receiver, right? So in theory, every word can mean whatever you want it to mean. But those two positions sound contradictory on my part, but I don't think they're contradictory because on one hand, they're
not contradictory at all because you have a contract. Like when you read the Bible, you have basically a contract with people who made the Bible, and they put these meanings and these words like specifically to like give you some meaning to what they were talking about.
Right.
So yeah, like it's not contradictory to say like these words in the Bible mean these things because they were put there specifically to mean these things.
And I have a whole, I'm going to be recording a few videos over the next couple of days. And one of the videos I'm going to do is just about context because I have a whole rant, a whole diatribe about context because, I mean, anyone can bitch about context, but I'm so tired of it because on my channel specifically, you know, like one of my series is I do God-Free Bible Study. I read the Bible in front of you. Now, you don't have to agree with my interpretation of the Bible. Maybe you don't like the way I read it, but I'm actually kind of done with people telling me like you're taking this out of context. Like, dude, I'm reading the whole fucking Bible in front of you. Now I understand that sometimes people put these comments on my videos and they haven't seen God-Free Bible Study or they don't know, all the stuff I do. But generally speaking, I'm like, okay, you don't have to agree with my interpretation, but don't tell me I'm taking it out of context. I'm reading the whole fucking thing right in front of you on the screen. So if you don't like my interpretation, we can argue about that. But I have not taken a single word out of the Bible, out of context, the entire time. I'm reading it all in front of you.
It's like the Holy Trinity, like context, words don't mean words, and that's like the three biggest things.
Yeah. And Demented Engineer says, Jordan Peterson has mastered the art of placing the most volume into the most vapid words possible. Those of us who can measure mass can see right through it. This is a good point, Demented Engineer, because I don't know if you meant it explicitly like this, but this is the way I read it. If you listen to Jordan Peterson speak, it's not just that he quibbles over words, but he will absolutely, he plays a lot with the emphasis. You know what I mean? Like he's definitely overemphasizing at times things that none of the rest of us would even consider to be questionable. But he will overemphasize things in a way that makes it sound almost like it should be questionable. I guess the analogy I would say, if that sounds like I'm talking nonsense, I would say this. You can take almost any sentence and make it sound weird or thoughtful or whatever, depending on how you orate it, right? Like I can sit here and read what Demented Engineer just wrote, and I can say, Jordan Peterson has mastered the art of placing, and the fact that I said it that way makes it sound like, well, wait, are you questioning whether his name is Jordan? Like it makes it seem like the fact that I emphasize Jordan so hard makes it almost sound like, well, what is he saying about Jordan? Like, is that not Jordan's first name? And you could almost do that. A good orator can almost do that with any word in a sentence. You can play with it in such a way. you can fuck with the person's mind who's listening to you in such a way that they can almost lose track of what the original meaning of the sentence was in the first place. Superb basis. Show me two Christians that interpret the Bible the same. I'll wait.
I think Jordan Peterson just became like a caricature of a skeptic. Like,
Oh, he did.
he tries to apply like skepticism to an absurd level, but there's not really like there's no point to do this because you can apply it to anything that he's talking about, and it's gonna be like really, really bad then.
Well, he also became the poster boy for philosophy bros, meaning
Phil Bros.
Phil bros, because I mean, I don't have a problem with philosophy per se, but Phil bros have a certain negative reputation that they've earned because one of the things that Phil bros do is that they will quibble with you over any fucking definition of a word, but they will never agree on any definition of a word. Like, it's fine for us to quibble over definitions if it's important to our discussion. Like if you and I are going to talk about Eastern Orthodoxy, and I said, well, let's agree first on what orthodoxy means, because maybe that word is a little ambiguous. Okay, so we can have a little discussion about what orthodoxy means, and we could hopefully agree on it and then continue our discussion, right? There's nothing wrong with doing that. The problem is that when I say to you, well, what do you mean by orthodoxy? And then you give me a simple definition, and then I give you a counter definition.
But what do you mean by agree?
Right. And then after 20 or 30 minutes, we still haven't come to a simple definition of the first question of what does orthodoxy mean. And then it becomes exhausting for those who are trying to follow the conversation because it's like, oh my God, dude, I thought we were going to be talking about, this Christian doctrine. I thought it was going to be this interesting debate between like, a Roman Catholic and an Eastern Orthodox. And then 30 minutes in and we're still bitching about what orthodoxy means. And it becomes absolutely fucking exhausting. It's like, oh dude, I can't do this anymore.
It's bad when it's like this, and Phil Bros do it with like in your example with orthodoxy, but Peterson does it with the word agree. Right. He will you will not get to orthodoxy even. You will be arguing for an hour about like what agreeing is.
Yeah. No, I totally agree.
And then he's gonna say, actually, I'm a really agreeable person, and that's a big problem.
All right, let's get into more Mike Winger's bullshit here. Let's see.
So I shouldn't believe in God. It's more like this. It's like, well, look, here I have a well-designed set of headphones. Now these things are very expensive. These are nice headphones. They're for mixing audio. They have like this open back so that it allows the pure and unfiltered audio sound to come through, so you can make sure that things sound proper. And I go, wow, those must have been intentionally designed that way. That's called specified complexity. It's got specified complexity in it. So then I've never met the designer. I've never seen.
So I'm gonna stop here and just say this. I remember early on in our live streams, I had a couple calls from Otangelo. And the whole design argument always annoys the fuck out of me. Here's why. I even put I'm not going to pull it up right now, but I even put an image on my companion site, because for every person who thinks that they are creating an intelligent intellectual argument with this design thing, every single analogy they ever give you is an analogy of things that we know are designed by humans. So like, oh, when I see a watch, I know that it was designed by a watchmaker. Yes, because we know how watches are made. Oh, when I see French fries, I know that they were cooked by a fry cook. Yes, because we know how French fries are made. But when you want to talk to me about a galaxy or the universe or whatever, we don't know how those things are made. So every time you want to give me this bullshit analogy of your watchmaker crap, stop. You're being an intellectual child because you are trying to plaster this conclusion that comes from analogies where we know how these things are made to grand universal things where we have not figured out how they are made. Like, I will be the first one to admit to you, we don't know how life first came about. Of course, there's a bunch of promising research that's been done over the last 50 years in abiogenesis, but we can't recreate life from scratch in a lab. And of course, the theists will say, aha, that proves our point. No, it doesn't prove anything.
Wait,
it just proves.
do you know that they did create life in a lab?
They didn't really. No, I know what you're going to get to. No, I mean, they
did.
Well, no, it's a really impressive step that they took.
Are we talking about the same thing? It just happened like a week ago.
Yeah, they took RNA that was already existent. So
yeah, but we know how to make RNA as well. So it's just the problem with this specific thing is they don't have enough funding to do it like in one go. But we did it like we know how to make RNA, like RNA on clay. We know how to do it, like and we know how to make from RNA now living cell. It's not yet as complex as like living cells that we know in like human body and still, but it's still like living cells. It eats, it reproduces, like that's it.
I hear what you're saying, but here's the deal. With something as grandiose as abiogenesis, right? And as much as I despise the creationist assholes, I've said frequently on my channel that nothing, the only thing that bothers me more than a bad argument is a good argument with bad circumstances or bad premises, because if you have a good argument that has bad premises, it actually, at least rhetorically speaking, sets you back in the public debate arena. Now, my point is, in the grand scheme, this doesn't matter, because in the grand scheme, science is going to go forward whether we have good arguments for this or not. But my point is, for people who, I'm on your side on this, but my point is that I don't want to sit here and be like, oh, we have recreated life. No, we haven't. We have not.
We created living cell. Like
we recreated a living cell.
Created life using, like long time ago.
Using aspects of life that already exist. So I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm saying that this is not something that I would sit here, like if I was dealing with, some creationist, not just a random creationist, but let's say some creationist who actually had some reasonable knowledge about biology, right? I think that's a bit of a trap. Not because you're wrong, but because if you overstate your case, you can actually take a solid point and undermine it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand, but like that's as solid as we can get with the funding that science have right now.
Well, that's fair.
And
that's fair. But I'm just saying, let's be honest about where we're at.
We already, yeah, for sure. But like that's kind of the point. We already know how to. We don't know shit with you, Adam. Like we don't know how to do this stuff.
Right.
Me and you, But
well, like, I don't know about you, actually, but I got a whole life lab in my basement.
Oh yeah, you just creating it like yeah.
Well, I'm creating
just
apologists.
Like finishing stream and going creating.
I have a whole
I
have a whole petri dish of apologists that are like twice as intelligent as Mike Winger right now.
You're breeding the best apologists,
That's
so you
right.
can react to them on stream and not be that embarrassed.
I took a shit in a petri dish, and it's twice as intelligent as Mike Winger right now.
Oh damn! Only twice?
Yeah.
Probably was a bad day.
I know that's totally juvenile and insulting, but or no, as Mike Winger would say, it's scoffing.
It is insulting to shit.
Yes, it is. It really is.
I never heard this word before, scoffing. I only learned about it today. Like I never heard it before.
Oh, I mean,
but
how many times has he said it already?
Like at least the same amount of how many times Bible says "do not fear" or like "don't fear."
I mentioned this in the beginning of the live stream, but I do understand that there is a certain trope of debaters, right? Especially atheist debaters that are like these debate me bros, and they're not listening to logic, and they're, sarcastic, and they're not reasonable with their opponents. So I want to be reasonable and say, like, I get it. Like, on the surface, if you don't listen to his live stream, if you just listen to his first couple comments, it starts off sounding reasonable. Like, well, let's not be sarcastic, scoffing assholes, right? Let's have an adult conversation. Let's, try to accept each other's points and talk about them intellectually. But then, as soon as you start listening to more of his live stream, I'm like, okay, but first of all, you're being exactly what you're accusing everyone else of being. And second, you just keep waving this scoff word around like it's bug spray. Like, I can get rid of atheists by just spraying the scoff word around. Like, oh, you're scoffing. Like, that doesn't solve anything. It doesn't fix your bad argument. You're just labeling it as scoffing and then, dismissing it with no basis.
I think he wants to say atheists just harden their heart, but he doesn't want to say it. So he invented like this phrase, like atheists are scoffing.
Well, yeah, that's true. And again, like, okay, I mean, I will admit, at almost 53 years of age, yeah, has my heart hardened, I guess? Yeah, I'm sure it is, because at this point, I was a Christian for 40 years, and now I've spent, more than a decade as an atheist, and I've thought through some things pretty well. Does that mean I've solved everything? No. Does that mean that I can't change my mind in the future? I mean, I hope not. I hope I can keep changing my mind. But my viewpoints have not been arrived at because I, at 15 years old, went on a Reddit forum and, talked to some debate me bros and decided that I was an atheist because it was cool. Maybe that was his experience and maybe that reflects some people's experience, but it is so dismissive. If I weren't reacting to this live stream from him, I would tell you, and I will freely admit, that there are plenty of intelligent people out there who believe in God, who have come up with their own logical reasons. Now, that doesn't mean they've come up with their own logical evidence, because as I've said earlier, evidence and reasons are two different things. Okay? But you can come up with your own reasons in your head, like why you believe in God. And that's okay. I'm not mad at that. Believe in God. I don't care. Like, I don't care if you believe in God, but then don't talk to me like I haven't thought this shit through just because I think that your ingrained personal feely reasons sound like bullshit to me, because they're bullshit. Like,
and also another thing is, like, it doesn't matter if atheists or theists are like scoffing or whatever. Like, do they have any point, like actual point that they're talking about? Or
Right.
is it just like scoffing? Because like, if they just scoffing, why are you even paying attention to it? If they actually have points behind like the form, how they presenting it, then like answer and deal with the points if you don't like the scoffing. Like,
bingo.
What's the problem?
And he, anytime he has to actually engage with any arguments here, I mean, I guess, I understand he's just talking to himself, but he normally just keeps falling back on this idea of scoffing without really talking too much about arguments. Actually, I'm going to let me go through more of his video here and see if we can get more of this shit from him.
I've never encountered them, but that's more rational than belief in fairies, because it's cute. I mean, we're not believing in God because it's cute. That's just demeaning. I mean, this is how racism works, or any other prejudice, is I paint the other side with unflattering and inaccurate terms so that I always see them through that lens, so that I can never take them seriously. I'm not saying he's racist. I don't think and if you think I'm saying he's racist, then you're not listening to me. But that is how it works. It works in the same way.
I love the shit he does. Like, he's comparing the logic of Ricky Gervais to racism. And then he says, but if you think I'm saying that he's racist, then you're not listening to me. And to be fair, I'm not claiming that Mike Winger is calling Ricky Gervais racist. But this little rhetorical flourish that he just went through right here is pretty fucking dishonest. Because he's like, oh, well, I'm not saying they're racist, but, but this is what racists do. I mean, dude, come on, man. Like if you're going to pull shit like that, have the balls to own it, Like, what the fuck, man?
Prejudice. So let's look at a really quick short clip where he talks about medieval beliefs. And by the way, I'm taking these in context. This video, it doesn't have the prompts of all the questions. It's a typical interview technique where they don't show what the interview asked. They just show what the guy responded with. So, but here's what he says about medieval beliefs. Look at how he paints Christianity and belief in God.
It's strange that we hold on to these sort of medieval beliefs.
It's strange. It's just, I'm just trying to be a reasonable guy here. I'm puzzled that why would you people hold on to such obviously outdated beliefs? We hear this a lot, right? We hear that the Bible was written by, can you guys finish this? Bronze Age farmers.
No, the Bible was written by Bronze Age goat herders, but good attempt. I mean, is he trying to deny that the Bible was written by Bronze Age goat herders? The fucking the fucking what's the word I'm looking for? The head people of the Bible were Bronze Age goat herders. You know what Abraham was? He was a Bronze Age goat herder. You know what Isaac was?
Who was Jesus?
To be fair, Jesus.
How they call him still?
Jesus was not Bronze Age or goat herder. To be fair,
what did they call him? He's like a lamb herder or whatever.
Right. Well, they called him a shepherd or a lamb.
Yeah,
a lamb. Yeah.
So his whole religion is based on this.
I mean, to be fair, I don't think that the people who actually wrote these things onto scrolls were goat herders, because back then goat herders, they didn't have scrolls. They weren't literate. The people that wrote it down would have been eventually the high priests who had the tools eventually to write these things down.
Priests, right.
But these stories, these legends, these myths were clearly in place as oral traditions long before they were ever written down. The earliest record that we have of Genesis is, I'd have to look it up. I think it's like 650 BC or something like that. Which, of course, Christians will tell you, no, it was written long before then. But the earliest that we know that was written down was like 650 or something BC. It was much later than most people give it credit for. Now, granted, it could be that there were written copies before then that we don't have. But the point is that the delta between when these stories are purported to have actually happened and when we can actually say that they were written down were literally many centuries later. Now, does that mean that they were written down by goat herders? No, I'm sure that they were probably written down by educated for the time priests in the temple. But at that time, they were already consolidating oral traditions that have been circulating for centuries. And even as someone who doesn't even pretend to be a scholar on any level, I can tell you this definitively, because like in God-Free Bible Study, when I go through this, you can see, or you can hear or read as you're going through it, where there's clearly multiple cases, different scenarios where they have multiple versions of the same story. And what the early scribes appear to have done, in what has apparently been kind of like a tradition in Hebrew religious text, is that they apparently made a decision very early on to not referee between one version and another, right? You know, like some people would say, well, you have three versions of a story that have been told to you. When you decide to write it down, figure out what the right version is and write it down. That would be one way to do this, right? But you can tell from reading the text that what they decided was, no, we're not going to pick the right version. Instead, we're going to cram all three versions together in the same story. And you can see this because, like, this is why we get two repeat stories of Abraham selling his wife, first to the Pharaoh, second to Abimelech. And then we get a third story from Isaac, which is essentially identical, of Isaac selling his wife to Abimelech, to the same fucking king. And of course you could argue
you're going too far, by the way. Like, it's literally in Genesis, there's like two different accounts of like when were made. So like you don't even need to go like that far.
Well, what I was referring to was Genesis, but
no, I mean I mean at the beginning of Genesis, where
right? So because there's two creation accounts.
You don't even need,
right.
You don't even need to go that far away. That's what I'm saying.
Right. By Genesis 2, by Genesis chapter 2, you were already into a second oral tradition being written down.
The contradictory tradition as well.
A second oral and contradictory tradition to the first tradition being written down. And this repeats itself over and over again in the text. Like we see it with Joseph, where Joseph is sold. I forget what it is, but he, like, according to the text, he's sold to two different groups of people. It literally says, like, he's sold to the first group, and then he's sold to the second group. And simply read as the text is given to you, it makes no sense. You know, the only way that it really makes sense is if you understand that, okay, they took two different traditions and they squished them together. And this happens over and over and over again throughout the text. So getting back to Mike's sad point, you know, he thinks it's such a sad, you know, lame retort that people give to say, oh, exactly. That, oh, it was written by these Bronze Age farmers. Well, no, it may not have been written by Bronze Age farmers, but it was centuries of oral traditions, competing oral traditions that were passed among similar but different Bronze Age goat herding tribes. And then when they were eventually written down, they were finally consolidated in a written text in a way that was blatantly contradictory. And he wants to act like that's somehow an unfair critique, to point out the simple truth that these were obviously oral traditions. These had obviously been passed down through Hebrew culture for centuries, and they were eventually written down by scribes. And how does he think that helps his point? You know, like, sure, scribes wrote them down, but
Your
don't
mistake
think
here
that,
is you assume that he thinks.
well, yeah.
You think he is not just like repeating the points that he learned from like a pastor or another apologist.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, one other thing is, I forget to mention it when he was talking about headphones, but when he started talking about these headphones, I was like, oh, like, I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. Like, he's not gonna do just watchmaker with another example. He's
But
gonna
he
do
is.
some like, new example.
Yeah.
But he just did watchmaker with different example. At
Yeah.
this point, like, why you even bother to change it? Like, just do the watchmaker if you want to do watchmaker. Like, at least people know it from the start what you're going to talk about.
That's a good point, and of course, one of the first things I always think about is, so you think that the snowflake had to be made because it's very intricate. Now, of course, I understand that a lot of Christians will say, yes, every snowflake's been made by God. But, like, snowflakes have incredible complexity.
We
And
technically don't know who makes snowflakes. We know they're stored in a God's warehouse above the dome, but we don't know who made them.
I think
So
it's
it might be
God's
not
snow
God.
trolls that make them.
Yeah, he might have like elves or trolls who make them.
Yeah, exactly. Let me get back into this here. Let's see.
That's what we hear all the time. The Bible was written by, as you said earlier, desert people. Desert people, they're mad because they live in the desert, so they made up the Bible. Like, is that really your theory? It doesn't make any sense. No,
It doesn't make any sense that it was written by desert people? Really? You don't think it makes any
I
sense?
guess he never heard about the Quran.
Has he ever seen a map of Israel? I mean, I get it, Jerusalem and everything, those are somewhat, verdant places, but like, dude, it was totally written by desert people. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, oh my God.
And
does it
also, like, to me, it sounded like his point is, like, desert people can't write books. That's why I said the Quran, because, like, Quran was, like, even more desert than what Israel was.
Well, yeah. So, like, I think he thinks that it's a great retort to say that, these stupid atheists say that it's written by desert people, which, first of all, that in and of itself is not an insult, right? Because, hey, yes, they're in the desert. That's not necessarily horrible. But what is horrible is not the fact that the texts were written by desert people. What's horrible is that the morals and the ethics that are outlined explicitly over and over again throughout the book, especially in the Pentateuch, are totally socially tied to the way that old Hebrew men thought and lived in the Bronze Age. So I don't care. Like, you can tell me it's not written by desert people. Fine. You can tell me it's written by the hand of God. But then why do all of the fucking morals and ethics in there align so tightly with what we would expect from closed-minded Hebrew old-ass men 3,000 years ago? I can't
That's an
believe he
interesting
wants
retort.
to die on this hill. Like really, you want to make this case? Anyway, let's go on.
It
with
also
this.
sounds kind of weird because, like, well, then when other, like, if his church gonna go to him and say, like, yeah, they were desert people, like, whatever, like, we agree that they are, is he gonna leave the church then? Like
Well,
is it a big point for him?
Also, like, a funny thing about this to me too is that even amongst the most fundamentalist Christians that I've ever known, I have never known a Christian who said, no, the Bible was written by God. Like God literally came down and just, wrote the text. Every Christian that I've known, even the most fundamentalist one, will say it's the inspired word of God, but it was ultimately written through the hand of humans. Well, if you admit that the Old Testament, the Hebrew Bible, the Pentateuch especially, was written by the hand of humans, who the fuck do you think wrote it then? Because guess what? Back in the early days of Israel, before there was even a nation of Israel, because according to the Bible itself, it starts before there was a nation of Israel, what were the Israelite people? They were nomadic goat herders. That's what they were. I mean, I'm not saying that as a slur. I'm not saying that to make fun of them. They were nomadic goat herders. They lived in the desert. They're associated with the hill or mountainous regions south of the main areas in the Levant, and that's who they were. So it's not even like, I think it's funny that he brings this up because I'm not trying to make fun of you for this, but let's just name it for what it is. These are ancient, old-ass Hebrew men who were writing these texts. Now, you can tell me all day that their hand was guided by God and they were inspired by God. I mean, I can't argue with you about that. We can, conjecture that shit all day. But even fundamentalists that I've ever heard don't think that God literally came down and wrote the text. They usually admit that, no, these were written by men. Well, if they were written by men, who do you think wrote them? Do you think advanced scholars living in in towers in big cities wrote them? Because that doesn't make sense.
Actually, I need to admit, I wrote them. I traveled back in time and I wrote them.
I'm
sorry.
glad that you finally come out and admitted that you wrote the texts.
Yeah. That's why they're so bad, because I don't really know this language. So.
Because Hebrew is not your first language, right? So
I wrote it in English.
Okay.
That was translated to Hebrew.
Were they translated from English into
was
ancient
good enough
Hebrew
for Jesus,
and then back into English?
Yeah.
That's good.
English was good enough for Jesus,
All right, let's see what else Mike says here.
The evidence. So are these medieval beliefs? Medieval, as in that time in the Dark Ages when people did crazy stuff.
I'm sorry to interrupt. But what is this versus battle in chat? Just random verses.
I have no idea. I haven't even been watching the chat. But I like the idea of a versus battle.
Yeah, they're not even saying anything. They're just putting verses in the chat.
I agree.
That's
I agree. It is like a battle, isn't it? Okay, I'm looking at it now.
Yeah. I cast numbers 31, 17, 18.
I don't care if you guys are going to battle over verses in the
Matthew
chat, but I
7,
want to
6.
know. I want a definitive scorecard on who won the versus battle. Oh my! And now we're getting the devil can cite scripture for his purpose. An evil soul producing holy witness is like a villain with a smiling cheek. A goodly apple.
So we already know who lost.
Yes, exactly. Well, I mean, atheists lost, of course, because atheists always lose and God always wins. Jesus always wins. So
no. The person who first cites Matthew 7:6 or something like this, they lost because they basically running from the battle.
Oh, is this like an internet law? Because there's an internet law like as soon as someone invokes Nazis, the conversation is over. You know what I'm saying?
I think it is kind of, because you're basically at this point you're not engaging with the argument. You're just running and making excuses why opponent bad.
Yeah.
So it's the same here. Devil knows the scripture, but he's still blah 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 bad whatever. So it's basically It's basically just running from the argument.
The scripture says, I don't know who is winning. I'm laughing too hard to see now. That's great.
That's awesome. Good. That's why we're here, to maintain.
All right. You hold on to fort for a second. I'm going to hit the restroom. I'll be right back.
Okay. What are you guys thinking about joining Discord and reading the scripture later? We can read some verses. We can find some fun stuff. I started working on a funny argument about how cosplay is against Christianity, or how Christianity is against cosplay. I'm gonna use it for some trolling on Instagram, where I see Christian cosplayers doing some stuff. I'm just gonna put this argument in. ain't no way that's a real verse. Like first Zarabadul, like what? Like that's not a real book, isn't it? It can't be a real book. It's just so funny. I disagree that they have the greatest cosplay, because, you know, like Warhammer exists. So yeah.
Okay. Before we get back into it, I also want to remind anyone who wasn't here for the beginning of the stream that it is verified that today I, Adam of Nola, scored as many goals against Spain as the entire French national men's team. So I'm pretty sure that I should be getting some kind of contract, offer, because at a minimum, I should at least be as good as Mbappe, because I scored just as much against Spain as he did today. So I think I should, if you guys, if the channel kind of goes dark and you don't see any more videos for a while, it'll be because my international soccer career has taken off. And
but do you really want to play for France?
Well, I mean, for a couple €1 million, yeah, sure.
But for France, like.
I mean, dude, I'm a whore. For a couple €1 million, I'll play for anyone, man.
Well, okay. Just play for a year to fundraise your channel later.
There you go. Exactly.
He's actually gonna pay his wife to edit videos. So.
Speaking of whores, let's see what else Mike has to say here.
And everyone's like, what was going on then? Are they medieval in the sense that they result of a lack of knowledge from uninformed, dumb past humans? Because, I mean, if you really look at history, humans weren't dumb. They were quite intelligent. But the truth is that nowadays we have more evidence than ever, which is why there's been a revolution in the realm of philosophy, particularly philosophy of religion. There's been a revival of belief in God for philosophical reasons. Now, if you respect...
That's a lie. There is no revival. So I assume what he's referring to is these bullshit ideas that people have been going back to church, although maybe he's trying to refer to philosophical circles. So in philosophy, first of all, philosophy is one of the most atheistic fields of higher education you can ever enter into. More so than the hard sciences, more so than physics or chemistry or whatever. It is insane how many professional philosophers...
Wait, is it more than 85%?
It's like, I think it's like 95%. It's insane, which I find hilarious, because philosophy is essentially the science of how to think. That's kind of what it is. And philosophers, I mean, I'm not saying this is 100%. Okay, I'm sure there are Christian philosophers out there somewhere. And I don't just mean people that call themselves philosophers. I mean real credentialed PhD philosophers. But philosophers en masse reject religion. And it's hilarious to me how consistent that correlation is. And I know correlation does not equal causation, but it's funny to hear him kind of refer to this as though he thinks this makes his point. Like, oh, I hear so many Christians bandy these numbers about, like they think they're making a point, like, oh, people are coming back to Christ. People are coming back to religion. People are coming back to God. Yeah, everyone's coming back to God. And usually they literally have nothing to back it up whatsoever. Or if they have something to back it up, go ahead.
Isn't percentage of people who come to like any religion is dropping like year after year as well?
I mean, I'm sure that there are countries that go against the trend, but most first world countries, including America, yes. The answer is yes. They are absolutely now. the one thing that I will say about this is that I don't have numbers to back this up, but it feels to me like part of this fervor that you see from apologists online is because not that the numbers are always growing, but I think that you're seeing a what's the word I'm looking for? Shit, I lost. It's like people. What's the word looking for? Where on one side of the spectrum, everyone's getting less religion, but the people that are staying religious are getting more adamant about it. You know what I mean?
Radicalized?
Yeah, be more radicalized. So, I don't. To be fair, I don't have numbers to sit here and quote you and back that up. But I can show you numbers that say like the religious numbers in pretty much every first world country, including America, are dropping. Church membership is dropping. Church attendance is dropping. Although to be fair, it's been leveling off over the last like 3 or 4 years in America. So maybe if we just took the last several years, it wouldn't be dropping, but it would be leveling off. But the people that are there are, I think, anecdotally speaking, are being more radicalized. And you know they're being more vocal. They're having a more outsized presence in and outside the church, and you know those things I think are skewing the perceptions. But generally
I think
speaking,
Religion for Breakfast made a video about it as well.
he did. Yes,
He
really
did it, especially on America, showing the numbers and like.
By the way,
how many
if it's not clear,
Gen
I mean,
Z are going to church.
Religion for Breakfast is fucking awesome. I mean, all of you should be.
He is good, yeah.
Yeah, you should be subscribing to his channel and you should be watching all his videos. Even if you don't like his videos, you should still be watching his videos because he's awesome. And if you don't like his videos, you should be questioning what you're doing in life as to why you don't like his videos. But I like his shit because, you know, admittedly, I'm not educated in this space. I'm just a voice out there screaming in the void, like a lot of Christian apologists.
In the wilderness,
right? Exactly.
Not in the void.
And you know, I admit I'm like the atheist version of Mike Winger. You know, just screaming my voice out there. But it is cool. I do appreciate when there are people that bring an academic discipline to these things and don't just get on the mic and say, here's why this is stupid, but instead he's, you know, very thorough about showing you what the studies are and what the trends are. And I think he has a really good channel with a lot of integrity to it.
Yeah, he is. And I can say, like, it's actually really weird how in Russia right now, there's a lot of people, like religious people, like Christians and stuff, they are all saying how, like, younger generation is like returning to church, like, blah, blah, blah. And then we get numbers, and numbers are showing that, like, in past 10 years, 20% less people call themselves Christians.
Right. So a lot of that came from a study that started in England, and that study.
No, that was our specific study.
Oh, okay. Because there was a study that came from England like 5-6 years ago, and it got quoted over and over and over again, and they just recently had to retract the study because it was bullshit. It had no academic integrity to it. It was a study of people who just chose to join an online survey and you know, like, it had no validity to it whatsoever.
Nothing bad ever happened with online surveys.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
Professionals in their field, then this should matter to you, because philosophy of religion, these are the people who actually are dealing with the arguments for God, and they are largely in support of God's existence because of these things. Scientific support for the universe having a beginning strongly points towards there being a creator who's transcendent and who fits the description of the God we have in the Bible.
As well.
Did you hear what he just said?
Wait, do you know the study? Did I send you the link?
No.
Recent one? Oh,
No, but this is
Just
hilarious.
Tell what you want to say. What you want to say? I'm
Well,
gonna send you the link.
he's just trying to claim that scientific evidence for the universe having a creator is so strong. Like, first of all, there is no scientific evidence for the universe having a creator. I mean, there is not a scientist in the world who would tell you that there's a single bit of evidence for the universe having a creator. I think what he's trying to assume here, and he's doing it in a very ignorant and stupid way. And I know that's duplicative, but
Yeah, this survey is like what like you only need this survey to show how wrong he is.
well,
Like,
I think
that's
I
it.
think I think what he's trying, yeah. So I think what he's trying to imply is that scientists in general agree, cosmologists in general, I'll say it that way, agree that the universe as we know it in its current form originated from the Big Bang. But that doesn't mean that was the start of the universe. That means that's the start of the current form of the universe that we know. I mean, I have seen his
observable universe.
Right, the observable universe. So let me pull this over here too. So let me make this bigger here so people can see it. Is this the one? Oh, yeah, this is the Phil Helper one. Yes. So this is great.
It's a recent one they made. Like it's this year one. It's not last.
Okay,
or
perfect.
Before.
So Phil Helper, by the way, is awesome too. He's a great content creator. You guys should check him out. So notice this. This is beautiful. I didn't even know this was going to be on here, but this is great. We'd like to know a little bit about, if you're familiar with the question, how would you describe yourself? Well, this isn't what I'm looking for. So he does a lot of great work because there is this common trope amongst believers. I'm going to say it as generically as that because I'm not even going to say Christians, right? There's a generic trope amongst believers that think that, oh, well, there's the Big Bang, and scientists agree on the Big Bang, and therefore the scientists agree that the universe had a beginning, and therefore the scientists believe that the universe, had to have a creator. And the logical inconsistencies that they do in this bullshit are just incredible. First of all, a majority of scientists, actually a strong majority of scientists, do not believe that the Big Bang was the beginning of the universe. They believe that the Big Bang...
it's the next question in this survey. Or like, there is a question about Big Bang in this survey.
Right, yeah.
And it's like 68% of the scientists does not think that it was a beginning. Let me check what number on this question it is.
Yeah, I'm not sure where it's at on here.
It's
Faded
okay.
matter inside a black
gonna-
hole.
I'm gonna find
Yeah,
it. for
there's
you.
all kinds of... We'll find it. But the point here is that this gets misrepresented so many times by theists. Because...
Oh, it's literally like at the start. If you go to the start of the survey, scroll a little down. The second picture is about this one.
Oh, this one, yes. Okay,
Yeah.
Big Bang. The Big Bang has been well established by the observations of galaxies, of the abundance of light elements, and of the cosmic microwave background. But what is not agreed upon is what we actually mean by the expression Big Bang. Should it be taken to refer to a singularity of infinite density and pressure, a universe that had a definite start, or just a hot, dense state from which everything evolved? In your opinion, what does Big Bang imply? So, an absolute beginning of time with a singularity at its start. That's 20%. Okay, so that may, at the surface, sound okay. 20%. Say that's the absolute beginning of time. An absolute beginning of time without a singularity. That's 5%, which isn't a lot different. A theory that says the universe evolves from a hot, dense state, that says nothing about whether there was an absolute beginning of time or not. 68%. That's beautiful. That is...
And by the way, all this first three they have no God in it. And then in other that are 4%, some people in other think that God made it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
So like some people in this 4% think that God made it.
So,
But that's
I mean,
like,
I know
it's
that our
so-
audience is
so
not going to.
destructive for.
Yeah, our audience will not be too surprised by this statement, but I'll say it anyway. I mean, anytime you hear a theist trying to tell you bullshit about how the Big Bang represents some type of scientific consensus that the universe absolutely had a start, or that the universe had a creator. I mean, either one of those statements, even
Not even this, Adam. Adam, I'm sorry to interrupt, but not even this. Even if they say like a lot of the scientists think that way,
Right.
that's not true. That like
No.
even this statement, like this moderate statement, is not true at all.
Right. Exactly. It is so far from being true. And I think it's hilarious because when I hear some of these, I watch some of these like apologist videos, right? And they go hard on this concept, like, some of these people have adopted this idea that Big Bang equals God, right? And then if Big Bang equals God, then scientists agree with Big Bang, and therefore scientists agree with God. I mean, those, even as I articulate them, they're obviously wrong and huge stretches. But the extent to which people will glom onto this with no sense of self-awareness, no sense of humility, they'll just say it as though it's true. And it's so embarrassing, or at least it's not embarrassing to them because they don't have any self-awareness. But if they actually had any integrity, it would be incredibly embarrassing. Because, like, dude, you think that you're making a point, and yet what you're doing is you're exposing the fact that you don't even understand anything about what the Big Bang means. You don't understand anything about what scientists actually believe. You don't understand anything about, what the possibilities are that are, proposed or studied by cosmologists. Like, you literally don't understand any of it at all. And for that matter, I forget the guy's name. The guy who first posited the Big Bang was famously a Catholic, and a lot of Christians like to point to this. And he, while being a Catholic, was on record as saying that, this does not mean that I'm saying that God created the Big Bang, or that there was a beginning to the universe that was created by God. Like even the first proponent of the Big Bang theory, who was a Christian, did not buy this shit, and yet they will forward this shit with no sense of self-awareness, no sense of humility, and then as they're doing this, they will talk down to people like us and say we're scoffing at them, even though he can't be bothered to understand even the most basic aspects of cosmological theory, but we're scoffing at him.
The
What the
consensus
fuck?
is scoffing.
Thank you. Anonymous there says George Lemaitre, or yeah, I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, but yes, I know that name. I've seen that name before. Absolutely, and because he was a Catholic scientist, Catholic researcher, and for a while, I could be screwing up the story, but I think for a while, like even the Vatican had started to kind of glom onto his discoveries, and they had started kind of talking about like, oh, look, science has proven now that, there was a creator. And then he had to come out and say, no, that's not what I'm saying. Even though he was a Catholic researcher, he had to basically correct him and say, no, that's not my point. My point isn't that I've proven a creator or anything. His whole point was just like, well, I've seen if the universe is expanding and we reverse it in time-wise, then we can see that it contracts back to a singularity, blah, blah, blah. And it's so sad how they run with this. And there is no sense. people like Mike Winger want to talk about scoffing, and yet he can't be bothered to have the intellectual integrity to realize that nothing about this, there's no scientific consensus. There's not even, like you said, there's not even a slim majority of scientists. There's not even a good minority of scientists that would agree with what he's saying. And yet well, I'm not going to say he thinks, he knows, because his audience isn't going to do the homework. His audience is just going to listen to him preaching and say, oh, look, the scientists agree with us. So therefore, we know that the universe had a beginning and it was from God. And anyone who doesn't agree with this is just an atheist scoffing at us. It's like, dude, have some humility, man. Like, have some integrity. But he doesn't. He doesn't.
DNA, things like that. We have more evidence than ever, in addition to what they had back then, which is just the common sense of looking around and believing that creation requires a creator. But the thing is, if you did take the Bible as being written by a bunch of like dumb, backwards sheep herders, like I wonder how actually.
So I want to be clear here.
Why he's adding all this stuff? Like,
well, I mean, I don't know.
Why they are necessarily dumb and
right.
Backwards.
I'm sure that there are angry atheists who say things like dumb. Okay, I mean, I don't think I've ever said
Adam. Like, don't get me wrong. I would say it because I read the Bible. Like, I know they were dumb. Like people who wrote it or made up these stories. Like, I would say it. But why he's saying it? Why he's painting the people who
because he's strawmanning atheists. He's strawmanning an atheist view. He's creating this.
He's basically playing against himself. Like, he's basically saying people who wrote book I believe in were dumb, backwards sheep herders.
Well, I mean, I would say this. I can't speak for all atheists. I don't know too many atheists who would tell you that the people that wrote the Bible, any part of the Bible, were dumb. I would tell you many atheists who would tell you that people who wrote many parts of the Bible were ignorant. Those aren't the same Those aren't the same statements. Ignorant is just like, okay, I am ignorant of all sorts of things that we're going to learn in the next 500 years or 1,000 years, right? Of course, I'm ignorant of those things. I can't know what we're going to learn 1,000 years from now. That doesn't mean I'm a dumb person. I don't honestly think that a lot of the people that wrote the Bible or that were involved in these, original stories, I don't think that they were necessarily dumb people, although some of them were, I'm sure. But, he's just strawmanning shit to make this cheap point about,
But he's basically strawmanning himself then, because
yeah.
The other side would say well, okay, you're painting them in this way, they were like this, and it. That's why you're painting this way.
Right. Yeah.
Actual sheep herders feel when they hear statements like that. They're like, we have sheep, that doesn't make us dumb. But anyway, if you think that the Bible was written by just these really backwards dumb people, then it makes it more impressive that you've got prophecy and you've got a unified message and you have those.
So I'm going to bring this up because even though I know I just said I'm not going to sit here and tell you that everyone in the Bible is dumb or any of that shit, right? But he wants to talk about he wants to complain about
dumb people of sheep that doesn't make us dumb.
People saying that,
but anyway, if you
that the people writing the Bible were dumb. Okay, so I'm not going to tell you that they were all stupid, but what I am going to pull up here is from. Give me a second here. I had to pull it up. Genesis, Jacob, sheep. There we go. Sheep, color. Where is this at? Give me just a second. Where's... What verse? Genesis 30. Okay. All right. let's pull this up. Genesis 30. And let's find, where are we at in 30, 32. So let's go down here a little bit. Okay, so no, 39. That's what I want. All right. So this was, keep in mind, this is Mike Winger bitching that us angry atheists are saying, oh, you stupid, like we say these stupid people wrote the Bible, and how, like how dare we be so dismissive about these stupid people that wrote the Bible, because, they were pretty smart, Anka. They were pretty smart. Okay, well, let's look at how smart they were. So let's look at wait, where'd my verse go? 30, 39. Oh, I'm in the wrong chapter. That's why I was like, wait a minute, that's not what I'm looking for. No, I'm 31. Let's get 30.
We found for dump here.
Yeah. I was like, wait a minute. Like, okay. So this is how. So us stupid atheists think that these, these Bible writers were stupid, and clearly they were really, really smart. So let's look at how smart they were. Then Jacob took fresh rods of poplar and almond and peeled white streaks in them, exposing white of the rods. He set the rods that he had peeled in front of the flocks in the troughs, that is, the watering places where the flocks came to drink. And since they bred when they came to drink, the flocks bred in front of the rods, and so the flocks produced young that were striped, speckled, and spotted. Jacob separated the lambs and set the faces of the flocks toward the striped and the completely black animals in the flock of Laban, and he put his own droves apart and did not put them with Laban's flock. Whenever the stronger of the flock were breeding, Jacob laid the rods in the troughs before the eyes of the flock, that they might breed among the rods. But for the feebler of the flock, he did not lay them there. So the feebler were Laban's and the stronger Jacob's. Thus the man grew exceedingly rich and had large flocks and male and female slaves and camels and donkeys. Now, I want to be very clear on this. Even though I'd read this multiple times in my life, when I did this for Godfrey Bible Study, I read through this and I was like, wait, what is this even saying? Like I was confused. Like I read through it multiple times. And even after I read through it, I don't do this often in the Bible, but this is one of those places I kept reading through it like, what is this saying? Like, I don't even understand what it's trying to imply. I had to Google it to understand even what this passage is saying. And the reason it was so confusing
is because you're not that smart as them.
Well, yeah, exactly. Because I'm an atheist, so I'm stupid. And if I was a Christian, I would know how smart this is. So what this is saying
really smart.
Is that if you put rods of a certain color in front of your sheep while they're fucking...
Not rods, striped...
Well, yeah, fresh rods of poplar and almond. So if you put rods of certain colors or with certain streaks in them in front of your sheep while they're fucking, those sheep then will have certain colors based upon the color of the rod that they were looking at while they were fucking. This is from your Bible, people. This is from
You know what's the best part? It's scientifically true. Like, we made experiments and we actually decided that,
exactly.
It is what it is.
I wouldn't know that because I'm not a Christian, right? When I was a Christian, I understood this. Because I'm an atheist now, I don't actually know how this works. Because as an atheist, this doesn't make sense to me. But clearly, these Bronze Age people, according to Mike Winger, obviously were pretty intelligent. Obviously they knew how to make their sheep be born of a certain color. And I have to admit...
That's the point. And you don't have a retort to this.
There's no great retort.
No.
There's no great retort I can come up with. I mean, the only retort I can come up with is, I guess I need Jeebus. I need Christ to actually explain
You
this
need
to me.
Jeebus.
Because despite
Small baby Jeebus.
Yes, despite all of the attempts of us evil, secular, atheist, scientific kind of people, we have never been able to make sense of this. The only way that you can make sense of this is if you understand that God or Jeebus will make this work. All right? So clearly,
You can only understand it if you are in Father and the Father in you.
bingo. So let's hear again what
I think
Mike
that the
says
Bible's
about this.
common sense of looking around and believing that creation requires a creator.
I'm sorry, I'm very vexed.
But the thing is, if you did take the Bible as being written by a bunch of like dumb, backwards sheep herders, like I wonder how like actual sheep herders feel when they hear statements like that.
Yeah, apparently actual sheep herders know that this is how you can change the color of your sheep by putting different colored rods in front of them. And we don't know this because we're too stupid as atheists to understand that, I guess, if you put different colored rods in front of your sheep, then your sheep, the new sheep that are born, will have colors according to those rods. Clearly, we can't know this because us stupid atheists don't understand the magic logic that Mike Winger and his amazing God brings to the table. If only Mike could teach me how the world works, that would be so much better, because clearly I don't understand. I'm not smart enough to understand the deep genealogical knowledge that Mike and his Christian compadres bring to the table. I mean, I don't know if any atheist has ever been able to understand genealogy, because apparently if you think that genealogy works from genes, then you're an atheist and you're an idiot. You must know that inherited traits come from the color of the rods that you're looking at while you and your partner are fucking. And it's my fault that I don't put enough faith in the amazing intelligence of ancient Bronze Age goat herders that wrote this shit. In fact, according to Mike, it's insulting that I infer that these things were written by ancient Bronze Age goat herders, even though the text itself specifically gives me the kind of bullshit that I would expect to hear from an ancient Bronze Age goat herder that tells me this is how I make my sheep a different color. But I don't know anything because I'm just an atheist. Mike Winger knows. Mike Winger knows that I'm stupid. Mike Winger knows that clearly these people who wrote this text, they were far smarter than we give them credit for. These people who wrote this text knew much more about how inherited traits work than any of us could have possibly understood. Thank you, Mike. I love when people like this want to spout off like he has something to say. Like he thinks we haven't read the fucking book. You know? Like, do you really think you're the only person who's read the damn Bible? I think he probably thinks that's true. I think he believes that me and you, Anka, and everyone else, like, we sit around and make up shit about, like, well, we wish the Bible said this stupid thing, and then we'll just write it down and tell our friends that the Bible says this stupid thing that we made up. Like, I think he believes that we are just creating stories about the Bible. Like what we wish it said in order to give Christianity a bad name. And yet, for those people who've actually read the Bible, it tells us that if you put different colored rods in front of your sheep while they fuck, then those offspring will have different colors based upon the rods that they were looking at while they were conjugating. Because, you know, science.
Science, bitch.
Yeah, it's science, bitch.
Yeah. And you know what worst part is? If you talk to a Christian and you tell them like verse by verse and you're showing them verses, if they're honest enough to agree that like what you're showing them is in the Bible, and then at some point you just like you stop showing them verses, but you're saying that they are, and like you can look it up, they will start to like believe you, and then you can just make up something and they will still believe you because now you build a trust in them. It's
That's
the same
true.
with this like apologists, because they already have this trust, so they are making stuff up and Christians believe in it, and then atheists come along and they're like, no, that's not in the Bible. Bible actually say this.
I think it's hilarious that people like him, they talk like we've never read the damn book. You know? Like,
Yeah, they projecting because they never read it, so why would we? Like they are believers and they never read the book, so
Well-
why would atheists read it?
I think it's hilarious because, like, in this particular example, of course, the reason I brought up that verse, we could sit here and argue about, you know, this verse or that verse. Is it really applicable, or does it really represent God's word or whatever? But in this case, he's arguing for the purported wisdom or knowledge of these people who wrote the Bible that he's accusing us of being assholes about because we're not giving these people enough credit for being smart enough, as though we haven't read this passage. You know, like, I mean, of course I could come up with other passages too, but this is so apropos because he's trying to glom
This is a
onto
really
this.
good passage. That's the first passage in my notes that I have like on scientific like inaccuracies.
Right. Yeah.
Like in my obsidian.
I mean, you can tell me all day that, yeah, it has scientific inaccuracies, but that doesn't change the word of God. I mean, okay, you know, like I can have a reasonable conversation with you about that. And believe it or not, I don't believe that like this passage right here invalidates the Bible. Okay, I'm not. I think it's kind of embarrassing, but I'm not going to tell you that because this passage is in the Bible that you shouldn't be a Christian or anything. But the only reason I bring this up here is because he has the fucking nerve to get on his high horse and talk about us horrible atheists who don't believe how smart these Bible writers were.
Because of these things. Scientific support for the universe having a beginning strongly points towards there being a creator who's transcendent and who fits the description of the God we have in the Bible. DNA, things like that. We have more evidence than ever, in addition to what they had back then, which is just the common sense of looking around and believing that creation requires a creator. But the thing is, if you did take the Bible as being written by a bunch of like dumb, you know, backwards sheep herders, like I wonder how like actual sheep herders feel when they hear statements like that. They're like,
I mean, maybe they'd feel like, wow, even modern sheep herders would not be so stupid as to think that you can change the color of your sheep offspring by putting different colored rods in front of them while they fuck. I
The
mean,
modern sheep herders would be like, oh, let's test it. Oh, it doesn't work. GG.
if you were a modern sheep herder, Anka, even if you had never been to a day of school, okay? But your profession was, you know, you were raised as a sheep herder, like your family taught you to be a sheep herder, you have a flock. Even then, even if you have never been to school for a day, if you told me, look, this is how I think we're going to get sheep of a certain color, I'd say to you, Anka, you're a fucking idiot. Go get some education. Go learn how genetics works. I mean, even as a sheep herder, I'd say you're a fucking idiot. So for Mike to sit here in this video and talk down to us as though, oh, well, we're so arrogant. We don't think that these ancient sheep herders knew anything. Well, they apparently didn't know how genetics worked. They didn't know how inherited traits worked. You know why? Not because they were stupid people, but because they were scientifically ignorant.
It actually makes a lot of sense. They were so stupid. They were sheep herders and they were stupid. So they were bad sheep herders. So they made up a bunch of stories, including this one. Oh, I actually know how to breed like really nice looking sheep. They just made up all the stories because they were really bad sheep herders. So
Well,
they turned to like, philosophy and stuff.
the other thing that I think is funny about this passage too is that this is a classic example of what's referred to commonly as sympathetic magic. So these are ideas that stem from beliefs of sympathetic magic. And to be fair, sympathetic magic was common in the ancient world, and even today in some parts of society, sympathetic magic is a common belief amongst some people. But it's also patently ignorant. So I don't care that your ancient ass book has examples of sympathetic magic in it, but then don't tell me that don't talk down to me about how I should respect the wisdom of these people so much more when your book itself openly advocates for nonsensical practices of sympathetic magic. It's stupid. It's not repeatable. It's empirically bankrupt. And any holy text that purports to, that pushes this as truth is logically suspect. And any other answer is just you trying to cover up for shit. You can't look at a verse or a passage like this and tell me how I should respect the ancient goat herders that wrote this shit. They didn't know what they were talking about. These are the same goat herders who thought that a bat is a bird. These are the same goat herders who thought that a rabbit chews the cud. These are the same goat herders who thought that there are some insects with 4 legs. These are the same goat herders who believe that a woman will bleed every time on her wedding night if she's a virgin. And none of that makes a goddamn bit of sense if you understand basic aspects of anatomy, genealogy, science in general. But if you're an ancient fucking goat herder who doesn't know anything about the world, it makes a lot of sense. It makes total sense if you're stupid. But we're supposed to give these people total respect because, hey, it's in the God's book. Like, what the hell, man?
Like, we have sheep. That doesn't make us dumb. But anyway, if you think
the fact that you don't know how sheep recreate and pass on their genetic traits makes you dumb. But try again.
that the Bible was written by just these really backwards, dumb people, then it makes it more impressive that you've got prophecy and you've got a unified message and you have those qualities in it.
Show me the prophecy, Mike. I know he's not gonna answer me, but show me the damn prophecy because I've gone through this time. And I love earlier in the video too. He's like, oh, I wish an atheist would respond to my, which to be fair, I don't know what prophecy videos he's done. I don't know if I feel like bothering to respond specifically to one of his videos, but like, dude, do I really have to explain to you how the prophecies that you keep, I've spent hours. I did a 9-hour live stream during Easter, going through prophecy by prophecy by prophecy, how they're all complete bullshit.
Unless you're a scoffer, because if you're the scoffer, you never ever see any of those qualities.
See, if you don't agree with everything, you're a scoffer.
Yeah, you're just a scoffer.
Yeah.
And the cat hair.
You either love Jeebus or you're a scoffer. That's what this comes down to.
You only see cherry-picked out of context verses that prove to you that the Bible's just atrociously bad, horribly wicked. And when someone responds to you with context and says, well, that's not what it is, statements like that.
Context like the shit I just put on screen? I mean, is that the context you want, Mike? Because I just put context on screen that actually showed you how stupid the goat herders were. What's that?
That's the wrong context.
Yeah,
The
it's not the context he
disagrees
wants.
with his point.
They're like, we have sheep, that doesn't make us dumb. But anyway, if you think that the Bible's written by just these really qualities in it, you only see cherry picked out. And when someone, there, look at you dancing, trying to defend, and you're like, or trying to explain, and the scoffing, it kills thought, it kills reason, and it doesn't lead us to truth.
It's hilarious that he talks about the scoffing kills thought, but throughout this video, he uses the term scoffing as a thought terminating cliche. In other words, every time that he brings up scoffing, he uses it so many times in this video that it is clearly and obviously become a shorthand word for him to just say, hey, all of your objections are bullshit. I have deemed you to be a scoffer, and therefore none of your objections make sense, and I'm going to pretend like I have defeated you. That is exactly how he's using the term. And yet then he has the nerve to bring it up here as it's like, oh, but this is what atheists do. Okay. There is no
You probably can
self-awareness
make a
in
good
this.
video about like thought terminating cliches or something.
I did a video recently, not specifically about thought terminating cliches, but I did one about how there are so many verses in the Bible that tell you that everything about humanity is broken and horrible, because they usually end up being used as thought terminating cliches. But yes, I have thought to myself, I need to do just another separate standalone video on thought terminating cliches from the Bible.
That's the one thing you get out of this video. Get that. Please stop with the scoffing. You're not helping yourselves.
Did you get that, guys? Did you get the scoffing bit? Because I'm not sure if you have heard him say scoffing yet, but clearly
No, I never heard this word. What it
Yeah.
means.
Thank God Mike introduced us to this word. I've never heard this before.
Do you think he just learned this word like recently and he really wanted to
Well, to be
use
fair,
it
he
in a
pulls it
sentence?
from there's a verse in the Bible that he pulls up earlier in the video that he where it says scoff, and I had to look it up because I'm like, did they really use the word scoff? And they did. They did use the word. So I think he read that one verse, and then he just couldn't let it go. You know, it just became like a complete obsession of his. So he just kept going
He
and going.
poisoned his brain so much.
Yeah, bingo.
All right, let's look at the common modern atheistic view, pop atheist view of science. Science is the superhero. Science is the most impressive, wonderful, beautiful, awesome thing in the world out there, even though they're not sure what they mean when they say science oftentimes.
Let me tell you exactly what I mean when I say science, because I get this a lot from either it's in my comments or just from watching other videos. Like, these fuckboys think that I don't know what science is. And I admit to you that there are multiple definitions of science, but here is what science is. Science is a methodology by which and this is not a definition I got from some other place. Science is a methodology by which we discover techniques for modeling reality. It uses intersubjective agreement built from empirical evidence gathered in repeatable tests to calibrate results across time and communities. So if Mike would ever like to, talk to me about how I don't know what science is, I'd love to hear his definition of science. Because
I usually say a shorter and simpler definition. Science is a tool we use to understand world around us, and like that's it.
So I created this definition, and like I said, I'm telling you, I didn't get this from somewhere else. I wrote this definition, so I'm not saying it's one that you should tell your colleagues or something. But see, here's why, part of why I give this definition. I'm actually going to put this on
This
screen
is
here.
what he's.
Because here's the deal. When you say like something like science is a tool we use to understand the world around us, I don't disagree with you, Anka, but I will say that then that opens a door to a lot of things that are not scientific at all. You know, like if I want to understand the mysteries of the hypostatic union, okay? I mean, I think the hypostatic union is bullshit. But, you know, if somebody said, but I really want to understand the mysteries of the hypostatic union, well, you know, that's not science. But you could argue that trying to understand the hypostatic union is trying to understand the world around you, right? But
you can use basically a scientific method to understand it. So like that's what we basically mean.
well, I guess my point is that like with something like the hypostatic union, you can't use the scientific method to understand it, you know?
Oh, maybe I don't. Like, I thought it's some like cultish thingy, but maybe I just don't know what it is.
Well, the hypostatic union is the doctrine that Jesus was fully man and fully God at the same time. That's referred to as the hypostatic union. So,
okay.
So that's why I
Know it
said,
by a
like,
different
if you
name.
said to me, well, Adam, I really want to understand, you know, the hypostatic union. Well, science is not going to get you there, right? But you could argue. I mean,
technically, you can. Like, you can just like make some experiments to try to fill like something with 100% one and 100% second.
well, I mean, you can use the laws of logic to show you that it's impossible.
Yeah, and it's gonna be like, and you can do experiments, and it's gonna be like basically a scientific method. You're gonna make a hypothesis. We have a 1 liter bottle, and we're gonna put 1 liter of orange juice and 1 liter of like I don't know something else in it, water.
But see,
and we're gonna see how it's gonna all hold together.
But notice what I put here, because, you know, like, understanding the world around you could be like gathering facts. Like, this eyeglass case is black. That's a fact. But knowing that this eyeglass case is black isn't science. That's just an observation. All right. So,
Yeah, but you use observation in science.
well, of course you use observation in science, but the fact that I've just realized that this eyeglass case is black is not science in and of itself. And that's why I say that science is a methodology by which we discover techniques for modeling reality, because that's what every theory and, you know, laws, if you want to go that far, but every theory does. Every theory gives you a means, if it's a successful theory, it gives you a means by which you can then look at future data and model reality. So, you know, like
true.
a theory of gravity, for example.
You just have a more complex definition, and like you can like my definition is basically to throw at believers who ask me this question not to get the answer from me.
Yeah.
Like, they just want to be like, oh, do you even know what science is? Do you have a definition of science? And I throw them this one because like it's good enough.
Well,
your definition is like more sophisticated, and like it's basically not inviting to discuss what science is because you already gave like everything.
Well, that's was the whole point of me bringing it up, is just to say that you know, he's sitting here saying in a snarky way, like, well, if you want to know what science is, and most atheists don't even know what it is. Okay, well, I can't speak for all atheists, Mike, but I know what the fuck science is. And I don't think that he knows as well as I do, but we'll see. So let's hear more what he says here.
Yes.
I think it's very important you challenge your own beliefs. I mean that's what science does, really. It doesn't constantly try and prove itself right. It follows the evidence, whatever that is. In fact, it tries to prove itself wrong. It doesn't sulk. When science thinks something and then it discovers it was wrong, it doesn't sulk because it found that out too. It's a question I often get, that people say, well, you're an atheist, you know, you're closed-minded. Well, no, I'm not. You know, that's a strange thing to say. I think the opposite is true. I'm going to always follow the evidence, whatever that is. And they say things like, if someone proved to you God existed, would you believe? Well, of course I would, by definition. In fact, it would be the greatest scientific discovery of all time. Scientists would celebrate. They'd run round.
Scientists.
So before Mike goes in on this, I'm going to say, because I said this earlier on something that Ricky said at that, although clearly I'm on Team Ricky and not on Team Mike Winger, I will freely admit to you that in some of these ad hoc conversations that are recorded from Ricky Gervais, I think he's kind of talking off the cuff. And I don't disagree with Ricky per se, but I will say that the idea, that we can talk about science, like the methodology of science is a methodology that is designed to actually do the best possible job that it can to uncover its own mistakes. That's the methodology. Now, the fact is that only humans can enact the methodology of science. And humans, of course, have human problems. So does every human scientist always want to be proven wrong? Do they graciously let go of their dogmas, when evidence goes against them? Are they understanding when their experiments go awry and evidence against them shows something to the contrary? Not always. I mean,
hell no.
Yeah, in the best case scenario, some of them are, but of course, scientists are humans, and I will freely admit to you that scientists have egos. I would also argue to you, this is a long side conversation I won't get into, but I would say that the egos in science in the long run turn out helping the process, not hurting it. But in the short run, have there ever been scientists who have, rather dogmatically defended their position even when the evidence didn't seem to be supporting them? Of course there have been, because guess what? This is what humans do. Humans don't like to be proven wrong. Humans don't, well, not just proven. Humans don't even like it, generally speaking, when it's suggested that we're wrong. We like to sometimes put on the skeptic hat and say, I want to, follow the evidence, and I want to understand when I'm wrong. And that sounds good. In practice, it doesn't always happen that way, even amongst accredited scientists. So I'm only throwing this out here first because I know, first of all, where Mike's going to go with this. But I also will say that, yeah, the people involved in the process are not always ideal. And we have documented cases from scientific history where sometimes certain scientists have obstinately defended their positions, maybe even after it was really shown that they should not have been defending it anymore because they felt like they had skin in the game. But that does not denigrate the process of science. The process of science. And this is where I think it's really funny. Christians can talk shit about science all they want. If you are attacking the general idea of science, you are attacking the most efficient way that we know as a species to gain empirical knowledge. Now, that doesn't mean that it always works perfectly. That doesn't mean that we don't make mistakes, even aggregately at times. Sometimes, even aggregately, we follow the wrong leads. But also, baked into the process, like the beauty of the scientific method is that over the long haul, it's self-correcting. There is nothing in any religious tradition that has ever been created that can even remotely be defined as self-correcting.
Science made mistakes. Who fixed it? Science. Religion made mistakes. Who fixed it? Science.
Bingo. And I love, like, a lot of times when you hear, like, some of these religious people bitch about science, and they'll try to bring up, famous failures in science. Like creationists will bring out Piltdown Man, Oh, what about Piltdown Man? Okay, what about Piltdown Man? You know who exposed Piltdown Man as a fraud? Scientists. Scientists fixed it. Creationists didn't fix it. Scientists fixed it. Every single time you find a failure in science, and I'd love to be proven wrong on this. Someone show me where I'm wrong. Every single time there's been a clear, obvious oversight in science where it's like, wow, they were really, it was a fraud, or they were purposely, going in the wrong direction. The correction always came from other scientists. Like, for example, recently, there's like 6 years ago, there was a big crisis in science about the reproducibility of results, especially from the soft sciences, like social sciences. There was a big problem where, they found that, wow, a lot of these studies that have been put forward by accredited social scientists, but then when people went in and tried to recreate the results, they couldn't recreate them. And then people were like, wow, what are these studies even worth? And it did legitimately cause a serious moment of introspection for scientists in general, especially scientists in those fields. But guess who found the problems? Scientists. It was the scientists who originally found the problems and said, guys, we have a big problem here and we can't reproduce these studies. And, I'm not saying that we fixed the problem, because reproducibility is always going to be something you have to pay attention to in science. But that's a feature. Like, you should be worried about reproducibility in science. That's the whole point of science. Like, I don't know how I can say this more clearly. I mean, I would love, please tell me the next time that a religious group, any religious group, points out the clear flaw in science that scientists themselves had not recognized and did not want to fix. I'll wait. Like,
you know this story. It's like a big Facebook story about how scientists battled with God, and God told them, well, if you're so smart, then create life. And scientists were like doing some research for a while. Then they took a soil and they started to do they're starting to create life. And God said, no, don't use my soil.
yeah. No, I
We
haven't
can
heard
do
that.
the same way. Like we found this mistakes in science and we fixed it with science. Now believers do the same, find mistakes in science, but don't use scientific method.
Right. I mean, I was literally watching a video today about, in the 19th century, there was a very prominent scientific theory which was well accepted by many cosmologists of the luminiferous ether. They believed that space itself and the earth itself was bathed in this medium. And the way that they got to this conclusion, it was not an illogical conclusion, because they looked at like sound. Sound only propagates through a medium, right? And the medium is air. Okay. So when they started learning about vacuums and started being able to create vacuum, sealed containers, they realized that, okay, if we have something inside the vacuum, we can't hear, like if we put an alarm clock inside the vacuum, you can't hear it when it goes off because there's no air to carry the sound. But we can see the alarm clock. Even though we can't hear it going off, we can still see it. And the logic, which, to be fair, for the understanding at the time, was solid logic. Solid logic. Because they said, well, We know that we can't hear it because there's no medium for there's no air to carry the sound waves, but we can see it. So and we believe that light is a wave, and in some respects, light is a wave, although that's a complicated discussion. But so if light is a wave, what is the light traveling in? What is the medium that carries the light wave? So they thought for quite a while, I think it was like a couple decades, that they believed that there had to be a luminiferous ether, they called it. And they did some fairly, for the time, they did some fairly advanced experiments. And finally, they realized we can't confirm the luminiferous ether. And finally, they realized it's because it's not there. But the point of that story is to say that who are the people? Yes, the whole theory of the luminiferous ether was ultimately proven to be false. But who proved it to be false? Other scientists trying to confirm the luminiferous ether, and they proved it to be false. And I'm actually going off on a tangent here, but I'm curious to see how this is going to play out with dark matter, because I know that dark matter is widely accepted amongst physicists and cosmologists. It must be there because the math means it has to be there. But every single time we've tried to confirm the existence of dark matter or confirm what it is, we haven't been able to detect it. So I'm curious, honestly, if there's going to be a point in the next 10, 20 years when we say, okay, maybe it's not there, but there's something else about our understanding about gravity and matter that, needs to be tweaked. Or maybe we'll find dark matter. I don't know. All of that to say, there's not a single Mike Winger in the world that is telling us or proving to us that the luminiferous ether does not exist, or proving to us that dark matter does not exist. It's always other scientists fixing it. So how the hell can you be so self-righteous about your scientific bullshit? Like, I'm also going to point out, I knew this was going to happen because his video is an hour long. We've gotten halfway through it. And no, we're not going to finish this tonight. I'm getting tired. But I knew I wasn't going to get through half of his shit because I can't get through more than like 12 seconds of his shit without...
It's like every 2 sentences he says something stupid. It's insane.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you guys have seen, some of my reaction videos and stuff. And of course, when I do a reaction video, I usually like have points where I'm like, oh, okay, I'm going to let these people talk for 2 or 3 or 4 minutes. And then I jump in with my comments, and then 2 or 3 or 4 minutes, and I jump in with more comments. And, after 40 minutes or whatever, or 50 minutes, I'm done. Like, I've done all the original video and I've added all my comments. But on his shit right here, I'm not gonna be able to do it tonight. But if I didn't care about sleep or health, I mean, I could do this shit for another 6 hours on this one video. There's so much stupid in it. And I know that sounds demeaning, like I don't know who Mike Winger is personally, and I don't care. I mean, whatever. He's just another apologist. It's not like I don't have a personal vendetta against him or anything, because whatever. He's another apologist saying shit. But it's like, sometimes with these videos, I just feel like, I don't know what I expect. I don't expect them to be logical. I don't expect them to be reasonable with atheist views. I guess part of me just thinks to myself, I know this is asking too much, but part of me thinks to myself, like, did you listen to yourself in this video? Like, did you hear your own comments coming back to you? Did they sound good to you? Like, did you say, wow, I killed it?
You made a really good point here.
Yeah. I mean,
when I was talking about watchmaker argument, but I made it about headphones. I made like a really good point.
It's like, do you think that Mike Winger finishes a video like this and then he goes in the bathroom and beats off and feels all good about himself? Like, oh man, that was awesome.
Not in a bathroom. He goes in a corridor and do it in front of a mirror.
I know. I know that's crude, but I don't care.
I'm a little sinner. Oh, it's so wrong.
I don't know.
Oh,
I don't know what to think.
God, forgive me. Oh.
And I didn't I guess because his live stream here, of course it's recorded now, but because it was like an hour long, I was like, I'm not even going to do a formal reaction video to this, because if I did a formal reaction video to it, of course I would tighten things up a bit rather than me just spewing for 7 hours. But
you can't really make a video reaction, because it's gonna be another 10 hours video.
Well, exactly. No, you're absolutely right.
It's so sad.
What's the internet law about response time, or there's like an internet.
Yeah, there is a stupid internet law about it. Like if it's twice as long as the original video, it's bad. But
no, there's like another thing where it's just like there's some generic internet law that says basically, I'm gonna misquote it, but it basically says it starts with a B, something Boolean's law or something like that, because it basically says for every amount of lies or bullshit, it takes 10 times as long to refute it. The idea is I see this all the time with Christian apologist stuff when it comes to slavery, because some stupid Christian apologist will do a slavery video saying how the same old shit, how slavery in the Bible was not what not what we think it was today. And slavery in the Bible actually doesn't, the Bible doesn't promote slavery, and the Bible actually tried to make slavery better. They'll throw out all these stupid things that are demonstrably false, and it'll be like a 10-minute video. But if you want to truly refute it on a point-by-point basis, it'll take you an hour to refute it, because in 10 minutes, they can just spew so much stupid bullshit that you can't ever keep up with it, because even if you're trying to refute these lies, at a certain point, the time in the day runs out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what that law is, but I don't know. I'll find it later. But there's an internet law that basically talks about, to refute, some bullshit always takes 10 times as long as it takes to actually put the bullshit out, which is why, because the whole point of it is to explain why this bullshit propagates. And it's not just Christian stuff, of course. We can, you can say any lies on the internet, and it's the effort that it takes to put out these lies is so much less than the effort that it takes to try to refute the lies, that it's it's an always losing battle to try to refute this shit. But nevertheless, I mean, you guys have seen my channel. I don't do just reaction videos. I mean, I do reaction videos, but that's not all that I dedicate myself to, because at a certain point it becomes self-defeating, if I'm being honest. At a certain point it's yeah, we get it. This, the people who are watching my channel know that, okay, Mike Winger is an idiot. And the people who aren't watching my channel will never see the refutations. So, but I thought it was fun tonight to go through half of his video.
It's amazed me how you can be so wrong, on so many levels and so often in one video.
It's funny you mention that, because I enjoyed I got a really good response this week from the video that came out a very similar level. It was about a guy talking about Ricky Gervais, but it was on the Brian Holdsworth one, which was this one here. But on a similar level, we're not going to sit here and watch the video or anything, but on a similar level, he sat here in one video and he just spewed so much bullshit. You know, like at one point, and I wasn't going to respond to the video, but I was watching it several weeks ago. And he said, like in one sentence, he said that the Native Americans had no metallurgy, they had no written language, and they had no animal husbandry. I think, they had no domesticated animals, and all three of those things are demonstrably false. Like, and you can find it out if you just Google it. Like, I knew it was wrong when he said it, but you could literally just Google it in 30 seconds and be like, wow, none of this makes sense. It's all demonstrably false. But of course, he doesn't care. He just spews it and he says, look, I've made a stupid statement and no one's going to call me on it. And he just, he gets his views and he gets his...
That's what I was saying. Like, apologists can just make shit up.
Right.
Remember?
Yeah, it is. It is very true.
And don't forget, like, Googling is a sin.
Yeah. And I mean, don't get me wrong on this, guys. I mean, I know I'm sounding full of myself. I mean, if I say stupid shit on these videos, call it out. I mean, I would love...
But, Jesus said himself personally in Deuteronomy 4:20, Googling is a sin, so you shouldn't Google.
Yes, exactly. Those are Jesus's words from Deuteronomy.
Yeah. Deuteronomy 4:20.
Yes.
He actually said it like 6 or 7 times there. So.
All right. Well, it's been a good night. I'm tired. It's very late. And I guess I'm going to sign off here. So, guys, I appreciate everyone being around for this long.
Everyone join Discord.
Yes. Yes. So, the Discord, and I was saying when I started the live stream tonight that I'm actually committed now. Like, I'm very keen on the next couple days kind of getting into the Discord a bit and making sure that we have. So, but right now we have, I don't know, 3 members or something. But everyone needs to be in the Discord, or at least, anyone who wants to. But here's the Discord.
No, everybody needs to be in Discord.
That's right. Whether you want to be or not, you need to be in the Discord.
It's a cult now. I'm sorry. Like,
that's cool.
You need to be in the Discord.
Exactly. So we're gonna continue to cultivate the Discord, and of course we'll be doing the next live stream on Tuesday. So thanks everyone. And thanks Anka. Appreciate you being here tonight.
Yeah, I love your streams. It's always funny to pop in and just talk about some bullshit and remember some funny verses from the Bible,
Well, it's always good to hear the perspective from you damn commies over in Russia there.
Yeah, true.
All right, man. I'll talk to you later.
Bye-bye.